need no one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, so what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
Yes, my people, it's your boy TN, and I'm here at the EWC, ready for an EA FC action-packed week in sunny Saudi Arabia. Now, it might be 40 degrees outside, but the real heat is coming up inside as players go head-to-head, 16 of them, for the chance to become the best in the world. We're just outside the player lounge now, so we're going to see if we can catch anyone and see how they're feeling ahead of the tournament. We are joined by Bonano, our first player of the day. Now, my brother, talk to me. How are you feeling about this tournament?
Oh, I feel confidence, obviously, and I feel really happy. I'm here in Riyadh, and it's a good experience, but I want to win the tournament, so I'm excited for the tournament.
And my final question for you. Obviously, we're at the back end of the game now. You know, lots of items and players available. Who is the first name that is on your team sheet? Who's the first player you want?
The first players, I don't know, Mbappe.
Can't go wrong with an Mbappe. So we're here with the main man, Yilmaz. How are you feeling today, my brother?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good, very excited. So I'm happy to be here.
And obviously, you're going to be in Group A. There's some top quality players in your group. How are you feeling about the pairing right now?
Yeah, it's a tough group, but both groups are very tough. I think if I play my best, I should be reaching the knockouts.
Oh, that's confidence. I like that. Hey, you got to give me a spud there. Right, I'm joined by goal poacher here, Premier League winner in 2022 with Norwich. First of all, my brother, welcome to Riyadh. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. Thank you. You too, brother.
Is there anyone right now where you're looking at it and you're like, I'm really looking forward to that game?
Anders, again.
Yeah.
I played Anders to qualify in Sweden, and I'm looking forward to playing him again.
If you win, what are you going to do? What's the plan? What's the mojo?
If I win, we fly to Dubai straight after and celebrate.
Right, so we're here with Manu Bashir, 2023 FIFA E World Champion. First and foremost, welcome to Riyadh, and how are you feeling?
Yeah, great to be back. She said, became world champion here last year, so looking forward to the tournament and hopefully we can produce the same again.
And obviously, this year with 9-minute halves, it's a very different game mode. How are you finding it, adjusting, and how do you feel like it's gone? Do you feel like you have to play differently, or do you just take the game as it comes?
It's difficult to really approach it differently because at the end of the day, even with 6-minute half best of 2, you still try to play good for like the whole game. Yeah. So it's never that you intentionally start bad or play worse. Yeah, I prefer the best of 2 format because it allows you to mentally reset between games. Yeah, and I feel like this year it's very hard to overcome the momentum sometimes in games. So whenever you feel like things are not going your way, you don't really have an option, as in like maybe keep it at that score line until the end of the game and then wait for the second game. So it's kind of hard because yeah, there's no time or like room for error. But yeah, at the same time, it is what it is, and gotta get on with it, which I've done the whole year. I think at the start I struggled with it a bit more, but yeah, like Champions League, World Cup and stuff, yeah, I got used to it and don't know anything else at the moment.
Right, I managed to grab another one. It's Australian E-League winner here, Mark. Mark, how you feeling?
Amazing. Everyone wants to be here, of course, the World Cup, so I'm obviously just happy to be here.
Right, so my first question for you is, obviously you've won the Australian E-League. Now, how different are the players in Europe and like other areas compared to like here?
It doesn't get much more different. The level is crazy. Obviously, I love all my Australian friends, but like the level in Europe compared to Australia is just not even comparable, unfortunately.
And what's harder in terms of like when you're playing against different regions, attacking or defending?
Probably defending. They've got a lot more variety in defending compared to like Australia. Everyone's just a bit basic, like they all copy each other. But like in EU, everyone's got different play styles. So that's probably the main thing I'd say.
What would you do with the money if you won? Like, what's your plan? I've heard someone said they're going to Dubai. I'm not going to tell you who, but they said they're going to Dubai.
But I will not be going there. Be investing that straight into houses. You know, you got to invest that for the future.
We're joined by Levy DeWeird. How are you feeling today here in Riyadh, man? The sun's shining. Your mood must be lifted.
I'm feeling buzzing. Obviously, the sun is shining. We are not getting outside. We are gamers first of all, and it's maybe a bit too hot.
You look very relaxed. When do the nerves set in, or do they ever set in, or you just relax as you go along?
I think I need them, to be honest, because if I don't really feel tense, the focus will be different. So I think it's good to feel like a little bit of nerve.
Should you win, money's a lot. What are you doing? I've heard different answers. I've heard I'm buying houses. I've heard I'm going to Dubai. What are you doing?
I'm actually a guy who's saving a lot. I'm going on holiday after this tournament, so maybe money goes there, like indirect. In the end, I don't really think about the money, to be honest. I think it's like for most of the players. I think when you start to think about it when you're playing, your gameplay will only get worse. So I'm never really thinking about it. Obviously, if I would lie if I say I never think about it, because afterwards, yeah, you always look. If you maybe lost, I could have won like 40 grand more if I just won PKs or something. That's just something. But if you keep thinking like that, then I think the end is nearby.
My last question for you is, who is the first player on the team sheet?
Unfortunately, it is Haaland. You can't, he has to be in. Normally, I would always say R9, but you can maybe doubt he could have a change. But Haaland, if you change him, you are a freak. It's impossible to get him out.
We have icon and legend MS Darari here today. How are you feeling, sir?
I'm good. I'm feeling really good.
You've got the fans on your back being with Team Falcons. Do you feel like that's going to play a massive part going forward?
Yeah, I think everyone will see a crowd buff.
Yeah. Fair enough. And another question for you, my friend. One player, who's the first player that you're going to put in the team?
Haaland, unfortunately.
Why is that unfortunate? That's a good thing.
My play style is to play with players who can dribble more, but the meta now needs to have a guy who's tall and can score headers.
And speaking of the meta, obviously the meta has changed over the course of the year. How do you feel like you've improved as a player from September to now?
I think every pro player have to adapt, otherwise you cannot show up in the big stage. And it doesn't require that much to adapt. Just you need to be transparent with yourself and change everything.
Right, I'm here with E-Champions League winner Johnny. First of all, welcome to Riyadh. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Hopefully I can win this tournament, and I'm proud to be here.
And confidence must be high, obviously, winning E-Champions League. You must be ready to go.
Yeah, of course. I won 2 titles in Germany and the E-Champions League, so of course I'm confident.
Now, talk to me about your group. Obviously, Group A, there's no easy players, there's no easy games. Is there anyone in your group that you're not looking forward to playing, or you're like a bit, not afraid of, but like, this guy's going to be good?
I think every player is good here, but I lost 6-3, I think, versus Emre in the World Cup. So, yeah, I think this would be my toughest opponent, but yeah, every player is good. So Levy DeWeird is in my group, Abu Maka, all names are very good here.
And obviously 9-minute halves have been played this year. Do you think it's been any different to previous years? Do you feel like you need to concentrate a little bit more, or do you think it's just the same thing, you just keep going as you do?
Yeah, I think I need to be a little concentrated more in this game, because when you have 2 minutes, 2 games, 6 minutes half, it's way easier to play. But for me, one game, 9 minutes, it's better for me.
And obviously, there's been a lot of games, a lot of tournaments happening over the course of the year from the start to finish. We're in August now. How do you think you've developed as a player? Do you think you've improved a lot, a little bit? How do you think you've improved?
I think last season was very good for me. Yeah. So, but this season was the best season I've ever had. So I won 2 titles in Germany and 1 in the E-Champions League. Nobody expected before the season, I think. Every stage. So Anders winning the E-Champions League, or Emre, or one of these names, but nobody has say my name. So yeah, I'm proud of myself to win all these trophies.
I found another one, Jafonso. First of all, congratulations on being here. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Feeling really good and also confident for the Esports World Cup for this tournament.
Now, you've already won here in Riyadh, so obviously confidence is going to be sky high, having qualified through the LCQ. How did you find that tournament, and how did you feel like you performed?
Yeah, I practiced a lot for this last chance qualifier. Hopefully, I managed to qualify. It was really tough. I lost in the second game of the winner bracket, so I have to win, I think, I won 5 or 4 in a row, so it was tough. But yeah, I was confident, so yeah, I'm here.
Now, who is the first player on your team sheet?
Oof. I think it's unfair to choose one, I can say, but because all the players have a different function on my team. But I can say that one of my favorite players at the moment is Montage, the footies one.
Fair enough. We haven't heard that one yet, so we will take that. And my final question for you is, what is your favorite play style this year on EAFC? There is a lot.
A lot. I will say, I can say like 3 for me are the main one. That's long ball, obviously, finesse. But the main one for me, or the one that I most like to use, is power shot.
Power shot is a solid one, and I'm hoping you can power shot your way through the group stages. So I'm wishing you all the best, and we'll catch you very soon. Well, that is us for today in the In the Lobby EAFC segment. We've managed to speak to some of the players, get how they're feeling ahead of the games. Nerves have not kicked in for a lot of them yet, but I imagine when they get to the grand stage, they will. So that will be all from us today. I'm wishing all the players the best of luck, and I'm sure the best player will come out on top. Yes, my people, it's your boy TN, and I'm here at the EWC in sunny Saudi, but I'm not alone. I've got the man, the myth, the legend, EAFC finest commentator, Brandon Smith. How are you feeling today, my brother?
I'm excited. This is it. It doesn't get much bigger and better than this. 16 of the best players, $1 million on the line. But I'm not being funny, mate. It is so hot out here. Can we go inside?
Please, please,
Come on,
let's
then.
go. Oh, this looks so sick. Oh my goodness.
You have to be very careful around here, though, okay?
Okay. I promise I will be.
Not many people are allowed past this rope, so...
Oh my God, I feel honored.
The fact that you're coming through, it's a special day, mate.
I feel different already.
So where do we start? I mean, this is the Esports World Cup Club Champion Totem, where every Esports World Cup champion places the outer frame of their key. And inside here are basically all the teams, all the players that have been eliminated. So from this EAFC tournament, there'll be 15 players' keys crushed inside here.
There's so many crushed keys. And that's the trophy?
Just stay back, mate. Just stay back.
Fine.
Let's have a look at this, though.
Wow, am I allowed to?
Just, Thomas, stop.
Sorry.
And here we are inside the Kiddie Arena, the main stage of where all the pros are going to be playing their games for the FC24 tournament. And they'll be sitting right here. TN, where have you gone?
I'm over here, Brandon.
What are you doing over there?
I'm with the fans.
I've got work to do, mate. I'm going.
You're what?
I'm going.
You're what?
I'm leaving.
Oh.
Honestly. What is he like?
Oh, there you are, man. I've been looking all over for you.
I did say I was going to work.
Ooh, it's a very nice setup you have here, man.
Welcome to the commentary area. This is when we commentate on all the action.
Ooh, commentary. I'd love to do a bit of commentary if you don't mind.
No, mate. No. We've had a bit of a long tour, me and you. I think, if possible, I'll say my goodbyes and I'll get back to work, all right?
All right, no problem.
Okay?
I'll just be outside if you need me.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll give you a call if I need you.
All right, cheers, mate.
Right, I could say that. 16 players, $1 million prize pool, Esports World Cup, FC24.
Well, I guess that's it for the venue walk. I guess my friend was too busy to spend some time with me. Thank you so much for everyone that tuned in, and for now, I'm gonna see what else I can get up to.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello everyone, Leo Rovella here. Welcome to day 2 of EAFC at the Esports World Cup. A lot of action set to kick off shortly, but let's find some action of our own. We're upstairs, behind the scenes, in front of the green room. Some of the talent you may know, you may recognize, you may love. I do have a football with me, and the name of the game is Keepy Uppies. Let's go in there, surprise them, and see what they got. Hello, hello, hello. Hey guys. Hello, welcome. We've got Nicole, Rachel, Gaskin, Ian, Gorilla, Boris, and Richard Buckley. Let's see which one of them can do the most Keepy Uppies. The winner, I guess, gets a pizza. Boris, you're up first. Oh. All right, let's see what you got. You play football, Boris?
I haven't played for like 15 years.
That's an excuse. Let's see. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's got control now. I lost. Sorry, I jinxed it. When's the last time you played football?
Last week.
Okay, well, we're expecting big things. 14, that's hard to beat. A pizza's on the line. I've already lost count. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You're rubbish. Okay, all right. Showing off. All right, more than Boris. So right now the pizza's with Gorilla. Who's up next? When's the last time you played football?
Oh, last time I played football, a couple of weeks ago on the beach.
Okay, oh,
Beach football.
showing off, okay. 4, 5. Are you all right? It was an attempt. It's the effort that counts, right? I'm really happy we caught that on camera. Well, it seems, you guys, that the skills don't exist in this green room, but let's see what kind of skills are on the big stage today as day 2 of EAFC at the Esports World Cup starts soon.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. It is week 7 of 8 here in Saudi Arabia for this esports extravaganza, which I like to call it. But it's only day 2 for us here on the EAFC 24. And in just 2 days' time, we get to crown a new world champion in our game. Yesterday was pretty special, wasn't it, guys? We've got Gorilla here and Boris Legend. Both of you guys have competed at the highest level. 2017 world champion here, and 2013 you won arguably the biggest event that you could win at that time. This has moved on since then.
Yes.
But before we get into this, I just want your thoughts really on how it's moved on compared to London. And Boris, where was your event again?
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, what a place to have it.
Yeah.
Gorilla, firstly, tell me about how it was to win a world title in London on home soil.
There's no better feeling than winning in your home country, but as you were just saying, if this was in my prime and I was playing tournaments, I'd love this. Forget the prize money, the trophy for me is just the best thing I've seen.
Vegas would have been special, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's been plenty of years since then, of course. There was different times, like we didn't have quite many sponsors. I was playing my trip myself out of my own pocket. I think it was probably like maybe 2 players out of 200 had actually the trip covered. Different times, also played on like big screens. It was probably a bit different MS. It was not like the best connection perhaps always. This now, they have all the settings set up, is perfect. And also actually back then, we were sometimes standing.
I know.
Yeah.
That I can't actually believe. Can you imagine that now in the Giddy Arena, players standing up, playing EAFC here. Also though, we had fans back in the day. I mean, 11 and 7 years ago, we still had absolute crowds rocking like we'd seen here yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, everyone loves football, don't they? And especially here, Saudi, the Saudi fans are getting behind their own players. And when I was there yesterday with you, I've not experienced anything like it. I've been to tournaments before where the crowds are good, but yesterday was the best.
Yeah, it was pretty special. Of course, we're on the road to crowning an individual world champion, and that happens on Sunday night. But we're also crowning a club champion as well at the end of the Esports World Cup next week. That'll happen, and this is exactly what that is.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and game culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Hello everybody, quick shot here from EWC Central. Yesterday we kicked off day 1 of the EA FC group stage with quite a few surprising results. So let's check in with the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, of course, from Team Liquid, the Dutch boys, Imri Yilmaz and Manu Bashore, as well as Levi de Weert, have had a difficult start to the tournament, with all 3 of them kicking off with a 1-2 score. Now, the club is currently sitting in 2nd place in the overall championship and would love to add more points from EA FC to their tally to cement their spot at number 2. Meanwhile, Abu Maka from Team Falcon secured 2 wins on the opening day and is looking like a contender for the top 8. Reminder that you need to place top 8 to secure club championship points. Team Falcons is currently sitting comfortably on top of the table with 4,160 points, and they only require 1 more trophy to mathematically secure the title of the best club in the world. Can Abu Maka or MS Darari go all the way to make the home crowd erupt this weekend? We will find out over the course of the next 3 days. If you would like to be kept up to date with the EWC Club Championship, as well as all the other games happening here in week 7 of the Esports World Cup, as well as mini games, conversations, interviews, and just have some general fun, why don't you join us at EWC Central every Thursday through Sunday, 3 through 7 at twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. I have been Quickshot, and this has been your next episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Well, EAFC then could be completely vital, couldn't it, in this club championship from what we heard there. So basically a team needs to stop Team Falcons winning EAFC if they are to stop them taking home that club championship trophy and $7 million. We've got a $20 million prize purse there. Second place also gets $4 million as well. So much money on the line. So with that in mind, Team Liquid, Gorilla, basically have to win.
There's a bit of pressure on their 3 players. You've got Manu Bashore, you've got Levi, and obviously Emre Yilmaz. And I think they have a good chance of winning a title here, but it's not going to be easy.
In terms of Fnatic, they've got Johnny. They probably hoped that he was going to back up E-Champions League win and get them 1,000 points here. At the moment, 0. We're expecting him to get a few points on the board for Fnatic, aren't we?
He should, yes. I mean, yesterday was for him maybe not the best start, of course. He probably expected much more. But at the same time, it is just so far he played 3 games, so he has still, I think, 12 points then left to play for. It is open, and I think if he gets today 3 wins, well, he should be through.
quick word on Falcons as well. Obviously, they need to win. From what you've seen from their two players, Abu Maka and MS Dasari, can they get 1,000 maximum points or a 600 in second from what we've seen on day one?
I think so. I've been very impressed, especially with MS Dasari and also Abu Maka as well on main stage. They got the fans behind them.
Well, the fans are helping. They're very much becoming the 12th man here. And you'll have seen that yesterday. And something else you'll have seen as well. Every player has this little bit of gold sat next to them when they're playing. And that is their unique key, which is part of this year's absolutely spectacular trophy.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolises a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalised key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolising those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
I tell you, I absolutely love that. These two do as well. I haven't actually asked the players yet. I want to ask them and see what they make of it. They're always so blasé about this stuff. They're like, yeah, it's just another trophy. We asked Boras yesterday who he would crush, which 3 keys you'd crush. Just remind Gorilla and everyone at home who you and Mike Lebel went for.
Well, we both picked mainly as friends, just that was Bateson.
You're being nice, weren't you?
Yeah, Bateson, Krasi and Ovi. So, OGs.
Okay, Gorilla, you're on the spot now.
No pressure.
Players, you gotta go players. Who you've competed against, maybe who you really want to get your own back on.
I think MS Dasari, like, I get on with Dasari a lot, he's a friend, but for me, he's one of the best players in the scene, so you want someone at the bottom of your trophy saying that will beat them.
Okay.
Maybe someone like Stokes, and maybe he's watching right now, but I think Stokes at the bottom, and then the third one, whoever I'd beat in the final, they have to go in there.
Yep.
Okay, you didn't even name the third one. There you go.
I got out of it.
He was being politically correct there. Okay, well, let's talk about something else we saw yesterday, and that was our Aramco top plays of the day. We couldn't really pick. There were so many exceptional ones. We're going to give you 5 that you just can cast your eyes back and see if you actually caught these yesterday on day 1 here. Guys, what did you make of the first one here? Nicholas Vergang. This was a great matchup, wasn't it?
And a surprising player to score, Peter Crouch, and this was to take the lead as well.
Yeah, we're going to speak a little bit more about Peter Crouch. I think it was only Nicholas who had him in his team yesterday. In at 4, Boris, Manu Bashir and MS Dasari.
Yep, here we have a nice play look and, well, faking it, cancelling, and then cross coming towards Mbappé. And there's a nice acrobatic finish from the Frenchman.
Johnny, who needs point desperately up against Emre. This was on the big stage yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good goal, this, with Messi on his weak foot as well. Finesse shot, which we haven't really seen too much in this tournament.
Vergang, PH Zin again. This was they're all epic matches. I don't know why I keep saying that. There were 16 of the best players in the world here, Boris.
Yeah, for sure. This is PH Zin. He was playing great yesterday. Fantastic day. And again, a nice cross and acrobatic finish this time from Holland.
In at number 1. We don't even know. This is kind of a surprise for us. Here we go. Nicholas again against Vergang. Nicholas had never beaten Anders before this matchup. He got the better of him yesterday, and that was probably why.
It looked so simple, but he just kept on running with Havertz and got to the byline, squared her across, and got an important goal.
Would you agree there with number 1, that matchup as well? That was a pretty good matchup we got to see there, Nicholas Anders.
Yeah, but we had, I think that was the shootout with Dostary and Bashor. I think that was the best game we had yesterday.
Wasn't that?
That was a crazy game.
For you who didn't watch it yesterday, we had 2 world champions going head to head. You couldn't separate them, went to extra time, then went to that penalty shootout. 10-11 in the end. Do we ever see that in EAFC?
Is that a record? That has to be a record. The goalkeeper took one as well, but Darari was 4-2 up, and Bashore went down to 10 men and brought it back in the last-minute equaliser and that penalty shootout. I would not want to be a part of that.
Yeah, just recycling players. I wish I was in the Agili Arena at that moment to see the crowds, the Falcons fans just loving what they saw from MS Darari there. Okay, we get to do it all again today. We mentioned it's day 2 of EAFC. We had round robin yesterday. We have exactly the same round robin format again today. We had 3 matches yesterday, 3 matches again today, and that will take them to 6. And they have to play one more round robin match on Saturday before they go down to the resurrection stage, we're calling it. Guys, what do you think of this? Because actually players like Goal Poacher, who ended yesterday with 0 points next to his name, actually put out a message on social media and said, you know what? I'm not too worried. I've played 3 matches. I've got over halfway still to come today. Do you look at that as a player as well and go, okay, we've got lots to play for still?
Obviously, you want the perfect start, but when it's broken up, you have 3 games yesterday, you got 3 games today, and there's no draws. So if you win, it's 3 points, you lose, it's 0. So you can come back, look over the gameplay and see where you went wrong. So I don't think anyone will be too worried. And actually, Poacher, he tweeted, didn't he? He said he was very confident. And I think something about the NBA final, no one's came back from a 3-1 deficit. So it sounds like he's confident.
Boras, do you think 9 points? So we've got a player on 9 points in A, that's Young, a player on 9 points in B, and that's Matthias Bonano. Do you think that will be enough to get them the top 3, which, if you didn't know at home, automatically jumps them to Sunday?
I mean, for top 3, I don't think so.
No, okay.
Maybe like maybe 12 points, I'd say, to be sure. But I think 9 points could definitely make top 3. So you have, of course, 7 games, so it's max 21 points to get. And then the question is, all right, so what is the threshold to make it top 6?
Go on.
I think 6 points. You?
I think 6.
6 as well.
Yeah.
I think it's 6 as well, because everyone's going to have to play each other, so it could come down to the last game as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tight. We know on EAFC anything happens. We see people flying high on the first day, and then the second day they crash and burn. So we're not jinxing anyone here, but stranger things have happened. Okay, well, they're playing as well for big money prizes. It's a $1 million prize purse, as you can see behind me, and $300,000 for the winner here. It's the biggest prize purse we've ever seen. It's exceptional, isn't it? This is the one they all want to win, not just because of the money, but the trophy, Gorilla thinks, is even more special than the prize purse.
I love the trophy, but if I was to win $300,000...
Go on, what would you do?
I don't know what I'd spend it on. I think it'd be too much. I think it would.
Goal Poacher said he's going to go to Dubai. If you were watching our pre-show, he said he's going to fly to Dubai. Mark 11, he said, I'm going to be sensible and I'm going to invest it. Have you guys invested your prize money you've won in your career, or have you spent it?
A bit of both.
I think, yes, both. So actually, back in 2013, I won a quite big one.
Yeah.
And then I bought my first flat, so it was actually quite...
investment.
Yeah, investment.
Smart cookie is Boras, isn't he?
Yeah, but you also, of course, have to have fun as well. But I think maybe buying like these expensive cars, not always the best choice, I'd say personally.
There we go.
And you regret it on just a bit.
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'd love to know what whoever the winner spends all that money on. Okay, well, yesterday we had some absolutely great reactions in the Gidia Arena, and we can see some of them now in the Pepsi reactions. Who are we going to get a close-up of first? This is the players just walking in. We invited all 16 players onto stage first, just so they could get used to it. And then here are some of the reactions. I'm waiting for an Anders, guys. PH is in. Oh, who's he looking at?
PH in against Anders. I think this is when he won the game, and that's not the first time he's done that as well.
Oh, Johnny, emotions coming out. Anders on the comeback there, shushing the crowd.
Yeah, he was shushing, and I think yesterday maybe he spent a bit too much energy on the crowd, actually. So maybe today, for him, might be better to maybe keep a bit more focus on the actual gameplay, because I mean, yesterday probably was a bit too much interactions with the fans there, I'd say.
Abu Maka, for me, probably had the best reaction to the crowd as well. They were giving him his own personal chant yesterday. You saw some of the Falcons fans there. They were absolutely loving it. The Brazilian fans, they were actually the ones who, I'm going to put it out there, maybe we're heckling Anders a little bit, and that's why he could get himself a little bit worked up. Let's see what happens in the arena today, but we love the emotion. We love the fans. We love all the reactions, so we hope we get as many reactions, cheers and chants, because we had chants yesterday, today as well. Someone else we saw a lot of yesterday, I'm not talking about players, I'm talking about a player in game, was Erling Haaland. he features in every single player's squad. That's nothing you're surprised about, is it?
I think when you start building your team for a big tournament, the first player is going to be Erling Haaland. It's a footy, he's 99 rated, and he's just so good in the air. And you get him in front of the goal, you're not going to miss.
Yeah, and that is like one of the biggest weapons this year. Main meta is the crossing, corner kicks, and this is the main man to have, well, to get these quite easy goals, I'd say.
Do you think people have figured this out, though? Because there's quite a lot of times when actually he wasn't scoring from the corner kick, the header that we've seen so many times. Is that something you're a little bit surprised of, that players are just figuring out how to counter this now?
Yeah, but I think there hasn't been really anyone that could match him until probably this summer, where we had players out like, well, it's been Saliba came out, PTG, Konate, of course, as well.
John Stones,
yeah. These, well, 190 centre-backs with also as well having placed a plus aerial. So I think until this summer, there hasn't been actually anyone at the back that could match Haaland.
I just looked at you, Grillo. When Haaland came up, you just smiled.
It looks so nice.
Go on.
So nice. I mean, the play styles, the stats, the card design, the 99 rating. But there is a reason he's in everyone's team.
You're just a fan of the pink, aren't you? I should have worn my pink from yesterday.
I should have worn a shirt.
I know. So expect more of Haaland in the squad today. Expect him lurking around the box, especially if it's a corner kick. He's probably going to score. A likelihood is that he scores from there. Okay, well, enough chat from us at the moment. On the stage, we do have an epic team joining us to bring you all the action over the next 3 days, including our reporter, Leah Ravel. You've already seen her in action a lot yesterday. She's out and about again for us today. Leah, where are you?
Hello, you guys, and welcome back to day 2 of the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC 24. We are back in the secondary arena, and I'm not alone. Another former pro player with me, Mike Labelle. Mike, why aren't you back there?
I love that you're throwing shade to start the show. I couldn't make the cut, clearly. I wasn't able to make the cut, so I'm here with you.
He retired the controller long ago. 16 players back today playing the remainder of Group A and Group B, with one match set to play tomorrow morning. But there's a lot of matches. We were saying earlier in the green room that every single one of these matches are essentially finals with 16 of the best players in the world. But for me, my Jamil Motorsport match of the day has to be Nicholas 99 FC and MS Darari, 2 former world champions, 2 of the best players in the world. It's the FC legacy. But Mike, I don't think he agrees with me.
I love your choice. I'm going to keep a similar theme, but what we saw with Abu Maka, he came out here, he had his own chant, the crowd was interacting, and we didn't see Jafonso in action yesterday on the main stage, but he was undefeated. He was unstoppable. I want to see if he can keep that same heat going up against that crowd. So I'm looking forward to that matchup. I've got it circled. I've got an RSVP. It's on the invite.
Amazing. Well, we will see those matches very shortly, but in the meantime, let's see what Rachel has to say in the studio.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, we're going to bring you up to speed on the group standings after yesterday, day 1. So Group A, they come up first, and Group B comes your way a little bit later tonight. So Young at the moment, undefeated, the only player undefeated in Group A, 9 points. The boys, though, if you just caught it, said that's not going to be enough to secure top 3 to go all the way over to Sunday. Well, let's wait and see, because 3 matches to be played today. Then it's super tight in the middle, isn't it, guys? 6-6-6 for Jafonso, Mark and Abu Maka there. And then 3 points for Webb, Emre Yilmaz and Levy. And Johnny has a lot of work to do. Did you have an inkling of Johnny might change anything at all?
I don't think Johnny's going to be changing anything, but it's a big game. However, Goal Poacher did say to me he's bringing in Joselu for Davis and also bringing in Ruud Gullit. So 2 changes to Goal Poacher.
Yeah, Goal Poacher there. He's at the bottom of Group B. 0 points for him. 9 points again for Matthias Bonano. In Group B, he's the only player undefeated at the moment. 9 points out of 9. Well, they came a little bit later. Group A's up first. Let's bring you up to speed now then of the schedule and who you're going to be seeing on the main stage. 500 people on that stage as well. It gets loud in there. First up, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Johnny is up first again. He started yesterday's action. He's up against Abu Maka. It's going to be loud. I spoke to him in the lift today and I said, how are you feeling after yesterday? He said he felt he didn't play well, guys, because he had to sit on the stage for about 45 minutes. Boras, would that have affected you? Should that have affected him?
Well, I think many of these maybe players that are a bit younger aren't quite used to having such crowds. And he was waiting for a long time there on the stage, and of course then you have plenty of thoughts going through your head. But I mean, today won't be that easier, because then he's going to play, well, against Abu Maka with a crazy support. So, well, I think for him now looks a bit tough, and he has to overcome this well, this obstacle, kind of. But I think for him, he has the qualities of, for him it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I hope you screenshotted that because there were some massive matchups. I'm looking forward to Nicholas taking on MS Darari. I think that's two legends in the game going head to head. I wouldn't be able to call that one for a moment, especially with the home crowd out there. But can you guys call that one? That's the question I have for you. And you can vote using stcplay.gg. Let us know any of those 6 feature matchups or any of the ones on the B stream as well, what you think is going to happen there, because it is going to be exciting for sure. Can you call any of them, guys?
Well, I think we had a prediction yesterday and it didn't go to plan, so I might have to skip this one.
Same here.
Okay, well, let's welcome our players then, shall we? With Jamil Motorsport player walkouts. Let's see how they look ahead of arriving a couple of hours ago. It's probably dark outside now as we're approaching the first game just after 6 o'clock. So they're coming in and they have a quick glance at the stadium. This is just before you get into the Giddy Arena here. Then you probably go, oh my goodness, this is massive. Overwhelming, possibly.
Johnny looks calm there, though. So
it's a new day. What do you expect?
New day, of course. And as we said, I think he has a quality here. So, well, I don't want to call this game, but if I can pick maybe
you have to
a slight favorite, I have to say, though, after watching yesterday, I must say Abu Maka.
Yeah, well, Abu Maka just has the crowd.
Yeah,
and we know how
and he loves it.
He loves it. He's the one that's been really drawing the energy from that. Johnny hasn't been able to find that. If you were Johnny's coach, what would you tell him in this moment to try and find something on this stage where he has underperformed?
I think because he was first on stage yesterday and also then the second game back-to-back, I think we'd have learned from that, and he's got that experience of the away fans against him. So it's going to be hard. You can't really get it out of your mind. However, I think he would have learned from yesterday.
I spoke to him. He said he's been practicing this morning. Is that a good or a bad thing at this stage?
Well, nah, I don't think so, definitely no. But I was going to say, though, one thing, adding there, they can always, of course, just add headphones, and that shuts out the sound. So maybe that could be a nice idea for this game, to maybe just hear the game and nothing else.
In terms of anything Johnny might need to change within his game style, we've spoken about the mental side of things. Is there anything that you noticed he maybe was lacking?
I think yesterday I saw him being a bit stressed, rushing a bit. And I think this year is a huge key to have the patience. So I think for him, well, definitely today having a bit more patience in his build-up, for sure.
And just not conceding as many. I'm looking down here against Mark in round 3. 8-4 it was there.
Yeah.
So big score lines as well for Johnny, which we just didn't expect. 8-3 against Yilmaz in round 2. This isn't the Johnny we saw when he went on that 24-match unbeaten streak. Do you think it is also a case of that we're coming to the end of EAFC 24 and it's been a long, hard season for him? A successful one, albeit.
Great season for sure. But you know, this is also a confidence game. If you have a good spell, you just, well, getting better. And then of course, vice versa, if you have a bad period, of course it gets to you and he just has to get out of this a bit of a hole perhaps. Because we said this a couple of times, he has a quality, and I think for him it's just up there.
It is indeed. He's won 3 titles already this year. 2 in the Bundesliga, the team one and individual, and then at the E-Champions League. Johnny is one of the best players on the planet right now. He's only 18 years of age. He stands much taller than that. I think he's about 6'6", 6'7". Don't quote me on that. He's up against a home favourite here in Abu Maka. This one is going to be lights out in the Giddy Arena. The fans are going to love this. We are as well. We're going to go and sit and watch it. Are you going courtside? Are you going to sit in here? We'll sit in here. We'll let the casters take over this one. And Nicole and Milos, they'll be down in the stadium just lapping up the atmosphere in this first matchup.
Hello, good evening, and welcome back to the Gdynia Arena for day 2 of more EA FC 24 action. I'm Nicole, and I am so excited to be back here with my wonderful co-host, Milos. Milos, we need to talk about yesterday. Oh my word, what an amazing day it was. We saw some unbelievable games right here on this very stage behind us. So much drama, penalty shootout. So good, right?
I mean, there was stuff being thrown around. We got games, we got an audience that was vibing the entire day. Yeah. And honestly, the screamer of the game, MS Darari versus Manu Bachori, that was insane. Going to penalties, 11 goals to kind of close out the day. But hey, we were all on the edge of our seats. That wasn't even the one game that we had.
I know, and also that game against PH Zin and Vergang, so good. And a result that was a bit of a surprise, right? But you know what? Let's talk about the game happening right now on this stage. Shall we get the players out?
I think we should. Let's get it all started with representing Team Fnatic, Johnny! Our German player had a rough start to the Esports World Cup yesterday, taking in 3 losses, but that is all behind us. Today is a dawn or the dusk of a new day and an opportunity to rest and reset and get it started.
Wow, and his opponent, representing Team Falcons, it's Abu Maka! Well, you can hear the crowd going wild. They absolutely love him. He is a hero here in Riyadh. He won 2 games and lost 1 yesterday, and the audience really spurred him on. Will it be the same today? This should be a great game behind us, Milos.
Abu Maka, there's a lot of pressure on him, but he is the future of Saudi play. Johnny is looking to recover. So, Nicole, should we get this day started?
Yeah, let's head to our casters.
Well, here we go then. It's time for another day here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, and this is sure to be a barn burner. I mean, Abu Maka, you can already hear the crowd behind him. As for Johnny, it's about redemption. Dan Gaskin here alongside Richard Buckley, which is something I've wanted to say for quite some time. Richard, pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's going to be electric, I've got to say. You just saw that audience prediction as well. No surprise. 87% for that man on your screen, Abu Maka. He's been so consistent throughout this season. A domestic league win in the Saudi Pro League. You look at what he's done in the FC Pro Open, top 8, the FC Pro World Championships, again, and just a very solid, steady player. And for a long time, MS Darari was the man in this region. I truly believe Abu Maka is one major championship away from taking over.
Is he the future of this region? Can he get into the next stage of this competition? One player who stands in his way is Johnny, and Johnny, who is looking to try and make up for what was a very poor performance yesterday, certainly by his own standards, didn't win a game. 0 points from a potential 9, and he looked a little bit lost when it came to that main stage. Do you think he can turn things around here today, Richard?
I mean, it can't get worse. Honestly, 20 goals conceded for Johnny. I think he sank 8 in the second and third matches. For the German, it was a horrific day at the office for him, and someone that throughout the months of April, March and May was untouchable, was unbeaten. He looks lost, he looks defeated, he almost, I've wrote down the word uncomfortable more than anything. Those 2 games that we saw on the main stage from him just wasn't the Johnny that lifted the E-Champions League at the end of May. Wasn't the Johnny that went on to do a double in the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship and the main title over in Germany. Is it maybe the pressure of Fnatic? Is it maybe the competition level has stepped up? We were just saying before we came into the commentary booth, this is a must-win game for Johnny, because if he loses this, Abu Maka goes to 9. Young didn't look like slowing down. Jafonso didn't look like slowing down. He's only got 9 points left to play for.
2 big games ahead of him after this one. It really does feel like a must-win game. And it might feel the same for Abu Maka. You can probably hear the crowd. They are well behind their boy, and they'll be expecting another victory. 2 wins yesterday. He looked incredible on this main stage, especially his ability to get back into a game just when you think he might be down, when you think he might be out. He was always there, waiting in the wings to find yet another goal. For Johnny, I wonder if maybe you look back at the season he had, did he peak at just the right time? He was one of the first to pioneer the 100 depth, but now everyone else is starting to play the similar tactics. As we jump into this game now, as we kick off our competition, it's Group A here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, and we are officially underway. Can Johnny make up for what was a poor performance yesterday and finally put some points on the board? Already looking to try and lead the charge and find an early opening here, being very aggressive to see if he can maybe get the first goal, and he might have a chance to do so with R9, but can't quite be the defense.
Yeah, solid at the back, early chance, but he was equal to it. Abu Maka, and that's a lovely through ball, actually.
It's a great through ball. Saka maybe could have a chance, but again, Konate's done his job. And it will go out for a corner, and we've already seen corners are a nightmare to try and defend, but this time just about Johnny holds on.
A little bit scary at the back. That would be worst case scenario for Johnny. You come in, the tweets are up, it's going to be a great day. It could be a great start.
Mbappe! Oh, it's not the chance that maybe should have been tucked away. Johnny, again, having little words from his coach there.
Straight away, turning around to Team Ox, former champion in his own right. But I might be hypercritical. I want to see that greened. I want to see a little bit of composure.
It was definitely an opportunity that maybe should have been tucked away. Will he live to rue that chance? As now Saka has a chance to cut this one back, but still dribbling, tries it. But defensively, Johnny has been switched on. He's always been there, had a player in defence ready and waiting.
I mean, just looking at the numbers yesterday, the sheer amount of chances he conceded, the sheer amount of goals he conceded, 20 in total. Emre Yilmaz was the second worst with 13, and make it 21.
Well, the crowd erupts, and for good reason. Abu Maka has carried on his fine form from yesterday, and he's tucked that one away nicely. Saka finds the space, and if you put Saka in front of goal, he's going to put him away.
Yeah, this is deafening in here. Can barely hear myself think. It's Abu Maka, 8 minutes in. Where's the left back? He made changes, Johnny, over the course of the night. We had a very sort of quick look at his team. To my recollection, Saliba and Maldini were both playing for him yesterday. They're not in the team now.
Here's a good ball, though. Johnny needs to make these chances count. Can't afford to be letting them go past, as again, it's going to be another chance that maybe he could have done something with. He just doesn't look comfortable up front.
No, listen to his boos as well. Every time Johnny gets, that's not in-game, by the way. There's not an anti-Johnny cheat that Abu Maka's put on.
It's a new pack.
Yeah, there's 300 Saudis that are making it uncomfortable for him, as you see them on your screen there. I think in a lot of other titles that we've seen over the course of the Esports World Cup, we talked about a lot of home crowd buff.
Here's Mbappe, and there we go. There's one way to silence the crowd. All those boos, they can ring through all you like, but if you can get the goal in, it can just amp up your confidence. And now Johnny, maybe that's what he needed to settle his nerves.
It's a big, big finish. It looked pretty simple for him, to be honest. Mbappe putting it past the goalkeeper before Johnny interrupted me. Just what I was saying in regards to the Saudi fans who were in here specifically supporting Team Falcons. In a lot of other games, there has been that when it's a team coming together, you've got other people to rely on. When you've got 350, 400 fans that are booing you as an individual, not a team, not a collection, it's Johnny on his own.
I mean, for some people, it would spur him on.
You saw it with Anders a little bit.
For Anders, it did spur him on. It didn't necessarily find success because of it, but maybe today is going to be a different scenario for him. Of course, he'll be playing later in Group B. Right now, it's focused on Group A as it's another attempted ball that almost made its way through to R9. But Abu Maka now holds possession. Can he actually try and find any sort of attacking fruition from it? And the answer is no. Johnny's done well defensively, just to stem every single ball that's gone forward. And now has a real chance here with Saka. A little bit of support. Hostelu into Schweinsteiger, back to De Bruyne. Maybe that could be an effort, but not good enough.
It's nice build-up again from Johnny, interlinking around the box, just trying to create. But every time that Abu Maka comes forward, it's this side with Frimpong. It looks to be getting in. It's Hostelu against Frimpong. And as if he can isolate, he will create chances.
Maybe an opportunity then for Mbappe. Back to Frimpong again. This one's given away, though. And that is another opportunity that really goes amiss. Both players not necessarily finding the passes they've been looking for so far. As another one has tried to be tossed over the top. But Abu Maka now gets possession. Can slow it down again if he wants to. There's no rush. It's 9-minute halves, and you've got plenty of time.
As much as we've talked about the importance of this game, Johnny will know it as well. I think I saw a social media post coming out for him saying, today's going to be a great day. Today is better. I just don't know, if you look at that group and you look at where the points are being dropped already, if he can make it up. He would have to be flawless today. 3 wins out of 3.
Could put himself in a very good position, but you don't want to be losing this game. And Mbappe's through on goal, but Courtois does just about enough. No one really there to support Mbappe, otherwise that could be very different. He was looking for that cutback.
Yeah, we've seen that a little bit when I was commentating the last chance qualifier on Monday. When you get down the byline there, if there's not a pass on, a very, very slight, and I'm talking 1 second on the shoot button at the goalkeeper, you do get some quite funky animations.
Saka, speaking of funky animations, just about brings it down, tries to whip one to the back post, but there's Stones doing his job. Stones has been doing a job throughout this tournament, both defensively and offensively.
What a player. John Stones. The bouncy Beckenbauer. We taught him everything he knows.
5-star, by the way, is insane. But I mean, at this time of the year, I guess that's what you expect. Replay from one of the other games is Jafonso versus Levy, and it is an early lead there, as Mbappe now has through on goal.
It's a big moment for Levy as well, because that Team Hullet, Team Liquid camp must be going into breakfast this morning thinking, boys, we know what we need to do. We were poor yesterday. 1 win each across the 3 of us. And Emery and Levy could be in a situation where them battling against each other is the spot to go through.
Could be a fight. One of your teammates maybe gets eliminated. Now, here's Saka again on this right-hand side. Will try a attempted goal, but it's an easy save. But it does mean there's a corner. And corners mean chances. Richard called a potential goal, and it almost was. Haaland almost got his head on it, but defensively, Abu Maka able to hold on once more. And it really does feel like that with the games we've seen so far this tournament, is how do you defend the corners? Do you bring your goalkeeper out a little bit?
Pray.
Sometimes just pray.
It's a catch-22, because if you bring the goalkeeper, he's going to save it. He talked about Team Hullet, Team Liquid struggling yesterday. Jafonso sitting second in the table, gets an equaliser.
Well, Mbappe could try and find a goal as well here for Abu Maka. It's a good save from Courtois, punches it out. Corner is whipped in. Here's Erling Haaland, but Ronaldo's there. And this is end-to-end stuff between these two. Neither player really willing to slow this game down right now.
Yeah, it's played at quite a frantic pace at the moment.
It's an attempted and over-the-top through ball there. As now Saka, on the flip side, tries to play it through. Hostelu defending. If you're not used to seeing Hostelu defend, well, get used to it at this tournament. He's there just for his height, for his presence, for the aerial plus, to try and combat Erling Haaland from those corners for the most part. Now Frimpong opts not to whip one in. Instead, it's passing back and forth. Saka again is there, and he's close, and it is another corner. No one's really nailed these corners so far in this game, until maybe now, as Haaland tucks one away for Abu Maka.
It's all about the outswinger rather than the in-swinger for me. If you look at where he is taking that corner from, it's whipping away from the goalkeeper rather than in towards him, meaning that he can't really commit for it. Haaland's got the isolation and he's always going to win that.
There's not many that can match him in the air. We did see 2-meter Peter come into the equation yesterday. Peter Crouch on the pitch. And I wonder whether we might see more of that as the tournament develops. But it is a 2-1 lead now for Abu Maka as we close in to half-time. And Johnny, what does he have left? Because after getting the equaliser before, probably got a little bit of confidence, was able to silence the crowd slightly. And now he needs to respond once more. Does have a chance here before the half, but again gives the ball away. He's fighting hard, but not able to win possession back properly. Now Abu Maka with the opportunity here, if he would like to, just hold on to the ball, get the last attack of the half, just restrict the chances of his opponent. But if there's an opening, if there's a gap, he might take it. And Frimpong dancing around players right now, but this is sensible.
Yeah, playing for the last attack, holding it out almost, waiting for that final chance to come through. And as you see it strike 45, you imagine probably a switch of play and then a ball forward.
And now it's time to go. Another switch does create a lot of space. Frimpong is just about on the pitch. Nice little 1-2, but good defensive work, but does give a free kick away here. And this is another opportunity for your big boy to get in the box. Erling Haaland, he's at the back post. Instead, though, plays it short. And that is a waste of an opportunity for sure, but Abu Maka won't mind too much. He has a 2-1 lead here at half-time, much to the delight of the fans here at the Gidea Arena.
If you look at the goals as well, a corner, and the first one, it was so early in the game. Johnny was lopsided, spaced down the left-hand side. It's more positive for Johnny, you would say, as we're going to see Jafonso taking the lead here against Levy. And the rest of these games are really going to play a part in Johnny's progression through, because Jafonso beating Levy is what Johnny needs.
Yeah. I think when you look at who could potentially be eliminated from this group, which would happen tomorrow, by the way. We have 3 more fixtures today, and then the last game from the group is played tomorrow as the fans trying to add to the atmosphere here in the Gidea Arena. But Webb Nasri down there on 3 points. Levy down on 3 points. Emre down on 3 points, and then Johnny on 0 points. It is going to be very closely contested for those 2 positions that get eliminated and those that progress into the resurrection stage. As we do progress into the second half now, can Abu Maka continue to find his way and really just own the possession here against Johnny, as that is the biggest switch you'll ever see? Can Frimpong actually get on the end of it? The answer is no.
Yeah, could be watching FC 24 at the Esports World Cup, could be listening to Robbie Williams belt out Angels with a fan participation like that. Both fantastic nights out.
What a ball that is. Haaland plays it back. Surely Johnny, but no. Doesn't quite manage to get the final touch that he was looking for, but it is better. Those are the opportunities that he needs.
And who is going to be the one for Johnny to get himself back into this game?
Well, through it all, he has to offer it some protection. Has to make sure he was there defensively, because he cannot allow Abu Maka to take a 3-1 lead here, because then things start to get a little bit dicey. Here's Kylian Mbappe. Does have support in the middle, but that's the wrong Erling Haaland. But Hullet does retrieve it. And these are always the most dangerous times, when you aren't expecting your opponent to regain possession this quickly. You can get a little bit flustered, as now Hullet doesn't hit it, plays it into Mbappe, but Joselu will just save it.
And one thing I love about Abu Maka's game, in and around the box there, he's always patient. He's trying to recycle and wait for that opportunity. And for me, he plays that driven pass from the midfield into an attacker's feet better than most. It's quite unfortunate not to get a shot away.
Well, pressure coming in from Johnny, and Abu Maka was more than happy to bide his time at the back. Utilise the goalkeeper just to bring those defenders close. He seems confident on the ball. He doesn't seem nervous. The crowd's on his side at the moment, and he's putting on a show for his fans.
I think the third goal's coming.
Certainly looks that way with how Abu Maka has been attacking. pressure onto Johnny. He cannot afford to concede another here. As you mentioned it earlier, some big games coming up for Johnny, some difficult ties. And if he loses here, his back is well and truly against the wall. Elsewhere, Web Nasri with a 1-0 lead over Young. Bear in mind,
that's awful for Johnny.
Young is currently leading this entire group. As now here's a through ball. Here's Kylian Mbappe, but he's offside.
If that result stays as it is, that will put Web Nasri on to 6. Johnny would be on 0, with only 9 left to play for.
And he'd have to play against Web Nasri. Yeah. I guess maybe that's his shining light.
Only saving grace that he could take points away from him, but fair play to Web Nasri.
Honestly, yeah. Yesterday he beat Emre Yilmaz as well.
Yeah, 6-4.
A very unexpected result on paper, but really shows that anyone can get the job done here at the Esports World Cup. Nice ball there. A lot of space to play with as well for Kylian Mbappe, and he's one of the fastest in the game. Just needs a little bit of support. Does have Saka in the middle, but instead tries to dribble around Virgil van Dijk, which is never really good, because usually Van Dijk, you have to indicate left and treat him as a roundabout. He's so difficult to get around.
And as someone who has just passed their driving theory, I know all about roundabouts.
I should hope so.
Give way to the right.
Here's a replay then from one of our other games. Is it? Yes, it's back to Jafonso versus Levi David.
Oh.
And it is an own goal. So Levi David tying it up 2-2. Oh. As Courtois will bring this one down. 64 minutes gone. It's still a 2-1 lead to Abu Maka.
So Johnny yesterday in that 4-4-1-1 were using Messi as the 10, as the creative maestro. It looks, obviously Messi's not playing for him now. He hasn't been great.
But maybe R9 can provide something here, and he will strike and find that small gap that you were talking about. The near post.
Superb.
And even the Abu Maka fans will applaud that one. Great finish.
It was a hopeless ball down the line, and Johnny actually looked a bit exasperated. Abu Maka's given him the ball back in an awful place. Haaland won it, and then them step-overs. He expected the cutback. He didn't expect him to drive at the near post, and as he did, you can't give the best version of R9 we've ever seen in any iteration of a game that space, because he will score.
You spoke about Abu Maka, maybe a change of the guard from Darari to him, perhaps with how he's been playing. You could say the same about the other side of the stage. This is old school Germany versus new school Germany, right?
Well, imagine you come to a world event in FC and you've only got 1 German out of 16. That would be unprecedented.
Yep.
In previous years.
There was another goal, and this was between Young and Web Nasri, and that was an equaliser for Young. I was able to get the kits quick enough there for that replay just to make sure, but yes, Young has just equalised.
The flash goal.
Bang! And the goal is gone. But that is good news for Johnny, because he needs Web Nasri to be dropping points if he wants to be progressing here, because right now he's only on his way to extra time right now. Remember, there can't be draws.
Great point.
Jafonso 3-2 up against Levi David at half-time. That's Frimpong making his way forward. Has Mbappe, could go for a strike. Maybe a second chance for Haaland. But now Haaland's going to retrieve it on the other side for Johnny.
I always talk about when you're in a game of FC, when we're watching players of this level playing against each other. Abu Maka had a period, probably half-time to 60th minute, where he was on top.
Yeah.
But when you're on top and you don't score, you always leave the door open. Someone's got a copy of your key and they can use it at any time.
That's terrifying when you put it that way. I'll be changing my locks when I get home. Here's Haaland. Maybe a chance to strike from distance, but instead just plays it into Cruyff. Again, just the way that Johnny's defending in the moment, absolutely jam-packing the middle of the pitch. Has to try and do something special and can't get past Konate. Counter-attack may be available here. As Schweinsteiger manages to just play one over the top. And here's Hullet, plays it inside to R9. This is your chance and this is your moment. And Johnny has taken it here. And he finally takes the lead in this game for the first time. And Abu Maka now needs to dig deep and find something. As for Johnny, his tournament could have been pretty much done and dusted here if he did not find a victory in this game. But now, he's leading the charge, he's leading the way. And it was just patience. Saw an opening with R9, and he's able to convert. For Abu Maka, it's back to the drawing board. What could he do a little bit differently here? It's been a great game so far. And what a way it is to kick off today's action here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. But now what is the strategy? What's the game plan? Because we have seen Johnny take the lead various times throughout this tournament so far. He had a 3-1 lead against Levi David at half-time to open things up yesterday. But he was not able to convert, and Levi David came back into the equation and went on to win that game, of course. Well, only time will tell what Johnny can do here now. Also, other games happening elsewhere. It's a great finish from Saka. I can't tell you who scored it, but we will find out a little bit later. It was a goal for Emre, I'm being told, so we'll get confirmation of that scoreline. But Emre Yilmaz showing why he's one of the best players with a finish like that. As now here is Saka, easily collected by Johnny. It's a 4-2 lead for Jafonso against Levi David. It's danger times for Levi David, I will say, in the group, and now maybe danger times here for Abu Maka. This could be a fourth goal for Johnny, and it will be. Johnny be good as he shushes the fans and he lets them know who's boss. Well, temporarily without Richard Buckley, if you weren't aware. I'm not that much of a mic hog, I promise you. But he'll be back shortly. What a goal this is, though. He's very calm, waits, a little shift onto that left foot. And then with R9, you can kind of do whatever you want, right? 5-star weak foot. Beautiful with either. So it was tough for Abu Maka previously. Now he has really got a mountain to climb. 2 goals in the space of just, what? I think it was like 13 minutes that was left here. And I am wondering if maybe this is too tall a task for Abu Maka, even with the home crowd support. But fair enough to Johnny. Shushing the crowd, letting them know who's up. And he needed this. 0 points from 9 previously. But maybe this could be his redemption arc. Because you got to remember, Johnny, an ECL champion. Virtual Bundesliga champion. One of the best players in the world. And he was on 0 points. When you look at this group, he is not a player that you are expecting to be eliminated here. And even though there are still 3 more games to play after this, we may look back at this performance from Johnny and say, this was the moment that he turned things around. Well, we kick back off. 13 minutes remaining. What a memory I have, by the way. There's confirmation from that goal earlier. It's Emre Yilmaz 1-0 up over Mark 11, and it was an unbelievable effort from distance. Here's another replay for you. Webb Nasri versus Young, and this could be a huge goal for the implications of the league table. Webb Nasri taking a 2-1 lead. That is terrible news for those who are at the bottom of the table, but also great news for you viewers from home, because that means that this is going to be a very different day if Young loses that one, believe me, as Haaland brings it down. Can't quite make the pass. Abu Maka has to go now. And has to try and find something here. Slowly dribbles through. This could be the opportunity for R9, and there we go, game on. It's not done just yet. The crowd erupts, because they know there is still a chance for Abu Maka to get back into this one. Remember, no draws. It would go to extra time if he ties this one up. But he still has a job to do and still needs 1 more. It was quite simple in the end. If we look back at this replay, just waiting, biding his time. Johnny overcommits slightly to try and make the challenge. And then Abu Maka makes it work, makes it count. Now he's got 8 minutes in game to try and take us to extra time here. Try and do what MS Darari did, the chairman of Team Falcons. A last-minute equaliser into extra time, into penalties, and then went on to win what has been one of the longest penalty shootouts I've ever seen in FC history. It went all the way to the goalkeepers and beyond. Here's Mbappe now for Abu Maka as he has his chance to start going forward and really start to make Johnny sweat. Will Johnny regret standing up and shushing the fans? We're about to find out right about now. Messi plays one more. It's R9, and there we have it. Abu Maka is back into the game, and he sends the fans into rapture again.
Never count out Abu Maka.
Welcome back, Richard.
Wow.
What a time to come back as well.
Yeah, it was a inevitability, really, as soon as Johnny put his finger to his lips.
(4-4) with only minutes left.
What I love about both goals, patience. He could have shot, but that little touch, just a shimmy inside. He dropped his shoulder left, he went to the right, slid it across the goalkeeper. The third goal is perfect because what he kept doing, he kept triggering runs off the ball, which dragged Johnny just ever so slightly to the left, to the right. A little bit of technical dribbling, waiting for R9 to get back on side, slid him in. Game on, extra time. Here we come.
I mean, merely moments ago, Johnny was shushing the crowd. And now, they are screaming Abu Maka's name here in the Qiddiya Arena. And I think you hit the nail on the head to have that ability to take that extra touch, to play that just extra moment in your head when there's only moments left and you need a goal.
Zero reaction as well.
It's incredible. And zero reaction because Abu Maka knows he still has a job to do here, and Johnny maybe could find a goal that would surely seal it, but there is still a corner here. It's going to be another outswinger. It's not going to be Haaland, though. It's going to be Weghorst, I believe, there! And how about that from Johnny? As he roars and stands. What a goal, and what a moment for him.
Whipped into the near post. A towering header. And again, a lot of pro players, a lot of competitors always talk about the delivery from the corner. It's about the pace in which you can get the ball down and you get it into the box. The longer you take, the longer it gives your opponent to move the goalkeeper, reposition defenders. Soloff. Free header. It was just over Konate's head. Nearly as tall as Johnny is Soloff. 5-4. What a turn of events. 24 hours ago, Johnny was restless on that stage. He was nervous, uncomfortable. Maybe he's just starting to turn the corner.
Almost as uncomfortable as me not being able to tell the difference between Soloff and Weghorst. But you know, when you see a big man changed, it's one of the two. But now Abu Maka has to dig deep yet again. As Emre in footwear's Mark. It's Mark getting back into the game there in a flash.
What was that, 85 minutes on the clock? A couple of these games, we had 4-2, I think, in one of the matches. Webb Nasri was winning, Mark 11 was winning. I put Mark onto 9 points.
2 more minutes.
This game's not done.
Attack for Abu Maka. Messi plays it into Mbappe. The step-overs are not good, and now this is the chance for Johnny just to hold on to the ball. Hold fire, keep possession, don't give the ball away. And that is a great little chip through to the middle, and that should be enough to hold on to possession here. It's been a great effort from Abu Maka, but the redemption story for Johnny starts now. And he's going to get one last corner here, maybe just to rub some salt in the wounds, but instead, no, he plays it safe, runs it out of play, and Johnny is on the board. And he lets the crowd know what he thinks about that game. 3 points for Johnny and Fnatic. As for Abu Maka, he's already on 6, so he's still ahead of Johnny in the league table. but sadly couldn't find a victory in front of the home crowd.
It closes the gap, which is really, really big. If you look, Johnny, what's coming up for him? Some huge games right around the corner. Jafonso is what lies next for him. However, just getting something on the board is huge. He won't be happy, I don't think, with the performance. Leaking another 4 goals. That puts his tally up to 24 conceded now, which is astronomical when he's only played 4. However, just getting something on the board will now push him forward.
Well, that's us done here in the caster booth. Let's jump down to the studio and see what they have to say about it.
Well, that was end to end, as we'd expect it to be. Touch and go as well. We thought Johnny was pretty much down and out, didn't we, at one point there? And then we thought it came back to maybe bite him. The shushing at the crowd. You don't do that, do you? Surely, when you only do that when you have a greater lead than just 1 goal, Gorilla.
I don't think I would do it until the game's done, just in case.
Tell me about what
that was +2. I think that was after scoring 4-2. But these games are long, so that was a bit early and almost came back to bite him. But in the end, he finds that big goal from the big man. Sherlock, actually, that was scoring 5-4.
A massive comeback for Johnny as well. He needed this one desperately. I think you could tell in how he was sitting there. He looked nervous. He looked quite stressed out. He managed to overcome them with this performance.
Honestly, I thought the first half was back and forth, but the second half, I don't know what the coach said to Johnny at half-time, but whatever it was, I saw a different Johnny in the second half, and that's probably the best I've seen from him so far.
Yeah, just Boris, take us through a couple of these highlights as well, these plays from Johnny. It was that moment as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, emotional. And this is a nice short financial Cricketa first out, and this version has financial plus or 9. Maka comes back though, 4-3, finds contact. This was after Johnny's shushing, and then 4-4. We thought here surely this would go to extra time, but he found one in the end, the big man, and then we have 5-4. And after this, Maka could not come back. We see also funny celebration there with the sleeping one. Interesting.
Maka gracious in defeat there, from what we could see. Gorilla, you noted a couple of changes that Johnny had made from yesterday to today. Can you tell us about them and how maybe you feel they affected that matchup?
I think he's changed one of his centre-backs. He brought in Maldini instead of Konate, I believe, so maybe that helped, but...
Would that have made much of a difference?
I don't think so. Maybe it's just maybe a personal thing. Maybe he didn't get on with Konate as an individual player, but he got the win.
Yeah, exactly. Well, a couple of matches are in extra time, or just well, this is just the end of that matchup there from Web Nazari.
What a goal.
Wow.
Goal from him. Yeah. Massive matchups going on everywhere. Secondary screen, there's a B stream going on. We don't have all the results there at the moment. I'll just tell you who was playing who though. It was Mark taking on Emre Yilmaz. Webb, as we just saw there, taking on Young. Young was undefeated going into this one. And then Jafonso and Levy. We'll get you scores from those other 3 matches when we have them. But after this one, I feel there's a complete momentum shift all over the place. No one has now got 0 points for us.
No, and I mean Nasri here as well, beating first out Emre Yilmaz, and then also taking down now top of the group Young. Nasri showing that he still has it. He's been up there since 18, so yeah, this is like his 6th season being a top player. Impressive.
Just getting told as well, big breaking news, Mark has just scored against Yilmaz, 2-1 there. What is happening with the Hullet/Liquid boys?
I'm not sure, because coming into the tournament, you'd say that the 3 Team Liquid players were probably some of the favourites to win the tournament, but maybe the break from yesterday hasn't done them any favours, maybe? Do
you think Mark's a difficult player to play against? Because he's all the way over in Australia. These Europeans don't get to play him that much. Can that come into play at all, Boris?
Well, I think, yes, it could bring perhaps a different game style that I'm maybe not used to that much. But I'd say overall that the meta is 95% the same between players. Maybe some players stands out, like Maka, I think, has a very special style with his passing. But overall, I say the meta is quite similar.
We see that with the Brazilian players as well, South American players. They have a kind of different style to some of the Europeans. Do you ever see that between the Australian players and maybe the Europeans as well? Or are they a little bit more kind of perhaps similar in their styles?
I think, as Ivan said, I think the meta is very similar across the board, but for someone like Mark, if he's not playing many tournaments that are on broadcast as a player, there's not really much to go on. So you'll have some players that have certain skill moves on the edge of the box. It's just about doing your research before you play them.
Yeah, and Jafonso as well. He had a great outing yesterday. He still seems at the moment to be having a great second day as well. He was up against Levy and he was in the lead at some point. Again, Levy, another one of these Hullet Liquid players who hasn't quite clicked coming over here to Saudi. Is it a similar narrative for Yilmaz as it is Levy?
I don't know why. It's been, for them, definitely tough tournament. Maybe they have been perhaps before this tournament a bit overconfident, perhaps, and maybe slightly underestimating the opposition, perhaps.
Do you think?
I don't know.
Do you think it could be something to do? Sorry, with the fact that Renzo, their coach, kind of oversees all the players, and they've had to bring in individual coaches to work with individual players who maybe they don't work with individually on a regular enough basis. Am I reading too much into that, or can I hold on to that at all?
I think it can play a part, especially when the player's confidence is low, and if you have a coach that you're familiar with throughout the season, I do think it can play a part.
Yeah, these small changes at the top level, you never know how much they do affect the players. Well, I gave you a couple of results. I'm sorry I don't know every single result from all 4 fixtures, but I'm hoping there is someone that knows exactly what happened in round 4 there, and that is Leah Ravel, because she is in that secondary arena for us.
Hello, you guys. Leah Ravel here, back in the secondary stage again with the corny intros and your match recaps. Jafonso went almost perfect yesterday with his performance, continuing that form today with a 5-2 victory over Levy David. Everybody's underdog, Web Nasri, taking the lead twice against Young. A dicey affair. Young came back, but Web Nasri ended up taking it 3-2 and ending Young's win streak. There still is a match going on, so I have to be a little quiet, between Mark 11 and Emre Yilmaz. That's going to extra time, but everyone at the stage will have that update for you soon.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a KitKat.
Yes, my people, it's your boy TN, and as you can see, we are outside at the Boulevard. I've got the player lounge just behind me where some of the players are relaxing and chilling. We're gonna go behind now and see if we can get one of them for a chat. Let's go, come on. Ooh, hey guys, this game's looking a bit tense, but you know, might need to interrupt. Can we go for a walk, little chat? Don't mind?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it, man. Come on. Right, guys. As we walk, let's talk.
Sure.
How are we both feeling? How are we feeling? You go first, Mark.
Good. It's a bit hot in here, but yeah, other than that, it's an amazing country to be in for sure.
Wait, are you from Australia? You should be used to this
but
sort of weather.
it's not 70 degrees like in Australia.
It does get hot here. And Jafonso, how are you today, my bro?
Feeling good.
Yeah.
The weather is not that hot as I thought, but yeah, feeling great.
Obviously, we are in Riyadh. Have you had a chance to explore the Boulevard at all? Have you seen anything like? You managed to go up and down?
There's lots of food at the Boulevard, that's for sure. There's some good Arab mix, I'd say. I'm Egyptian, so it's amazing to be here with like, all the food, but yeah, I love the food here.
Jafonso, have you had a chance to look at the Boulevard?
Yeah, you have a lot of new things.
Yeah.
I could like be lost in here, inside, so yeah, it's really incredible being here.
And I heard from the grapevine that you were singing karaoke the other day, my friend.
Oh.
Do you want to sing for us now?
No,
No, you don't fancy it? No Wonderwall today?
It wasn't good. I'm not
doesn't
good.
matter,
But Mark can show.
No,
Oh,
James,
Mark, what's your favourite karaoke song actually, now that we're here?
I can tell you the favourite, but I'm not singing it.
Okay, tell me.
Taylor Swift Love Song.
Oh.
A little bit, gets in the feels that one. That's a good song. Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. That's not too bad. Now, guys, I'm having a lot of fun. But you know what would be even more fun? We had a ball to play with.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
It is a good point. I mean, we have to. We got to do it. So you know what that
He's
means.
Portuguese, so he's going to be better than me.
Excuses already. No, I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that. I need to see some skills, though. Oh. There you go. I'll save you. Oh.
Back to you.
Woo! Woo! Now, I don't know about you guys, but after that, I am absolutely exhausted. That took a lot out of me, you know. That is crazy. So I'm going to thank you both for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm sure I'll catch you both around the Boulevard.
Welcome back then to the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. We're into round 5 of Group A, second day, lots to catch up on if you are just joining us. Round 4 kind of made everything flip on its head in terms of standing. So coming into this, the big story after day 1 was that Johnny, E-Champions League winner, had 0 points next to his name. He's got his first win, guys. How important was that moment to get it? Also on the big arena where he had such bad luck yesterday and against a local Falcons player.
Well, that was obviously massive for him. Building confidence after that, the very poor start. And as we said here earlier as well, that the confidence, I think, in this context is one of the main, if not the main thing here, having, you know, that belief in, like yourself, of course, that is huge. And also doing this as well in front of the whole home crowd as well. And Maka after the game didn't look that happy, actually.
Are we building rivalries here? The fact that you can tell the story, actually. I'll let Gorilla tell you what just happened on the stage after that match.
I wasn't looking for it, I was looking for something else, but once the game finished between Johnny and Abu Maka, Johnny went to shake his hand, but he just walked past him.
Was he going too far with the celebrations, was Johnny?
I don't think so. I think
We do love that. I'm not saying we don't. In esports, we do love it. We love that they get so invested. I'm going to say maybe Abu Maka might, if he won, would crush Johnny's key in that trophy. He'd be like, I'm taking that one. He's still got 2 to go. Let's see if anyone else gives him beef for the rest of the tournament. But we do love it. We do love building these kind of rivalries, especially with some of the great players like Johnny and Abu Maka. Well, we do turn our attention now to round 5. With that in mind, only 3 rounds left, so it's getting pretty serious now. Big one on stage as well is Young taking on Yilmaz. Let's just bring you up to speed as well on where they currently stand. So Young actually just got a defeat as well to Web Nazari, who I'm going to be quite kind in this, but everyone possibly wrote Webb off a little bit. He was an invited player, remember? They gave him one of the slots from the Asia region, and we didn't really know where he was at coming into this. He's now sitting pretty comfortable with 6 points for us.
Well, I think he had like his best season was definitely 18. He made them top 4 in the playoffs, and since then, I mean, he's been playing, of course, good, but haven't really touched these heights since then. And I think that's why probably people wrote him off slightly, and I think it's also could be hard to like change your playstyle over these 6 years, but he managed actually to turn that into something that is now really, really, well, dangerous, definitely.
You mentioned 2018, didn't you? You used to play against him. You both did, didn't you? You've had a couple of encounters with him, haven't you, back in the day?
Yeah, twice. The first one was playoffs where he beat me, and second time was actually World Cup 18 where I drew him and I scored 3-3 in the last kick of the game. But fantastic player, like very patient. The defense is like structured. One of these players that I still say is a bit old school, with like mainly focusing on the passing areas, let's say.
Yeah, maybe he's a dark horse. We shouldn't write any of these 16 players off. Well, I mentioned we're building up to the next matchup. So with that in mind, should we have a little look at how those players have been playing so far this tournament? I'm talking about Young and Yilmaz here. This is Young. This is what we're just mentioning, Gorilla.
I cannot believe he's won that game with that goal. That is crazy. What a finish.
Go on, tell us why it was so special. I know the angle and how far it was out, but just break it down for people at home who can't do that. And this is the Emre Yilmaz one.
Yeah, that one from Nasri, that finesse shot from so far out, it was the angle as well. I wouldn't have tried that. Would you have tried a finesse shot from that angle?
Probably not.
Probably not.
But the key there was, of course, the timing of the shot. Yeah. It could be tricky. Time green, and these players that they use here, these items, have some quite good stats, but I think that one probably still goes in like maybe once in 9-10, perhaps?
Yeah, it's not a common finish.
We're going to see it again because it went so quickly, we missed it. Gorilla was trying to talk about it a little bit, the angle he was saying, but obviously he timed it perfectly as well.
And Cristiano Ronaldo as well has the finesse shot plus play style, so he must have known that when he took the shot. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't have scored.
Emre Yilmaz, we didn't quite get a chance to see him, but he's struggling a bit. Still only on 3 points. He got to the quarterfinals, only in the World Cup in Berlin. You know, he's a top player. Why is he struggling?
He also, I mean, last season also he won Champions League, of course. He had also this season great. Every tournament he's been like top 4, top 8. And I had him actually for this tournament. I think you as well had him as a winner.
Nice.
Our predictions
surprising.
Are great.
Yesterday you went Anders, not Nicholas. Now you're going Yilmaz to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
I still believe.
I don't know. Yeah, believe still. Had so far quite slow start, definitely. But I think many of them had maybe a big break. Now it's been July, it's been summertime. Maybe preparations haven't been that maybe that active, that like many hours put in since then. But I think he's probably going to find the heat now.
When you look though for someone like Yilmaz, who he's still got to play today, Yilmaz is going up against Young, as we know next. Does he get points there? Does he get 3 points there?
I think he has to, because Young has just lost against Web Nasri, so I think if you're Yilmaz, you're seeing that and you're thinking, well, he's now lost the game, so if he can get any points, I think now it's perfect time.
And then later on tonight, this one's juicy. Emre Yilmaz is up against who? Levy. Ouch, teammates.
What a game.
Going up against each other. I don't actually think that one's on centre stage, which would have been excellent, but how do they face up against each other?
It was going to be a tough game, but also would be a nightmare if they both have by then only three points. That means that game might decide who actually goes home.
How do you actually go into that matchup? I mean, I'm guessing you guys have played against pals quite a lot, even teammates. Like, what goes through your head when you know you've got a beat someone that you have the utmost respect for? I know everybody has respect for the players, but you sit next to him day in, day out, and you know exactly what he's been through to get to this point.
Yeah, but I think like you have to take these things out. Like you just have to think of
That's
him
hard to
as
do, though.
a
You say it
rival.
like it's easy.
It is difficult. It is difficult, definitely. I mean, that's why these guys are here, because they are vicious, and they want to be, of course, the best player, and that takes having this confidence, and also taking that, well, they just want to beat anyone, including their best friends and teammates as well.
And I think as well, because they know each other's gameplay inside out, it'll be interesting to see how that goes, because it could go one of two ways. It'll be a very low scoring game because they know their tendencies and the mechanics, or it could just be goal after goal after goal.
Was there a player for you? Was it Tom Lees? Who would you have hated going up against? Who obviously he used to be a teammate with you at XL.
Yeah, Tom Lees at XL, but maybe like Tass back in the day, because me and him used to play a lot, and our play styles are very different, but I just knew how he'd play. So yeah, there's been a lot of games like that. I just tend to focus on my own game because I just didn't want to overthink and then just, you know, play worse than I really would have.
Did you have someone, Boris?
Age, definitely Age. Yeah, and that was always tough games. We had plenty of games, plenty of matchups. It was always like hard to do something that was maybe a bit dirty, like maybe wasting time or something that was not possible, and that could of course sometimes hurt you. But again, you have to try to just think of anyone as your biggest rival.
Yeah.
In the game, in the cage,
Age
and
as
afterwards
well.
hugs.
Such a great guy, but I know he can be ruthless on the pitch for sure. Well, we are moments away now from round 5 fixtures happening, of course, in the Gidia Arena. But let's welcome some of our players with the Jamil Motorsport arrivals. Let's see who we can glimpse there. Well, these are some of the players we've been talking about quite a lot. The Liquid boys, and they're going to be in action a little bit later. And we're going to have Yilmaz taking on Levy a little bit later on. That comes your way in round 6. I always try and read into this when they come on as well. I can't really. Young, I mean, he should have been pretty confident here. Yeah, thumbs up to maybe some fans as well. And what I love about Young, his team hasn't changed in I don't know how many years. He's won, what, 4 South American titles. He's back-to-back world champion as well with the national team. Him and his coach are so well kind of, in terms of cohesion, they're so well connected, aren't they?
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, with the Team Liquid team, and they're going to have different coaches. If you have a coach and you've been with them for a year or two, and you're going to go for the highs and the lows, it's only a benefit for the player.
Yeah, when you look at someone like Young, and he has got that team that he's kind of built around him, and they've experienced the success, how do you kind of come into these big tournaments knowing that you've got that kind of team cohesion behind you?
I mean, that adds plenty of confidence. I mean, if you change up something, always adds stress. You have like a new coach, I don't know what, like a new play style, a new players like in your squads, etc. Having the same thing as you always had, the same crew, as of course plenty of safety and plenty of confidence.
Yeah. And it's working as well.
It's working definitely, so I don't think he should change.
It's comfortable, he's confident with exactly what it is. Guys, can you call this one Young Yilmaz?
Do you want me to have a prediction this time?
Go on and give me a score prediction as well.
I think Yilmaz will win 3-2. Yilmaz 3-2.
So quite tight.
Yep.
Hard to say, but again, I had Emre as a winner, so I think I have to stick to Emre. I just say Emre, but again, tight game. I think plenty of goals. I say Emre wins with 5-3.
I thought you guys were going to go different now, so one of you can be right and have the bragging rights. They always go exactly what the other does here. Well, let's see. Guys at home, as always, get your votes in as well, because they were wrong last time. They went very much in favour of Abu Maka. That's not what happened. So let's see if you guys at home can get it right this time in the STC Play. Go over to stcplay.gg and cast your votes. We'll get them collated really soon, and then they'll pop up when the players come out, and we get to say if you're right or wrong at the end of it. Well, we are, as we said, building up to this one. We've already given our predictions in here. I can hear Richard Buckley as well, just going, oh, they're wrong. I think Young's got the better of this one. But the time is now very much for Emre Yilmaz to try and get some more points on the board. He's only got 3 so far next to his name, and he's only got 3 more matches still to come. 15-second countdown is behind us. It means the match is about to get started. Round 5 coming your way from Group A is Young taking on Yilmaz in the Gidia Arena. Enjoy this one.
Thank you, guys. Wow, what a game we just saw right here on this stage. Milos, it had everything you would want. A 9-goal thriller. It was good, wasn't it?
It was a thriller, but it was a 5-4 win for Johnny. Exactly the win he was looking for after today's, or yesterday's, really rough start to the Esports World Cup. But hey, the audience was behind Abu Maka, but still not able to clear that hurdle.
I do hope that this game produces just as much entertainment. We really hope so. Right, shall we introduce our players?
We should.
First up, it is Young representing Tuzi Esports. The Brazilian got his nickname not just because of his age, but for just how good he was at such a young age. And we saw that yesterday with his 3 wins from 3. But he lost his game earlier on today. Can he get back to winning ways?
He's gonna need to do it against his opponent, Emre! Representing Team Liquid, the Dutchman had a fluctuating set of results yesterday, but still ended the day in the middle of the pack of Group A. Took a loss today on the secondary stage, but maybe this is the one for it. He's played Young, his opponent, 2 times in the past, but lost both of them. Maybe 3rd time's the charm, Nicole?
Yeah, they both look very much in the zone. Okay, let's head to our wonderful casters.
Two entirely different stories yesterday, 2 entirely different stories so far. Emre Yilmaz, who has not necessarily been performing as well as expected. On the flip side for Young, maybe overperforming, some might say, but I would definitely suggest that he has been the in-form player in this tournament right now.
Yeah, he was outstanding yesterday when you look at his performances and the way that he went about his business. 9 points from 9. However, he started day 2 in a bit of a pickle because he just defeated, well, was at the hands of a defeat from Web Nasri. 3 goals to 2. We saw the winning goal. Got brought down by Gorilla and Boras. And I think when you consider the group table and the permutations of this game you're about to see, it's huge. If Young wins, he goes to 12. And according to Richard Buckley's maths, pretty much puts him through. I would probably say as one of the top 3. Ooh, with only 6 left to play for. And on the other side of it, if Emre can't get a win here, he's in a real tough position.
Some might say he's in a pickle, but he does still have time to rescue things here as he goes up against Young. And if he were to find a win here, put himself on 6 points, then you are in that area of staying in the competition. Now, getting into the top 3 still might be tough, but it's about just getting into that resurrection stage, I think. If you've had a performance like that in the opening day, it's just making sure you do not get eliminated in these group stages.
You've got to get out of the corridor of uncertainty. Right now, he's in there. He wants to be in the garden. He wants to be with Young. He wants to be with Jafonso. Enjoy yourself going into the last couple of games. Because that round 6 fixture, if you're a Team Liquid fan, if you're Renzo's and we probably sat down behind one of them 2, you can't draw. Someone's got to win and will probably eliminate the other player.
It's a high likelihood that one of Emre Yilmaz or Levi David could head home after that fixture, or at least be on the brink of elimination, which is what's terrifying, especially after Web Nasri just picked up another 3 points, puts himself on 6. It becomes very scary, and Johnny's just found his first win. Like, we're thinking, what, 9 points you may need to stay alive
in this group
competition, in this group.
Absolutely. So in the other group, the top sides, the South American boys, are all pulling away. You expect them to continue winning. In this group, everyone's losing to each other.
We're about to kick off, and will be kicking off then in our second match of the day. It's going to be Young kicking from left to right in the white strip, and Emre from right to left in the blue. The kit of Team Hullet, of course. But they joined up with Team Liquid for the Esports World Cup. And the bigger picture is, Team Liquid are the closest team in terms of points to Team Falcons, by the way. So maybe a little bit of extra pressure on the shoulder of Emre Yilmaz.
I can't wait till tomorrow to see some keys get crushed.
It's honestly one of the best parts of the Esports World Cup, is just seeing someone's hopes and dreams getting crushed in front of them. Can you do it?
Yeah.
I'm sure if you ask nicely, someone will probably say yes. Havertz intercepts that one, and now Emre has to try and defend and stop Young from being able to launch a counter-attack here. But speaking of launch, it's a big over-the-top through ball, but can't quite get the finesse he was looking for.
I feel like there was an extra pass there. He went for the finesse with Haaland. It has proven to be extremely successful, but I would have liked to see an extra pass over to the secondary attacker.
What a shot that is, and it's a good effort. Time Green, Courtois saves, but still danger from the corner, and that's why. And perhaps one of the main reasons why Young has found so much success. He has been brutal from those corners.
I don't know if you can see that again. The goalkeeper gets blocked off on the way through by, I'm not too sure who that is, number 11.
Was that R9?
Yeah, I think it could be. He didn't allow him to come and collect the ball, so he had to go into that diving animation instead, and Haaland was always favourite to it. Watch how this ball comes in. R9 gets in his way and doesn't let him come and collect it. That's one of those goals that, look, Emre is extremely well-versed. He's been there, he's done it, he's lifted major trophies in his time. A player of a lesser mentality, that will be the sort of thing that tilts you. That will be the sort of thing that, you know what, I feel a bit hard done by there, and it could throw you off your game.
Just one of those, one of the benefits of taking those corners quickly as well, not giving your opponent the chance to move players into certain positions. As now Emre has a chance to respond. Haaland through on goal, but Petr saves. But now a corner of his own. Maybe he can reply with one here, but no, Konate does the job, and Havertz will retrieve.
Young defensively gave him a little bit too much room there. Just allowed Emre to walk inside the box, and I'm really surprised he didn't shoot across the goalkeeper. I think he probably expected a little bit of goalkeeper movement over to that side, leaving the near post open, hence why he shot there, but I would have liked to see him strive across.
Mbappe can't get past Konate. Otherwise, it was looking pretty dangerous there.
I love me some of that Ibrahim Konate.
What a player indeed. Hosselu playing it right back. Just plays one through here to Kylian Mbappe. Just turns back on himself, waiting for a little bit more support from the rest of the team. Saka just dancing, dribbling, goes for a shot, but it's pretty tame in the end. I got overly excited.
You like to see Saka involved?
I love seeing Saka involved. Why wouldn't you? One of the best players to grace the Premier League.
Ever?
One day we may say that.
Question, not a statement.
One day he may say that. Haaland just sends his one back to Stones, and Emre looking to just try and control the game a little bit, slowing that pace down, waiting for the right space to appear, and it certainly has appeared for Hosselu here. But this is good defensive work. I mean, Young has forced Emre into a mistake there.
Speaking of mistakes, here, there, and everywhere at the moment.
Both players just trying to play some fast tiki-taka football.
They're both pressing so quickly as well.
So aggressively, and they're finding success from it. It's very difficult when you are being pressed in that way. As you can see, just so many bodies.
There are no times running out in the tournament as well. Young will know what a win does for him. Emre will know that a win is absolute priority.
Ronaldo here now could just strike this one if he wanted to, and he will! Off the post, but second chance does fall to Young. It might be a little bit fortunate, but some may say that the Ronaldo goal maybe could have gone in. All that matters is he has a 2-0 lead here.
Emre could be on his way out.
It's certainly warning signs for Emre Yilmaz. For a player who has been there, done that, has as much accolades as you could want as a player in FC.
The one thing that you associate with Emre over the course of his career is consistency. when you look through the history books. Top 4 FC Pro Open. Top 4. Going back to sort of E-Champions League. Last year in Saudi. A good performance. He was second at the EWC. Top 8 FC Pro World Championships. He has been everywhere and always gets through the groups. He always goes far.
Oh dear.
It's just not falling for him.
That was almost a ticket back into the game for him. But he just hasn't been able to find that form that you speak of. All that history, all those accolades, all of those placements. But he looks second best to Young here right now, and Young has a chance to move forward yet again. Mbappe into Ronaldo. This time, though, Virgil van Dijk denies Ronaldo the chance to strike, because we saw how dangerous it was before. He's also going to be pulled back. And boy, does Emre Yilmaz need a goal here. Over the top to try and find Haaland, but it's just not good enough.
The 2 previous meetings, a 4-3 and a 7-3 victory for the Brazilian. It's looking to be comprehensive once again.
Slowly twisting and turning at the moment, trying to find something, but it's good defensive work from Emre Yilmaz. Just needs to try and slow Young down a little bit here. Not allow him to take a 3-goal lead. And really command this game and take charge as now CR7. Back to Mbappe. Hullet could strike if he wanted to from here, but no, tries to find the pass. Does get a second chance. De Bruyne. Again, he could hit it as well. Everyone could hit it, but Mbappe's the one who eventually does. Courtois saves, but again, it's corner time. It's Haaland time. It's 3-0 time for Young. And he lets the crowd know. Emre Yilmaz is on the ropes here.
If he's on the ropes, the referee's probably looking at jumping in and staving him, because he is simply not at the races. Again, the pace and the speed in which he sends that corner into the box, it doesn't allow. Look, we know corner goal. I can see you in the chat already. It's a corner goal, we get that. But it's more about the importance of that goal. It's 3-0 in 30 minutes. As another Team Hullet and Team Liquid player has to get a performance and has to get something cooking. Levy 1-0 up from the spot. That's a huge game as well.
That's a huge game for the implications of the bottom of the table. Webb Nasri 6 points at the moment. Levy David 3 points at the moment. Remember speaking about where that cutoff might be, as Jafonso also 1-0 up against Johnny. And I think a win there would probably secure Jafonso with a spot into the knockouts as well, with how he's been playing.
Leave Johnny bottom as well.
Would leave Johnny searching for something else in his remaining 2 games. Is now Emre also searching for something, but I think maybe it's a little bit too ambitious there. We've seen him go in, and actually Emre did score one in the last game. Look at that ball. That is unbelievable from Young. Havertz plays it back, but maybe that was a little bit too ambitious as well.
Emre's last 2 games, his teammate in Levy David, and he plays the hometown hero Abu Maka. Speaking of Abu Maka, he finds himself 1-0 up against Footwiz's own Mark 11.
Emre needs something here. He needs a little lifeline to get back into this game. Oh my goodness. It's a great attempt.
That's what you got to try. That's what you got to try.
Here's the corner, and Haaland's there, and Haaland will put it away. And Young can't be too angry about it, because he's had a couple of his own. No reaction, though, from Emre Yilmaz. He knows there's still a big job to do here.
And it's a reward for taking the shot.
Yeah.
You know how good corners are. Maybe Emre tries a little bit more of it. Playing for some set plays, playing for a corner here and there. I've seen him hit that power shot a lot in the past. Haaland green timed as well, just for added efficiency. Is that moment just something for Emre to put himself back into this game? And also to just de-settle Young.
Well, Levy David versus Webb Nasri. as we mentioned, big game, very important game. And Levi David had a 1-0 lead, doubles the lead to make the bottom of the table very, very interesting. But that is also bad news for Johnny, who's currently behind.
There's been a lot of people on 6 points. So he's not only behind by 1, it's 3. Jafonso has been the highlight of this group, I've got to say. We've not had the chance to watch him, I don't think, on the main stage yet.
We have not. I mean, the only loss Jafonso actually had so far was against Young. Both of these guys are going to be top of the table on 12 points. As now Haaland, it's acrobatic. And he just seems to always be there, does Erling Haaland, as Young takes a 4-1 lead.
It's the perfect way to get the ball out wide, and then it's how quick can you get it back into the box when Haaland peels away. As soon as it's put into that area, you know he's going to score. Havertz one touch and then whipped straight into the box. Haaland pulls away. Acrobatic finish, similar to what he does in real life, really. I think
genuinely.
That goal against Dortmund in the Champions League.
Yep. Well, just when we thought that maybe Emre had his ticket back into the game, maybe something to grab onto, but it might go from bad to worse here if you play it right. Good footwork to keep the ball, to keep possession. Can't quite get it to your right winger, though. There is still going to be a chance for one more attack, though, for Young. Definitely an opportunity for 5-1 here. Haaland not in the box this time, so instead just plays it short to him. Somehow still has it. Mbappe will try and hit it, but Courtois easily collects it, and it is 4-1 to Young at half-time as he looks to continue to be at the top of this table here in Group A.
Got a bit of an outrageous statement.
Well, you wouldn't be Richard Buckley if you didn't have outrageous statements. Hit me with it.
I think Young's playing well, but I don't actually think he's playing outrageously good. Emre is playing really poor. And I'm sure, I don't know if you can hear us on the main stage. If you can, Emre, I'm sorry, but you had to hear it. He's not playing well. Hence his position in this group. His efficiency in possession of the ball has been lackluster. He's passed the ball out of play at least twice.
I mean, a loss here would have Emre Yilmaz still on 3 points. He would be at the bottom of the table with Johnny, behind the likes of his teammate Levi David on 6 points, Web Nasri on 6 points. And if it were to end there, he would be out of this competition. Does still have 2 matches remaining.
6 left to play.
So he could still end on 9 points, but
you've got 3 teams already on 9. 3 players already on 9. Jafonso, Mark and Young. Young will go to 12. Jafonso will go to 12. 9 might be the cut-off.
That was the number that Ryan was thinking yesterday. If you get 9, you should be safe. Because now Young can maybe try and find another one here. It's a good attempt. He's going to get a second chance, maybe a third chance, but has just done enough, has Courtois.
He's also not getting any sort of nice bounce whatsoever, Emre.
Yeah.
As Levy goes into half-time, 2-1 up against Web Nasri.
I mean, that's a must-win game for Levi David as well. Here's a chance now for Emre, but it's a good save from Petr Cech. We'll get another opportunity, this time surely. I mean, you mentioned it, Richard, he is just not getting the rub of the green here.
And it's so deflating when you create chances and you feel like you're playing well. That's going to be a beautiful switch.
Oh my goodness. Young has him on strings at the moment. Mbappe can't get the extra pass though, so at least Emre will hold on for now. Still at a 3-goal deficit to try and come back from.
Just saw that one flash up. Abu Maka, Mark 11 drawing at the moment, one apiece. Mark wants to win that game. That puts him on to 12. Puts Abu Maka on to 9.
Ball given away here. A chance for Emre to get his way back into the game. And again, he's trying these long-distance shots as half-time. 3-1 to Jafonso. So Johnny's got one back. Maybe there's still hope for Johnny just yet. Another big switch of the play here from Young. Mbappe. Can he find the extra pass? Yes, he can. Havertz. Is Haaland in the box? Yes, he is at the moment, but instead just plays it back and forth to CR7. Saka maybe can rescue, but no. And Emre is holding on here.
He is. The next goal has to fall Emre's way. What
Young's doing a lot of those switcher plays. He's player locking onto someone else, but then allowing the ball to come to him. So Emre has to sort of anticipate a player lock.
What a ball and what a
fair
goal that
play.
is! Game over, surely. CR7 slots it home. And Young now has a 4-goal lead here.
The player locks that I was just speaking of, it all worked perfectly. And the one word just to describe this performance is confidence. He can smell that Emre is not at the races. It was left in the paddock, and Young is galloping towards 12 points.
And 12 points at this point would guarantee you at least getting through to the resurrection stage, because we know that, because Johnny will be down on 3 points potentially here. Emre will be down on 3 points. So you cannot be caught by those players with only 6 remaining. So not only is this a 5-1 win that potentially sends you towards knockouts, but it guarantees you staying alive in the competition. As elsewhere has been another goal. And this is going to be an interesting one. It's Footwear's Mark slamming one home. No, sorry, it was Abu Maka slamming one home, excuse me, to take the lead 2-1 there, as now Hullet tries to find a goal for Emre. Ronaldo, surely the 3rd chance, and there is still maybe the smallest of lifeline here for Emre.
Finally, the ball bounces for him. How many times does Czech want to get in the way, or a defender, or the post? Emre with one back. 3 goals in 30 minutes, 9-minute halves. It's doable as we go into a pause, but certainly unlikely. When we're talking about the group, when we're talking about the standings, you're saying 9 pretty much guarantees you are through at the moment. As you see Emre's goal here, if he did just miss it. The way that the fixtures are sort of shaping up, there's a good chance that you'll be playing against the players for top, with Abu Maka taking on Jafonso coming up. You've got Mark 11, who's going to be taking on Web Nasri in the last game of today, in which he would favour himself. Mark could finish top of this group.
There's a lot of positional changes that are going to happen over the next couple of games. As maybe...
This game's not done yet.
Just maybe there's still life in that game. It was 3-0 at one point in favour of Jafonso, but now Johnny back into it 3-2. Back to our feature match, though. Young with a 5-2 lead. And at 5-1, it looked like this one was done and dusted, but with that goal, there is still just about as much time for Emre to get back into this one.
Go on it.
Corners are dangerous. CR7's there. He's waiting, but Hullet beats him to it. Somehow that's not a free kick.
No referee.
Neymar's now on the pitch. Saka.
He's trying to go wide, but there's no real options there at the moment.
You see him triggering the runs on the left, but instead plays it down the middle. 1-2's available. Holds onto it with Neymar, though, but just runs into Stones, and Stones has been solid so far today.
You've also got to commend the defending there from Young. He didn't bite. He held his line. He held his position. And in the end, Emre just had to try and do something. He had to try and create something on his own rather than waiting for a player to move off the ball for him.
Well, that one will be a free kick and a chance to pause, and it's time to throw everything in the kitchen sink forward here for Emre Yilmaz. You need to be making sure that you commit everything towards this. No draws, so you've just got to try and play for the win. And whilst, yes, goal difference could come into the equation when those tiebreakers start to be added on. There's another goal, and hold on a second, timed red. Web Nasri's just found his way back into the game, 2-2.
Could there be a situation in which I think goal difference could play a factor in this? When you look down towards the bottom of the table for that 6th spot?
I mean, it definitely could. Tiebreakers are as follows. The amount of points in games among tied players is the initial tiebreaker, of course. And then the goal difference is second after that. And I don't know if, you know, I'm saying you want to throw everything forward, you want to commit to try and get back into this game, but the same thought...
Is there the thought of,
I just need to lose by the least amount of goals possible here so my goal difference isn't as bad.
And I'm about to play the player next in my teammate of Levy, in which that could be the big elimination game.
chance to finish the game off. There is no question now, as Young makes it 6. And all credit to this man, because he has been the player so far in this group. Him and Jafonso have been unbelievable so far.
A great comeback from Young as well. He lost last round versus Webb. He just suffered a defeat, and he looks unfazed. When you talk about Johnny, who suffered a defeat, first game yesterday, he looked flustered, he looked unhappy with that. Young shaking it off, and he's strutting his stuff on the main stage right now.
And what's strange here for Emre is there might be part of him that's hoping that Levi David loses to Webb Nasri.
Yeah, let's keep it on 3-3.
To give him more of a chance to be able to get through to that resurrection stage. Because if Levi were to go on to 6, suddenly Emre is struggling.
How crazy would it be if it was both Team Liquid players who ended up getting eliminated?
I mean, that would not have been on anyone's bingo card, that's for sure, as Neymar dances around the defence. But Emre will hold on.
Half of our predictions down the drain, wouldn't it?
I mean, I went for Levi David.
Yep.
And I thought I was good after his first match.
Bless you. I did not go for Levi David. I went for an Argentine.
You went for Bonano, and I mean, it looks like a pretty good pick after yesterday's performance from him. We didn't really see him on the main stream. Just quietly went about his business. Well, this game is pretty much done at this point, unless Emre were to find a goal right here, right now, and then play absolutely flawlessly. And okay, well,
speak it into existence.
There's the goal right here, right now. 12 minutes left. I've seen stranger things happen. But 3 back-to-back, I mean, it's still a stretch, right?
It would have to be a capitulation from Young. And Emre Yilmaz would have to play some of the best FC we've seen here at the Esports World Cup. Headset's off from Emre. 12 minutes, 3 goals.
This could be big. Abu Maka versus Mark. And it is going to be Abu Maka taking a 3-2 lead, which again puts him on a points total that may just secure him in at least the resurrection stage. But trying to predict who's going to be coming out here and directly into the knockouts is very difficult. You'd like to think it'll be Young, it'll be Jafonso with how they played so far. But still with 6 points available after this one, anything could happen.
Yeah, it certainly could.
And this could be the final nail in the coffin. Plays the 1 extra ball.
This game's not done yet.
9 minutes, 3 goals. Maybe something from Emre. A goal here would change everything. Suddenly the nerves might start to kick in a little bit of the what if.
Oh.
I tried to will it again.
It's a good step from Saliba. Where was this Emre for the first 80? That's the question.
Just arriving to the party a little bit too late. And of course, as you push, it leaves things open at the back. Hullet, though, is brought down, and it is a great challenge, but Neymar's recovered it as Emre is just desperately throwing everything now to try and retrieve this ball. But as the time kicks on and ticks on, there's just not enough time now for Emre. It was hopeful from us to believe that maybe there was a chance, but now it's just a matter of holding this ball in the corner.
Maybe more hope than reality.
Hits it.
In the commentary booth.
Hits it.
Now. Oh.
See, now, this is just a professional way of playing the game, right? Hold on to that ball. You know that you're denying your opponent any chance of attack, any chance of that
but where's the
magical moment. But where's the flair? Where's the showman? Where's the... I want to put on a display for the crowd here, as maybe that's one. As Young will react towards the crowd as well. Pump them up, pump himself up.
And we get a trophy as well.
Job done.
What a day.
Ta-ting.
La Cricket finish.
That goes down as a no-go in my books.
Yeah. And who else? Kanate. What a player.
So I'm eager to get an update soon from Webb Nasri. Oh my, wait. No, it's not.
Here you go.
It is. It is.
What did you want?
You say it, and it comes, and it is Levi David who makes it 3-2 against Webb Nasri. That was the update I wanted. because that puts Levi David up onto 6. Webb Nasri stays at 6. Emre will be at 3 points as Young now looking to rub some salt in the wounds here with Erling Haaland. There's the flare, but no finish.
Johnny will be on 3 as well. That was 3-2 the last time we saw it.
Big header. Yeah, Johnny was losing to Jafonso the last time we saw it. It's just the final victory parade here for Young. 3-3 between Abu Maka and Footwiz Mark. What a game that's been.
We've got to see a direct shot. He's moved the keeper for you.
Go on, you have this one. Treat yourself.
Neymar. He's over it. He's laid it off. And back to the bottom right corner. We do what you want.
Well, I wanted to see some flair. I wanted to see some showmanship. And he's given us just that. Zano, was it? No, it wasn't. Tony Kroos. It was so quick in a flash. It was difficult to see, but Young has put on a show for us, and I will applaud that.
I was just about to write down the score.
Will you wait a second? Now you can write down the score. Maybe.
8-3.
And goal difference could come into the equation for Emre Yilmaz.
Yeah, well, that puts now Emre on -8 goal difference.
Well, the final whistle blows, and what a game that was from Young. And you said, I mean, at one point, it didn't even look like he was playing crazy, but he's just consistent. He's just putting the balls in the right areas. He just seems to know how to score at the moment.
As he walks across that trophy, could he be the one lifting that in a couple of days' time?
Would anyone have predicted that? Certainly from our side, no one saw Young coming in and winning this one. Elsewhere, Mark has just taken the lead 4-3.
Wow.
Against Abu Maka. Whew. I mean, I'm very interested to see how this table looks after this round of games, Richard, because
we've been trying to do mental math all the way through.
Bottom, we know it's going to be Johnny on 3 if he did lose to Jafonso, of course, and Emre down on 3 points as well. So both those players are on the brink of elimination with 2 matches to play.
Emre plays against Levi in, what, 10, 15 minutes time, which is going to be massive. For Johnny, he's got a big game. You know who he plays?
Who does he play?
Young.
And one thing that we have learned is that Webb Nasri was able to find a victory against Young, right?
Yeah.
He is beatable.
But it's got to be something from Johnny that we've not seen, really. He was in spells pretty decent against Abu Maka, but we've not seen a full performance. We've not seen 90 minutes of really solid gameplay from him yet. Now you've got to do it. 6 points minimum going out of today with. And then you give yourself a chance going into tomorrow.
Well, a chance going in tomorrow is what the players need, but there's still one more match, of course, here in Group A. But before we get there, let's jump down to Rachel and see what the analysts have to say.
Thanks so much, Dan. Yeah, we've been trying to get our calculators out, trying to do the maths to see if people are mathematically able to go through and not get eliminated. Remember the format, so the bottom 2 in each group get eliminated. We believe between the 3 of us, well, actually it's Gorilla and I, we think, guys at home do the maths as well, we think Young on 12 points now cannot drop out of it, because obviously you've got Johnny, as it stands, he's still playing on 3 points, and Emre Yilmaz on 3 points as well. They can't actually get, well, they can get the similar points, but head to head, he's beaten them. Please say I'm correct, someone do the maths at home, but that's as it stands at the moment. It is getting so tight with just 2 more games remaining, and this is that very one-sided affair I don't think anyone expected, not least, can I say it again? I should have done it on camera, you two!
It's fine, it's fine. But yeah, he got punished here with the corner kicks, he got the one back with Haaland. But I think today, and also yesterday, Emre's defense has been a bit lacking, looking a bit sometimes unfocused perhaps. And this is here 5-1 Young, and Emre's defense was here just leaking. Got the one back, a bit lucky one, but in the end couldn't find energy to come back here at all.
Young was just on another level today. Why has he got the ability to do what he's done here against a top quality player?
I think because he's came off a loss.
Okay.
He's won the first 3 games and maybe he got a bit too overconfident. First game of the day he lost, so he probably wanted to come back and show everyone why he's so good and top of the group.
Yeah, scoring goals for fun there as well. 8 in round 5. Obviously, Gorilla was just saying Webb as well defeated Young in that previous round, 3-2 there. Maybe that was just a wake-up call he needed on the secondary stage. You have that walk across the boulevard. It's beautiful out there just to get your head back in the game. So scores have just come in, so I can now confirm Young does go through. We're not going to see him in this lower bracket. That's because Johnny just got another loss to Jafonso. 3-2, that match finished. And then who else we're talking about was Yilmaz, and obviously we were watching that match there, 8-3 in the end. So the 2 at the bottom at the moment in this elimination stage, you can see them there. 2 of the names I don't think anyone would have put. Yilmaz and Johnny.
Well, my prediction for the whole tournament was Yilmaz. So to see him at the bottom, I am surprised. And even seeing Johnny's performance against Abu Maka, I was expecting him to maybe get another win. But there's still 2 games to go. But it's very tight down there.
And Mark 11, he just beat Abu Maka 4-3 there. So he now jumps on to 12 points as well. Only 2 more games remaining. I mean, it looks like those 3. Can you see any big upsets? Obviously, we've got Young coming up against Johnny. That's going to be the toughest matchup, I'm going to say. Abu Maka, Jafonso. That's pretty tight as well. Young, Johnny, I mentioned. Emre Levy, the big one. And then Webb and Mark. Do you see anyone really doing any leapfrogging there, Boris?
Hard to say, of course. But yeah, we had so far, I think, a bit of upsets, definitely. We spoke about Emre Yilmaz, and also I think the whole team Liquid has been a bit, this tournament so far, a bit out of shape perhaps. But I must highlight Mark, that went into this tournament, maybe not that confident, didn't have quite his best season, but of course last year he was vice world champion, so he has the quality, and so far after 5 rounds, he has 12 points.
Mark just said he's coming into this so fresh as well. He said, you know, I came second, came runner-up last year. He said, I'm going for the title. I think when there isn't that pressure because you have been at the top level, maybe he's just playing with that freedom. When you're playing with a smile on your face, it definitely helps, doesn't it, Grilla?
When there's no pressure on you, there's no eyes on you. You can just play your game and you don't have to worry about anyone expecting you to win, which, you know, you've seen with Yilmaz today.
Do you feel with Mark, though, he feels he hasn't got any pressure on him? Should he have more pressure because he has been a runner-up at a World Cup before?
Yeah, maybe yes, but I think also that's like that's his whole like character. His aura is like to downplay himself slightly. But I'm quite sure that he is confident enough to beat anyone. He has that confidence. He knows he can make it. I think that's like for his mindset like the best treatment. Having like expectations are quite low. That makes him play better because yeah, sometimes if you have too much pressure, it just kills you.
Yeah, he's very chilled. Have you ever played against Mark 11 before? Just this super relaxed. As an Aussie would be, you can imagine him on the beach with his surfboard, can't you, Mark 11? And he brings that vibe to the arena. What's he like to play against?
I don't think I've played against him,
not?
but
Oh,
my
surprising.
memory isn't the best, but I'll have to ask Mark because I actually don't remember.
You got an update from Renzo, who is coaching Levy, and Levy, we know, goes up against Emre Yilmaz in the next round. Teammates, Liquid mates, they're going up against each other. What did Renzo say about Levy? Did he change much heading into the second day?
So no team changes. He brought Havertz onto the bench. However, afterwards he said they are coming in hot. So
How hot have they been so far? 4-2 over Webb, is that hot?
Webb's been playing good today.
Yeah.
And then a loss against Jafonso. I'd say medium heats he's bringing there.
That's fair.
Yeah, how does he change things around? If you're looking at a little bit ahead, obviously round 6 coming up, Emre Levy's obviously in the driving seat here. Emre feels like he's down and out, 2 losses so far. Mentally, that's a tough one when you're going up against him too.
It's very tough. So he has so far 3 points out of 5 games. I mean, he did, of course, expect much more. And now it comes down to his own teammate. So he has to beat his own teammate to be still in the competition, because I think if he loses that game, it looks bad because also his goal difference is not the best at all. So yeah, he has now the press on him, but he also has, in the past, he has played the best when he is under press.
Do you think Yilmaz changes anything now? Because it's the last game of the day, it's against his teammate, and he's not been playing well. He's just conceded a lot of goals. So you think maybe bring some of the players on from the subs, maybe change the way they build up? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he should definitely change something. Maybe that's the same if you play home, like for champions, and you have a bad spell. If you just change something, like buy a new striker or something, gives you that extra confidence. Okay, maybe that was down to my squad and not me. I think that could actually help you.
I'm exactly the same. It's not me, it's the players.
Never me, ever. So I think definitely he should change something.
Yeah, at this stage, just blame everybody but yourself. Right, let's go then to Leah Ravel. Leah, how's it going down there? Is anyone blaming anyone else for the losses so far? Or how's everyone feeling in the secondary arena?
Things are heating up in the secondary stage, all dicey affairs in round 5, with all matches being relatively close. Web Nasri taking the lead twice, once again, but eventually trailing 4-2 against Levi David. It's not quite Johnny's weekend, unfortunately, trailing by just 1 goal to Jafonso, and a back-and-forth match between Mark 11 and Abu Maka, but Mark 11 coming out on top in some good form this weekend, winning 4-3. There will be some more round 6 Group A matches after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Well, this is the last round of today for Group A. Here they are, arriving into the Gidea Arena for the Jamil Motorsport team arrivals. Abu Maka, third time lucky, can he make it on the big stage? He's been on the big stage so many times, he's comfortable now. A completely different story for that man, Jafonso. His first time out there in front of the lights, camera, action and big crowd of the Gidea Arena. He is, though, coming in maybe the player kind of hotter in terms of how many games he has played. This is only match number 6 for Abu Maka. But remember, Jafonso went through that last chance qualifier on Monday night. He's very much in double figures. I wouldn't want to play Jafonso right now, would you, Gorilla?
But I also wouldn't want to play Abu Maka with the stage and the fans, but it's an important win as Abu Maka, I think, he's on 6 points.
Yeah, 6 points.
But he got a loss, first up to Johnny, on the big stage. So actually, it's not been kind to him today.
No, he had today a tougher start, definitely. Coming up now against Jafonso, who has such a good season as well. He was actually ending up at the World Championship top 4. I think we haven't really spoken enough about him because he is such a fantastic player. And yeah, I wouldn't want to call this one actually.
It seems like you're calling it. It seems like he's going with Jafonso. He's not. He's going to sit on the fence because he's got both his predictions wrong. How have you been doing at home? I don't know, tell us. You can use the stcplay.gg. Let us know who you think is going to win. You were wrong with Abu Maka earlier. Are you going to be right this time if you go the way of the local guy? 5 seconds until this last fixture in Group A. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much, guys. Wow, another goal fest we just saw here on the stage. 11 goals, but pretty one-sided. An incredible performance for Young, though, right? I mean, a statement performance, it's fair to say?
In many ways, it definitely is. I mean, you hyped him up himself when he was going up on stage. The man is known for so many things, that career for someone who is so young, but the cute part of it is going up and giving that hug at the end. It shows a lot of love and respect between all our players.
Yeah, we like that, don't we?
It's cute.
It's not. It's cute. It's so cute. I think, though, it is time to introduce our next players to the stage.
Yes, we shall. Please join me in welcoming to the stage from Team Falcons, Abu Maka! There's nothing like it, but the man is coming hot off a narrow loss versus Mark 11. Currently at 2 wins and 2 losses, 15-15 in goals. He's still at the top 4 of Group A, but this is his last game in the groups on this stage. The last time he could use this crowd buff behind him.
And his opponent is Jafonso, representing Luna Galaxy. Oh, you can hear the crowd. They are loud. Jafonso has won both of his games today after a strong performance yesterday. The Portuguese maestro will be feeling confident, but can he keep his cool here on the big stage in front of this loud crowd?
I mean, look, we already had a piece where, you know, Maka struggled kind of a bit, even with the crowd buff behind him, but it's the last chance for it. He's got to pull it up now, Nicole.
And they are loud, aren't they? All right, let's head straight to our casters.
Thank you so much, Nicole. It's one more match then here in Group A before all the players go home, waiting for their last opportunity tomorrow here in Group A. Dan Gaskin alongside Richard Buckley once more to take you through this one, and it is Abu Maka against Jafonso. And we've just been looking through the tables and how they stand right now as the audience thinks this is a heavy favourite towards Abu Maka. I think that's quite disrespectful towards Jafonso.
I agree with that.
But home favourite for a reason here, Richard.
Might be a home favourite, but when you look at the leaderboard, there's one man who is on top right now. Top of the table, 20 goals scored, 9 conceded, 12 points out of 15 available. The Portuguese Jafonso has been dominant, and I saw his dominance in action on Monday when he was qualifying through the last chance qualifier. He was outstanding in that particular tournament, and he really proved why he is one of the best.
Well, the crowd getting behind Abu Maka again, and him playing up to it as he should. This is such a special moment for him to play in front of a crowd like this. It doesn't happen very often. I did actually compare it to, it's quite apt because Jafonso's playing, the EMLS, when it's played in Austin, Texas, and Austin FC, Diogo being able to play in front of that crowd. And for Abu Maka, can he put smiles on the faces of all the fans that have come to watch him here today? Now, implications of this matchup. The way we're thinking...
Talk to me.
If Jafonso wins this game, he guarantees himself into the knockout stages. No question about it. 15 points, bang, job is a good one. He cannot be caught by any of the players that are on 6. For Abu Maka, he needs to stay ahead of that drop zone. He's currently on 6 points, but so is Levi David, so is Web Nasri, being chased by Emre and Johnny at 3. If Abu Maka can get himself onto 9, he puts himself just far enough ahead that he should at least get the resurrection stage.
I'm just going to paint a very simple picture.
Paint it for me.
And I'll paint you by numbers and stats. Jafonso wins this game. He goes top, 15. Mark 11 beats Web Nasri. He goes on to 15. If Johnny was to beat Young...
Hold on. Hold that thought. As already we have the opener here, and it is Abu Maka.
I don't think Jafonso's happy. I think there could be something here. He had his hand straight up.
He may have put his hand up just before that goal happened.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to talking about numbers because I think we might have a little bit of a situation on the stage. So, if Johnny was to beat Young, Johnny goes on to 6. And if Emre was to beat Levy, he goes on to 6. Jafonso wins this game. You would have 15, 15, 12, and then 5. Yeah, his controllers. I'm not sure.
Something wasn't right there.
Yeah, he was running away from the player. You'd have 5 players on 6 points then.
I mean, it's going to be very tight at the bottom of the table. The top is looking pretty one-sided at the moment. Yeah. There is still a chance that one of these players on 6 points could maybe push out.
I don't see a world in which them 3 get caught.
But it's unlikely. It would mean that Young, Jafonso and Mark would have to lose their remaining 2 games.
It's a battle for the resurrection at the moment. It's really a battle to stay alive as the fans are getting livelier and livelier as this tournament progresses. I'd love to be a fly on the very large stage to see what's happening at the moment.
Well, elsewhere there is other games going on at the moment, but here with Abu Maka and Jafonso, I think that goal will stand, by the way. I think Jafonso just brought something to their attention after it went in. And it is 1-0 to Abu Maka. So, Jafonso, who is looking to try and find his 5th win out of 6 here and send himself guaranteed into the knockout stages. Bear in mind, he came from the last chance qualifier, and I want to see why. We've not seen him on the main stage yet, but he's been dominating in the games that we've seen happen off stage. Here he is now with an opportunity to maybe get a goal. We'll play one through. It's a great ball, and it is a good save as well. Still more, though, from the corner. Haaland going to be the target, but Haaland not there quick enough.
And that was a good win, because as it came into the box, Haaland did look to just be peeling away. Nice through ball intercepted. You talked about Jafonso at that last chance qualifier. Had to win 5 in a row from the losers bracket to push his name up there. Beating on the way K1 John, Umit and Stingray.
What a ball that is, by the way. Plays one extra pass as well. Mbappe in, almost. You could see the fans of Abu Maka, hearts in their mouths. And there he is. There's the man, by the way.
What on earth happened there?
Now,
are we going to get amongst that crowd later?
Are we going to see Jafonso wrestle this one back? Or is Abu Maka going to be able to take this crowd's energy and inject it into his game? Goal elsewhere. Emre versus Levi David. And it is a lead for Emre here. And you mentioned it. Things get pretty dicey down at the bottom if Emre were to find a victory. It gets so tight as Abu Maka can't get past Jafonso.
I very rarely make predictions on air, but off air, I'm full of them. I said Emre were going to win that game.
You did. Here's Mbappe. Into Hosselu. Again, Mbappe is going to be the target. Plays it into Hullet now. One more! Oh, what a strike. I thought maybe.
I think we all thought that had gone in.
Players doing their best to throw me off by turning off the player names as well.
Yeah, all
numbers. I might just call them by the numbers. 3's on the ball. Of course, thankfully, you can see who's got the ball down at the bottom of the screen as well. Their Stone switches across. Now we'll find Kylian Mbappe. If Abu Maka can take a 2-goal lead here, just imagine what the crowd's going to look like as Haaland doesn't quite get there.
That looked pretty promising, I'll be honest. As that ball's floated into the back post, you imagine Haaland to climb and clamber his way up. It's a game of a long ball at the moment.
What does Jafonso have in him? Well, nothing with that pass. Such different perspectives as well from these two players. Abu Maka, headphones off, listening to every single chant that comes from that crowd, but Jafonso, headphones on, trying to block out the noise, block out the boos. Certainly with those player walkouts, it's a little bit heartbreaking, isn't it, really, to have to get booed like that, but sometimes it's how the cookie crumbles.
I think for some players, it will affect. I think for most, you get used to it, and you just sort of think, look, we expected this. This isn't a surprise.
No.
It's not like I've turned up to Madeira and Jafonso's getting booed out the building.
It's a good ball, and it's a good chance for Abu Maka to double it up. Sure. Oh, no, just a little bit too far did Haaland stray forward. But that's where Abu Maka is trying to target Jafonso here. Get the ball down the wing and get those balls into the box. But maybe Jafonso can do exactly the same thing.
One of the only players to use Pateas is Jafonso in his lineup. She is instrumental.
She has cropped up a few times, but Jafonso really has stood by her side as now Kylian Mbappe has support in the middle, goes out for a corner. Haaland will be the target as always, but Konate going to be there to try and match him for his height. The switch now over towards Haaland. Can he win? Yes, he can, but it's a good save. One more chance, one more attempt here. Goalkeeper movement will be good.
That's a poor one.
And Abu Maka holds on.
I love the first corner. Did you see a live update there? Web Nasri 1, Mark 11 1. The first corner where it's hit towards the back post, just a different variation of the set play. Johnny is looking to stay alive here at the Esports World Cup. The goalkeeper can't keep his legs closed and finds himself 1-0 up against Young.
Well, Abu Maka again targeting this left-hand side. Haaland at the back post right now, doesn't opt to play it, instead just goes in towards Hullet. Plays one more, is he onside? If he is, it's a real chance, but the keeper's done a madness.
I think that might be a block on the goal line. It's ridiculous, whatever it is, it should be 2-0.
Well, Jafonso can hit him on the counter-attack here. Plays one extra ball, and it could be a goal here, but he is just going to hold it up. The keeper's dive. Calamity Jane over here.
See something I've not.
Corner ball. Erling Haaland, almost.
He's number one for a reason. As Johnny,
wow,
doubles his lead.
I mean, as it stands,
talk to me.
5 players would be on 6 points, by the way.
Well, that was my paint by numbers to start. I didn't actually expect it to happen. Which is great for tomorrow.
I mean, it will be an incredible ending to these group stages. But it will be a nerve-wracking time going to bed for a lot of these players tonight. They need to be studying. Now Jafonso plays one back. Mbappe, and it's a good shot, it's a good effort. But again, it's still pretty tame. It's not a clear-cut chance. Corner, though, you can see the goalkeeper is being moved around, and
his corners have been poor. He had that one nice one, which was sort of towards the back of the penalty 6-yard box. The other two is... It's not quite got the placement correct.
Chance again. Surely should be and will be. It's double for Abu Maka. It's a 2-0 lead. As the crowd delighted with it yet again.
It just opened up.
It's just there.
There was a pass that he could have played over to the left-hand side, and he just held it for half a second longer. Jafonso bit ever so slightly, moved the player across. He opened up the middle. And then it's all about which side do you finish on. Do you have the composure? Is there a goalkeeper coming out? Just see that there. I think it's a run from Mbappe. Just ever so slightly teased him away. Jafonso backed off ever so slightly. Simple finish in the end.
This is such a big result, or would be a big result for Abu Maka. As we mentioned, it puts you ahead of all those players that would be on 6 points.
Also in the hunt for the top 3.
I mean, it's tough, but it's still technically doable. And I guess Jafonso would be the player that you're trying to catch, because Jafonso would end up on 12.
Yeah.
And you would only be 3 behind. And you would have the head-to-head over Jafonso, Abu Maka. So there's all those different tiebreaker factors that come into that equation. And tiebreakers are definitely going to play a part here with how these groups are starting to pan out right now. As Web Nasri versus Mark. It was 2-1 lead earlier, but it looks like it's going to be extended here. Pullet just absolutely making a fool of the goalkeeper.
And that puts Mark onto 15, top of the table, with distance. Because Johnny's beating Young, and Abu Maka's beating Jafonso.
It would be Mark guaranteed going through to the knockout stages if everything stayed as it was. As now Abu Maka looks to try and make it 3 just before the half. And that really would put a distance between himself and Jafonso. There will be a corner as well, and he's been good with corners so far. Haaland gets up, and Haaland puts it away. And Abu Maka, with the crowd on his side, is looking dominant.
And the big difference in set plays between what Jafonso was offering and what Abu Maka is doing, it's an outswinger. It's an outswinger delivery, just moving the ball away from the goalkeeper. He can't really commit. Haaland, if he's there, will win it. And Abu Maka closing the distance.
Well, Jafonso, who's been relatively flawless so far this tournament, only losing to Young, needs to find something else. Now, Emre versus Levi David, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Emre.
6s all round.
And there is a big possibility that one of these two players goes home after tomorrow. They're both going to be tied up on 6 points as it stands. There is still an opportunity. Both of them could progress, though. That's how tight it's going to be at the bottom of the table here in Group A. Maybe one last chance before half-time, though, for Jafonso. Needs a little bit of help, though. Kind of getting stuck in the corner at the moment. Finally, we'll get to Mbappe. Plays one more, and it's a good attempt, but now we need to see a better corner here. He's opted to play it short. That's how much confidence he's lacking here at these corners. Can he make it count, maybe with a cutback? No, he can't. And that should be half-time, will be half-time. It's 3-0.
Great point you make there about the short corner. It just shows that he got no confidence in that set-piece delivery whatsoever. They're happy. They have a lot of confidence in their man right now.
I mean, they would love to see Abu Maka progress through this group stage. If not straight into the knockouts, at least into the resurrection stage where he would compete tomorrow to try and get into those knockout stages. As we look back, another replay and another goal.
That did go in.
It did go in, are we sure?
It did go in, CR7. I've not seen him a lot used. I know Young's got him in the team.
Young seems to like him.
I think he's a very viable item if you're going to sort of pick an attacking player in that front 3.
I mean, at this stage,
there's a lot of items you could choose.
Of FC's cycle, so many possibilities, so many items rated 98, 99. Talk to me about Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's all about what you like. No, he doesn't have aerial plus, but rapid, finesse, power shot. He's got power header. Not the best, but what Ronaldo does have that a lot of other players don't is those custom animations. He plays, he moves like CR7. And he is one of the best. Just took him a little while to get there in this year's cycle.
And how much is that item worth? Just out of curiosity.
I think he's extinct at 15 mil still.
15 million. I mean, that says all you need to know, because most items at this point are like 20k. And then you've just got about 20 incredible ones that are still worth absolute coins.
Pretty much all the ones on the pitch now.
Yep. They're the big hitters. Speaking of big hitters, Abu Maka, if he were to find a fourth goal here, you start to ask if Jafonso's even in this game. As Saka has help, plays it back. This is just slow. This is calm from Abu Maka. He is more than happy to hold on to possession, but now Jafonso wins it back. Jafonso needs a goal here.
That's what we call a jinx.
Maybe he could get one. R9 having the race with Virgil van Dijk. Support out on the left. Utilises it back into Haaland. Van Dijk tries to go stride for stride. Plays one more, and it's going to be a corner now. Jafonso. Do you go short again? This is a big problem for me, by the way, if Jafonso is going to be playing it short, but no! He says, I will find a way. And the corners are not a problem. Confidence regained, and he's back into it.
It's so far out, that delivery. Almost, what, near the penalty spot, 10 yards out, when that ball was whipped into the box. What Abu Maka did incorrectly, he committed the goalkeeper a little bit, but not all the way. As you see, they're not stationary when he's trying to make that save there. It's a good header, considering how far it is out from Jafonso.
Well, this game is not over then. Abu Maka was in cruise control. But with that corner, Jafonso just has that chance to get back into things. A goal elsewhere. Young was down 2-1.
Oh, that's a red.
And that is going to be a red card, surely, and will be a red card. So Young being down 2-1, he's now going to be down to 10 men.
I would imagine, because we didn't see it, they didn't score the free kick.
You'd think not.
But statistically, Johnny is high chance of winning that game and pushing himself up onto 6 points. As you see, it's just going to half-time. He's leading 2-1.
And again, that does open things up for Abu Maka if he were to secure the win here. But it doesn't seem like Jafonso is done just yet, but that's a great challenge.
On screen as well.
Abu Maka, I feel, needs another goal, because now we're starting to see momentum shift in favour of Jafonso. And he's looking more like the player that we've seen statistically throughout this tournament. Finds one more, but again, it's a good defensive work from Abu Maka. I think a pause is probably good. Slow this one down a little bit.
Yeah, definitely needed, as you expect to see subs coming off of the bench to try and freshen up for him. It was interesting what you said, and I agreed with you when he was sort of just playing the ball around. And at the time, when you're 3-0 up, you're thinking you're in a great spot here. It's quite casual. Now it's 3-1 and you're under a little bit more pressure. You're probably thinking, I'd like to see a little bit more purpose with you playing this ball around. Because Jafonso is too good to let back into the game. You want to go 4, you want to go 5 as the corner's whipped in. Haaland with the header, but it's just flicked on into an area rather than goalwards.
3-0 at not half time, it's match live. Emre Yilmaz, 3-0 lead over Levi David. So the first time we saw Levi on our screens yesterday, he got that win. Since then, has been on a bit of a struggle bus. And it does make things interesting at the bottom of the table. As now Abu Maka can maybe find a fourth, and he will. He is ruthless in front of goal.
Needed the urgency, and he's got it. It's a huge goal. Just create that separation. He wants a little bit more from the crowd as well, and they reply.
I mean, he's lapping it up, and for good reason. I mentioned it earlier, there's not much like this as a player. These moments won't come very often. And Abu Maka puts another one on the board. And for Jafonso, it's back to the drawing board. And it was a corner that he was able to get him back in the game before. But he's not really done much in open play As you can see, Mark has a 4-1 lead over Webb Nasri there. So that game looks like it might be done and dusted, and if it is, Mark would be guaranteed going through to the knockout stages, especially with Young and Jafonso currently losing.
15 points for Mark out of 18. It'd be 9 out of 9 today.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so impressive, really. And we haven't seen him much on our screens, but he's been tearing it up off stage.
It'd actually be 5 wins in a row.
That's crazy. To show that consistency in a group like this as well, with so many amazing players. As here comes Jafonso. Can you find a goal? Can you find a way back into this game? Maybe this could be it here if you're onside, which it looks like he is. 66 minutes gone. 2 more goals required. And Abu Maka just breathes a sigh of disappointment, I think, there.
So much time left as well for Jafonso to find his way back into this game. What you hear there, by the way, with the PlayStation sort of menus being clicked, one of the 2 players, I imagine Abu Maka, is clipping the last 15-30 seconds and instant VOD reviewing. As soon as a goal's conceded, as soon as he's scoring a goal, he's looking at it. What went wrong? How did I do that? As he thought with 3 goals he might have been safe. No one is safe.
I mean, not against Jafonso, right? Like, he's been so excellent this season. EMLS winner. Goes on to then make a statement on the international stage as well. Top 4. And really has gone from strength to strength. And especially at this tournament has also shown that he can roll with the big boys from the LCQ now to be at the top of this table.
When I spoke to him yesterday, I asked him about that last chance qualifier, and he said as soon as I it, I knew it was my spot. He's got such self-belief. And he'll be believing right now, this game is not done, and I want to silence that crowd.
Only way to do that is with a goal here. Make it a nervy last 15 minutes or so. Havertz tries to play the ball in. He does get a second chance, but it's a good save. But the 3rd chance is good. It's a 3rd goal for Jafonso. And those nervy last 15 minutes that we were talking about are very much going to be here now for Abu Maka.
He was slightly fortunate a couple of times. The driven pass from Havertz first, it was just into an area. The ball bounced back his way nicely. You then get a couple of rebounds that fall your way. Until at the back post, Hosselu popping up with a goal. And it's been a 6 minutes where this game has completely and utterly changed.
Remember, a win here for Jafonso would secure himself in that knockout stage on Sunday. He's well and truly back in this game, and it would be extra time and then penalties if we need them, if he does tie things up here before the 90. But Abu Maka, he's already demonstrated that he can break down the wall of Jafonso quite comfortably when he locks in, when he's focused. Saka just plays one out over towards Havertz, but it's going to be Havertz on Havertz action here on the right-hand side.
And if Jafonso goes quick, he could catch Abu Maka in transition. That's what he's trying to do. Havertz is up the pitch.
That works. It's maybe not what he intended, but it certainly is going to be something that benefits him. Players are in the box, but he's waiting, wants to find the right moment. Hullet plays one extra. There is space on the left-hand side, but instead goes into the middle, but it's well read by Abu Maka.
He almost wanted the pitch reverse there, with the ball out wide and Howard being the one at the back post to cross the ball into.
And it's dangerous territory every time Abu Maka wins this ball back. Now the counter is very much on. Havertz trying to turn away from the man. Plays it inside instead. Mbappe, step overs are good. Still somehow has the ball. Will play one extra. And again, Haaland still have it. Desperate attempts here from Jafonso. It's ugly at the back. And finally, the whistle will be blown just to slow this one down, but it is going to go in favour of Abu Maka as the free kick given away by Jafonso.
We have to talk about small margins in games. That right there on the edge of the box is small margins. The ball is just bouncing away from you. It feels like it's got a magnetic force field to Abu Maka's players. The free kick was given. I think it's probably a little bit too far out. I'd bang it, but...
Who would you bang it with?
I like Toni Kroos.
We saw Toni Kroos score a banger just in the last game after the layoff. This one is just going to be played short. No banging occurring right now. Instead, it's about holding on to the ball. But would Abu Maka like to just put himself a little bit further ahead? As almost finds the head of Erling Haaland. But every time Jafonso wins this ball back, the counter is on.
What a win from Tchouaméni. He had no right to get up and win that ball.
A lot of space here. It's going to be Frimpong. Is there any support? His body's in the box. It's Haaland in the back post. He plays the extra pass. Should he have shot? Should he have gone for the header? Does have the corner. This one's not over. Still an attack to go with here for Jafonso. We'll assess that one a little bit. Maybe.
Where's the offside trap?
And it's not offside. Hullet is onside. Hullet scores, and we're all tied up.
What are we doing, Abu Maka? He knows. He just gifted him a goal.
Speechless is Richard Buckley.
There, offside trap now. Oh.
Hullet in acres of space. I mean, I don't know if I need to dissect the chance for Haaland now. It's
an absolute gimme.
By the way, match finished. Emre Yilmaz 5-1 over his Levi David. And how will that affect the league table? I can tell you, both of them are going to be on 6 points going into tomorrow. I mean, I guess that result does give the best opportunity for both of those players to progress tomorrow. It doesn't leave Emre in the dust, which could have happened. But now, back to our feature game, Jafonso. 4-1 down, now finds himself all tied up 4-4, as Mark also beats Webb Nasri 5-1, and that will send Mark into the knockout stages, we imagine. 15 points should be more than enough.
Huge congratulations to Mark and to Team Footwiz. Guaranteed 50k.
Wow.
For finishing the top 8 as well, and it could be 300,000, because I know we've not seen him, but his performances have been outstanding. We will see him on Sunday, that's for certain.
Well, one last attack now for Abu Maka. He's been holding on to this ball so that he gets a free attack. No risk. Doesn't matter if he loses the ball. There won't be time for Jafonso. Mbappe, the speed boost is insane. There is going to be support in the middle. Just twisting, turning, plays it towards the back post, but it is well saved. It's a good header. And we will be heading to extra time between Jafonso and Abu Maka here.
You just saw very, very quickly come up at the bottom, 3-1, Johnny. So the 6-point conundrum is well and truly on the cards.
I mean, as it stands, it would be Levi David 6, Webb Nasri 6, Emre Yilmaz 6, and Johnny 6. And if Abu Maka were to lose here...
6 on Abu Maka.
He would also be on 6. So that would guarantee our top 3 of Young, Jafonso, and Mark. And then it would be all to play for tomorrow between those 5 competitors as who would be going through to the resurrection stage and who would be going home and having their key crushed. But this one is still not over.
Tomorrow's going to be insane, because they're straight playoff games. But we've still got business to attend to.
You've just got to wonder what's going through the head of Abu Maka right now.
Yeah.
He really was foot off the pedal, into cruise control, 4-1 up. And then suddenly Jafonso switched it on. But it is Abu Maka attacking.
Nice play from Jafonso, a mistake from Abu Maka, and it just opened the door to Jafonso. He didn't need a second invite, he's got the address.
He might be writing him a postcard if he can find an extra goal here.
See you in the quarters, fella.
Here's Jafonso moving forward once again. A lot of red shirts in that box. Can he find any of them is the question. You can see Abu Maka is just tracking every single pass, but that one is good. Still has to beat one extra man. Gets the shot away, but Hullet defends, and it will be offside.
Jafonso made a change probably 70 minutes in. He changed both fullbacks. I think Frimpong and Tchouameni have both come on for him. And just injecting that pace in the wide areas as the attacking players out wide has been really pivotal in his introduction back into this game.
Hold on a second, Haaland's there. Haaland will try and follow up. He went for the shot, did Abu Maka. And Jafonso is just about to try and launch a counter-attack. You can see space on the right-hand side. There's a lot of space on the left as well, by the way, if he were to go to the ultimate switch, but it's won back by Abu.
But now the fullbacks are up. That means there's space there.
It's back and forth. There's a lot of risky passes happening. You can see the nerves now for both of these players, but Jafonso finds that pass he's been looking for. Gets one more, back again. He wanted to try and find Haaland in the middle, but couldn't quite get there.
I was actually quite surprised he didn't go for the little low-power shot there with Johan Cruyff. He's already done it a few times in this tournament, and he did it at the last chance qualifier to varying degrees of success.
It's a good ball and a good switch of play, and a great one too as well to open up a lot of space here. And there could be the pass into the middle, goes for the shot.
He's offside, it bounced off his player. He had to pass it earlier. I think it was there. Now. I think the pass was there.
Twice now for Abu Maka, taking the shot instead of the pass. And
but that shows that he's overthinking it, right?
It's the nerves, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe a couple of minutes left in this first half of extra time. And it'll be Jafonso who gets the last attack here. As always, you hold on to the ball and then you go forward. It's like clockwork at this point here in FC. It's been like this for years in this game.
Just look at that mini-map with both fullbacks super high and wide.
Oh, it's created so much space, but he doesn't use it. Instead, just holds on to the ball with Haaland. Now he goes out left. Now he goes out wide to Tchouameni. Tchouameni still has it, by the way. Cruyff's there in the centre. So's Mbappe. Finds the extra pass. Big save.
I love the work inside the box from Tchouameni with Jafonso, just waiting for something to open up. And he knows that Abu Maka can't pull players towards him. As soon as you pull a player towards you, a gap opens, a player becomes free. So it's that constant, almost chess match inside the box. Do you let him come inside? Do you let him have the byline? Making sure that Haaland doesn't peel away for a dink into the box or in towards the back post. It's been a really, really good game of FC. There's been mistakes, there's been errors, but the general level of play and the quality has been as you would expect from the Esports World Cup.
"15 minutes left. If you're Jafonso, it would guarantee you through to the knockout stages. The goal here would be massive for him. Doesn't quite get the pass though.
Ooh.
Second chance. But again, he's just trying to find that cutback, and Abu Maka has defended well against those. On the flip side for Abu Maka, a win here would just put him out of reach, you imagine, of those players on the brink of elimination. It wouldn't quite be guaranteed, but it would be close to at 9 points, where we think the cutoff's most likely going to be 6 as now. Mbappe can't beat his man. The clock ticking away slowly and surely as we get closer towards penalties. And now suddenly Cruyff has an opportunity here for Jafonso, but it's a good save again.
It's a dangerous corner. You know what to expect.
Here's Haaland. Not quite good enough. See, now I know when to get excited, when not to get excited. Haaland just wasn't
all about the delivery.
Position,
if
right?
the delivery is good,
yep,
and you see Haaland sort of start to get up, 9 times out of 10, it's a goal.
You can just tell.
Yeah.
Depending on where Haaland is as well, and how he's playing. Good tackle there from Jafonso.
Look at where Havertz is.
So much space, right-hand side. Driving now is Jafonso, and it's going to be a risky tackle, and the ball is there, but frustration again for Jafonso. What does he have to do?
It's such a good attack. He expected players to commit. The slide tackle was super reckless from Abu Maka. He's got away with it, but it could have been varying degrees of foul or penalty. And he's just given the ball away a little bit too much for my liking, Abu Maka. I'm going to put my neck on the line. If there's going to be a goal in extra time, the next 3 minutes, I think it goes Jafonso's way.
And it would be such an incredible comeback from Jafonso. Remember, he was 4-1 down. Has the chance maybe to get a fifth here. Plays one back. Holland! And there we have it! Jafonso has not only found his way back into the game, but now he's ahead. And look what it means on the other side of the stage as Abu Maka realizes that he has thrown this one away.
You could maybe say that Jafonso's had a couple of occasions where he's overplayed. He's passed and not shot, he's shot and not passed. But this ball right here from Johan Cruyff, just to knock it back to Haaland, and I don't know if you noticed it, Petr Cech, the goalkeeper movement, he expected a shot across goal. Minute decision making. It moved across, it left open the near post, and Jafonso capitalised.
Mere minutes left for Abu Maka to try and rescue this game now.
It puts him in such a dangerous position.
It's such a terrifying scenario now, because as we've alluded to, it would be young Jafonso and Mark all on 15 points, all guaranteed to progress through to the knockout stages on Sunday. But those 3 resurrection spots are all up for grabs, as all of the other 5 players would be on 6 points. You're like a prophet.
And 2 of those games are playoff games, because Abu Maka plays Emre.
Winner goes through.
Webb Nasri plays Johnny.
Winner goes through.
Levy plays Young.
Now, this game isn't over just yet. A couple of minutes left. Have given the ball away, though, and that does give the chance for Jafonso just to hold on to possession. And he will attempt his very best to keep this ball. You need to win it now here if you're Abu Maka, but that is experienced play from Jafonso. Back towards the goalkeeper. 1 minute of added on time. Unless there's a mistake here, it's going to be Jafonso not only winning this game, but guaranteeing his spot into the knockout stages of the Esports World Cup. And maybe it could be a final nail in the coffin as Jafonso makes it 6. And he secures this game. He secures his place in the knockout stages, and he sends Abu Maka down into that danger zone of 6 points.
I love the celebration. Very cool, calm, collected. That's because, in Jafonso's mind, there's still a lot of business to be done. He's come to Riyadh with one thing on his mind, and that's to be victorious, taking on $300,000. He'll be in with the hunt. Abu Maka is going to need every single one of those fans in that arena tomorrow when we kick off. Channel that energy, channel that support. He will need it, because he is not safe. Dan Gaskin.
The man who is safe, Jafonso, guaranteed through to the knockout stages. Guaranteed 50K just for getting into the top 8. Alongside Young, alongside Mark. But on the other side of this table, Abu Maka, Levi David, Webb Nasri, Emre Yilmaz and Johnny all on 6 points, and only 3 spots available in that resurrection stage. 2 of them will be going home.
I tried building this picture of 3 players progressing and then everyone else being super tight. I didn't really expect it, but it's happened.
You're like a prophet. At one point you were saying, oh, imagine if X beats Y and we end up in this, and then it happens in front of our very eyes, and it is pretty scary considering Abu Maka had a 4-1 lead there, and Jafonso has been able to break his way back into that game. I mean,
he looked too comfortable though, for me. He never looked like he was the player that was going to go and score a 5th and a 6th and a 7th and an 8th, like Mark would, or like Young would go and do. He doesn't. I didn't get that vibe from him. And whenever the doors open, as I said during the game, Jafonso is in the game. And I think Jafonso could potentially do this, you know. Riding the momentum from Monday, continuing in this group, flying in this group. A very, very scary opponent come Sunday.
Well, from the LCQ into the knockout stages, Jafonso guarantees it. Now it's time to jump down to Rachel and the analysts down on the floor.
2 players sitting pretty on 15 points is what we like to see. Mark 11 did it first. I hear he's out there, someone with EWC studio having an interview. We've requested him. We might. I'm teasing you might get to see him a little bit later. And then Jafonso, extra time, does the business against the crowd favourite on the big stage, Abu Maka. Jafonso there, very much. The tide is with him, as we can see right now. He had to push it to extra time. We didn't think it at one point, did we, boys?
I thought it was game over at 4-1, so you got to say fair play to Jafonso.
I think Abu Maka did too, look at that.
Celebrations.
Yeah, it was looking great here. Scores 3-0 quite fast. I think for him, his issue has been so far maybe the focus towards the last 30 minutes of the game. He's scoring enough, his attack has been amazing, but I don't think he could win that many games if you concede 5-6 every matchup. That's a bit too much, I'd say.
Maybe he has to do a tactical change. If he's 4-1 up, maybe pause the game, change the formation, just so you have a few more numbers behind the ball and you don't get caught on the counter-attack there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, a bit more difficult for Abu Maka going forward now. Obviously, we've got one more round to play tomorrow. It's so close in the table now. Abu Maka tomorrow takes on Yilmaz, who they're evenly matched in terms of points and in terms of what they've achieved so far this competition. That makes it tricky.
From heading into today with the table, looking how it is, going into tomorrow, one game, we actually don't know what's going to happen. Anyone could go out and go to the bottom 2.
Look at that, you just teed this up perfectly, Gorilla.
So many 6 points.
So many 6 points, yeah. This also means that Ashley, then Jafonso, Mark and Young secured themselves $50,000. So well done.
$50,000.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Exactly, because no one can overhaul them. Only 3 more points to play for, of course, tomorrow. So they will actually skip Saturday and go straight through to Sunday. Those 3 players will. Let's just deep dive then, shall we, into that matchup. We just saw the matchup on the Giddy Arena, because you guys are going to break it down in more detail. Which side are you going? Are you going winner? Or are you going the loser
well,
side?
This time actually loser. So we have here the Pepsi illustration with Abu Maka. I mean, despite losing, he's showcasing some fantastic attack. And in this sequence, showing just his, well, the vision and also mainly how he triggers players to make runs. We have here the chance. He has the ball with Stones, trying here to use his place the plus long pass, fails. But the pass comes again, and he has so much space, right?
Yeah, if you just look at the radar, if you zoom in, you can see how much space he has on that side, because he has the instruction of hook sideline. So there's no one marking him. As soon as he plays that ball over the top, the opposing team has to press him, and there's going to be so much space.
Yeah, it's so much space. Question is, could you somehow stop this playing forward at the back? I don't think so, right?
No, I don't think it's possible.
Space is huge. But after this, we're going to see one of the keys here as well, and that is how he triggers these runs. We're going to play this forward slightly, and ball is actually in air, and despite this, he triggers here when the ball is in air using the L1 button and pointing the left stick towards this player here, which is then Saka to make runs. We're going to see here, sorry about this, spotlight towards Saka, and let's do this once again. This, he has his arm like this, pointed forward. This means he's activated using L1 to make these runs.
And he's just going to carry on running straight line until he's offside.
Straight line, and this here continues. Let's now play this forward. We have the ball to Frimpong, great touch, and just continues to trigger these runs. This time again, Mbappé triggered using L1, and this means he has so much motion. Look at this now. He has 4 players, which he manually triggered to make runs. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for Jafonso, I mean, stopping this force.
I don't think you can do anything, because when you trigger a run with just L1, as a defender, you have so many players to deal with. He has Haaland back post, he's running with Mbappe, you got the midfielder running in, and as Boris plays it now, with Konate, he's trying to mark Mbappe. He plays it into the original trigger, as you mentioned earlier. And then on the overlap, look at that, he has 3 players in white, and as a defender, you just can't
That's
do
difficult,
anything.
yeah. And I think we have many people watching from home always asking themselves, the question, why are my players and my team so static? Is it because of tactics, perhaps? Instructions? Now the key is the simple feature, L1 and trigger them runs. And this is fantastic from Abu Maka, and in the end, Jafonso cannot stop this.
Well, he did in the end, though, didn't he? He didn't stop this particular play, but he did stop Abu Maka in the end. He got the 3 points on the board, and he booked himself a spot safely into Sunday and $50,000 to boot. He'll be happy, as I'm sure we'll be able to see in the Pepsi slow-mos, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. I am here in the secondary stage. The players of Group B are getting ready to kick off. And if you're just joining us, all of the matches of round 6 just concluded, and Group B is starting very soon. Giving you an update on the round 6 matches, Mark 11 finished his day strong with a 5-1 win over Web Nasri. Emre Yilmaz bouncing back, beating his teammate Levi David 5-1 as well. And after a strong main stage performance from Young, he came back to the secondary stage and fell 3-1 against Johnny. Well, you guys, that is it for Group A, but let's throw it back to Rachel in the studio and see if they have any updates ahead of Group B.
That is it for Group A, but we have the man from Group A who sealed, I guess, his place to Sunday. First, Mark 11, Footwiz, Mark 11. We haven't, I'm really annoyed, seen you play at all. Congratulations, but what have we been missing? Tell us maybe what your secret weapon has been.
Some good attacking, I'll tell you that. Like, my build-up's been probably my best thing ever I've played my whole life, probably. My step-overs are, everyone knows they're insane already, but just my attacking has been really good. That's about it, really.
Do you like that you've been kind of kept under wraps and no one really knows your secrets?
Yeah, no, it's good because people can't actually watch my games back, so they can't analyse what I do. So, like, I guess if you say so, it's an advantage, so it's good.
Okay, that's an advantage, Matt Lamel.
Do you feel underrated? Because we talk all the time. We go through all the analysts and the names here, and these guys are gonna make a run. Last year we saw you in the finals.
Yeah.
Nobody took you as a favorite to make moves this year. You're sitting pretty right now in Group A. Do you feel that? Do you take that to heart at all? Is there something on your shoulders? Maybe a little bit of a chip? Like you're representing all of Oceania, so it's like that's also part of it to a certain degree. But I don't know what's happening. I just feel like you're under the radar all the time.
No, I like that. Being under is like the best feeling for me. I actually saw on Twitter everyone was like posting I'm gonna get grouped and stuff. So I'm like, it's good that I didn't get grouped, so I finished first as well. So no complaints from my end. But no, obviously I don't mind people think I'm going to lose it, because if I lose then they won't care, but if I win then they're a bit shocked, so it's good.
It's a win-win.
Exactly right.
So you mentioned that no one can analyze your gameplay, but when you're playing these top players in the group, do you even have time to look at other people's games? And if so, do you just focus on yourself? Or
yeah, we've got Johnny back in Ireland, I think. Yeah, he's in Ireland, so he does some analysis for me. He messages Demon, Demon tells me, so it's just like a three-way triangle that works together, and we connect pretty well.
Does that ever happen on penalty kicks where like you already know somebody's tendencies, someone back home's been studying, and you get a message coming in as it happens, hey, we're going this way, we're going that way?
I tell you what, I'm so bad at pens. I missed one even against Young. It's just, I hate penalties so much. Even last year, don't get me started, please.
Mark, we're just showing you this as well. You take on Jafonso next. You're both on 15. Does that matter to you who takes that one, or was it just tick, get to Sunday, get that 50k in the back pocket? That sounds nice as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then just wait till Sunday.
No, honestly, I don't really mind, because I could finish first and like Pedrin comes third, then reverse first game, so like it's not really a big deal for me. Whoever comes top 3, just whatever.
Quick question, one worry, does it matter that you don't have to play much on Saturday compared to those who go to the resurrection? It does matter.
No. I'm so happy. It doesn't matter.
He's chilled. He's happy. He is through to Sunday. He does, though, have to come back tomorrow and play that final game against Jafonso. That is it for Group A today. One more match to go. But we turn our attention now to Group B. The countdown marks 5 seconds until this next massive matchup. We have Bonano taking on Nicholas.
Wow.
Thank you so much, guys. Wow, what a comeback from Jafonso. That really was incredible, wasn't it? And that was the last game for today from Group A. And it does mean, Milos, that we have our first 3 players through to the playoffs on Sunday.
Absolutely. This means that Jafonso, Young, and Mark 11 are set in stone from Group A to move on to play on Sunday. However, as you heard it on the analyst desk, they'll be locked into play tomorrow, as well as there's still one final matchup for every player to go through, be in Group A or B. But at least you can go back to your room tonight and sleep easy that you only have to come in for that and set up yourself for seeding for that Sunday.
Yeah, they can have a big breath, a big sigh of relief, exactly like that. Right, shall we move on to Group B?
I think we should kick it off.
Okay, introducing Bonano, representing Man City Esports. Sitting top of Group B after 3 wins from 3. Bonano is one to watch. He's won many tournaments, he's got the experience, and he's had a very strong year in EA FC. It's the first time for him on the main stage. How will he do?
How will he do against his opponent representing Cloud9, Nicholas 99 FC? And Nicholas has had a fairly impressive day one yesterday, bouncing back after a loss to Manu Bachore. He closed the day with an 8-5 statement versus the Vergang. He's looking to break into the top 3 today and hopes to get ahead of the competition.
Milos, I think this is going to be a really good matchup. What do you reckon?
All of them have been so far. Let's be completely honest about it.
Very true. Okay, casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nicole and Milos. This is the second part of day 2, you could argue, here at the Esports World Cup, featuring EA FC 24. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Ryan Pessoa have the pleasure of guiding you through this incredible Group B. We haven't played round 4, 5, 6, or even 7 yet, which will come tomorrow. But what we've just been able to see there, Ryan, in the last 2 to 3 hours or so, is absolute carnage in Group A. No one is safe here at the Esports World Cup.
It's unbelievable. Group A, as you see earlier on, the 3 players at the top are sitting pretty, but the rest of the players are aiming to get into the next stage of this tournament, all on 6 points. So you can see how that group unfolded. But Group B is equally as tight. Of course, Matthias sitting pretty, 9 points from a possible 9. You've got Nicholas on 6 points as well. And this is a massive, massive game for both players.
Absolutely. Look, let's start talking you through what happened yesterday in this group. You've seen the group tables a little bit of when the guys have been breaking down the latest scorelines there. You saw Jafonso top of the group on goal difference over Mark 11. Young as well, top 3 in that Group A. What a performance they've had today. Over in Group B, though, there was one front runner yesterday, Ryan. A team that you used to represent as well, Manchester City Esports. Matthias Bonano, he wasn't on main stage at all yesterday. He quietly went about his business. 9 points from 9, scored 15, conceded 9. He could be on his way to potentially 12 points from 12 if he was to beat his fellow countryman, Nicholas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like even if he has a bad day on paper, he could lose all 3 of his games and he's still on 9 points, which is a respectable amount, even in that run of form. And of course, Nathan SR, Pietzin, Darari, Anders had a bad day yesterday as well for his standards. 3 points from a possible 9. Manu Bachore as well, goal poacher. The group is stacked. This is, in my opinion, the most competitive group we've probably ever seen in FC.
Well, just to tease you as well of what other matches are currently taking place, as this one will kick off, we've got MS Darari taking on Goal Poacher. Nathan SR taking on Anders Vergang, he's back in action. And then PH in against Manu Bachore. Of course, Manu Bachore, his 2 teammates have had quite a rough day over in Group A. I'm sure he'll be hoping to just focus on himself. I know Team Liquid, Team Ullet, they are still in the races tomorrow for those resurrection spots, which, again, a handful of players will get. He'll just be focusing on himself for now. Yesterday, 1-1 game, lost 2, lost in a penalty shootout to MS Darari after a 6-6 thriller when he only had 10 players on the pitch, Ryan.
It's a tough one. I think for Manu, of course, he would have seen his teammates play earlier, and I think for their standards, all 3 have been below their level, but of course, they're still in the conversation to advance, and I think that's one thing that they'll take solace in, the fact that they're in the competition still. They could easily be out.
Well, I spoke to Nicholas earlier this morning. It was, believe it or not, of all places, he was in the gym, working out, doing what looked like a horrible leg day session. I spoke to him and said, you must be happy with that result against Anders Vergang. He's never beat Anders Vergang on paper in the previous matches they've played before. He said, look, I'm happy with it, but it's group stages. It doesn't mean anything.
No, this guy, he's a seasoned veteran, Nicholas. There's no experience that he pretty much hasn't had over the years of competing. He's been a champion in different tournaments as well, and he knows what it takes.
And the interesting part on that as well, Ryan, as we concluded yesterday, we had Peter Crouch on the pitch for Nicholas.
Yep.
His footies. He joked around in the gym as well, saying that he actually started his first game. Peter Crouch started for Nicholas in his first game. He's not starting this time. You can see the teams loading in slowly but surely. We're jumping into this game over in Group B any second now. We're going to jump into a quick pause before we jump into. No, we're not. We're jumping straight into the action. This is Group B. Matthias Bonano up against Nicholas 99 FC. The 2 Argentines going head-to-head the last time they played in a game of huge pressure and magnitude was the Champions League final a few years ago. And if you remember rightly so, if you're a hardcore FC esports fan, it was a bracket reset, a loser bracket reset that Matthias Bonano was able to trigger, and it was Nicholas in the end that went on to become a Champions League winner. It will be Nicholas with his first real attack of the game, kicking from right to left. Speaking of chances, speaking of goals, it's Johan Cruyff of all people. And here's another conversational point for you as well, Ryan Pessoa. He's been saying openly and very much proudly that he prefers Johan Cruyff over R9.
It's all about preference. But I think everyone would have the opinion. That goal for me, Brandon, when we see the replay of it, it's unbelievable. Of course, the final pass, when you isolate just that, it looks easy, but it's the whole segment, the sequence of it, piecing all the passes, triggering the runs, the right players as well, and that's a special, special goal. Of course, an update, other games going on as well. Pietrzin up against Manu Bature was 1-0 to Manu with a response from a penalty straight away, though, for Pietrzin, so it's 1-1, 6 minutes in that game.
Back to you, Bonano. Able to find a way through on that occasion. Remember, 4 games taking place at the same point here in Group B. Top 3 is what you're looking for to get straight through to the playoffs. You finish 4th, 5th or 6th for going to the resurrection stage here of the competition. If you finish 7th, 4th, 8th in the group stages, you will be directly eliminated here from Riyadh, and you will not have a chance to continue a run and to even get near that $300,000 jackpot, which one player will be winning late here on Sunday night. What ball that is around the corner. Bukayo Saka, is he going to get the decision-making right? Is he going to go on his own? Goes on his own. Hits the post. Chance still could be alive. Well, Weghorst, Kevin De Bruyne, all interchanging. Weghorst, can he keep it in play? No, he can't. Possession goes back to the hands of Nicholas.
Yeah, they looked a bit rusty from Matisse. He had time there to green time across goal with Saka, and unfortunately wasn't able to do that. But there's a lot of space there behind Nicholas' defensive line, which from the other days we haven't really seen. Another replay. MS Darari up against goal poacher. Darari on the attack. It's a great ball, just about times it perfectly, and another goal for Bukayo Saka. 15 minutes in that game, MS Darari leads.
Yeah, goal poacher will be hoping for a better day than yesterday. Unfortunately, 3 games played, 3 defeats. It's not looking good. And someone who also had a bit of a mixy day yesterday was Anders Vergang. He leads by 2-0 against Nathan SR. And I can tell you, unfortunately, he won't be on main stage today, Anders Vergang. I'm sure he will be tomorrow, because his last group game is against MS Darari tomorrow.
Yep. I said it. When
We're going to save it. We'll save it till last.
Yeah, we'll save it. When Anders is playing bad, right, for his standard, it's still enough to go through a group stage, in my opinion. I said, at his worst, I still expect him to win 3 out of the 7 games. And I saw him this morning at lunch as well, and then he was joking, and he's saying he's washed, basically saying that he thinks he's done. Obviously, he knows that he's got the levels required to overcome a lot of the competitors in this group, despite him having such a slow start yesterday.
Keep in mind, there is also a B stream here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, where you can follow some of the other matches that are taking place backstage. And our very own Leah Ravel will be continuing to keep us up to date with all those matches, and I'm sure she'll have a few updates on Anders Vergang. What celebrations he will be providing backstage, currently leading 2-0 in his match up there. Just jumping out of the pause for a split second, 12 minutes into this one. It was Nicholas that took the lead early into the game, and it was a passage of play, Ryan. We've seen a lot from Nicholas, especially in that LCQ. What's happening over here? Nathan SR has got a goal back against Anders Vergang, 30 minutes on the clock. But the conversation I wanted to have is we saw him at the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, which is played in the STC Play Gaming Hall about 2 or 3 days ago, where the last 2 spots were available for the Esports World Cup featuring FC24. The amount of goals he scored coming in from that byline and then just forcing a decision from his opponent, or even squeezing it through the goalkeeper's legs, such as what we could be seeing right now.
Yep, exactly. On the attack here, Havertz goes for finesse. Oh my goodness. Thought I was going top corner there from Nicholas. I said it before the tournament started. Those players that played in the LCQ, of course, the 2 that got through, Jafonso and Nicholas, I think they have the slight advantage in terms of form going into this tournament. They played here already. They've had a more recent competitive gameplay, and I think for both of them, there's no surprise that they're doing well, in my opinion.
Big goal back there for goal poacher as well. So 24 hours ago, put pen to paper with the French football club Montpellier, after becoming a free agent, after qualifying from DreamHack Sweden, taking one of those 6 spots to get to the Esports World Cup earlier on this summer. That will be a corner for Nicholas. Will he rush it? He will, looking for that Erling Haaland. Obvious header, times it green. Small bit of goalkeeper move that made all the difference. Now he's going to have to deal with another corner straight in. Can it be cleared off the line once or twice? 2 hands on it from Thibaut Courtois. Bonano just riding the wave of pressure here, Ryan.
He is, and I think for Nicholas with the corners, they take them so quick. Matthias doesn't really have enough time to move the goalkeeper if he wanted to anyway. But it looks like Matthias is prioritising selecting Konate, trying to move him over to the near post if Haaland steps that way as well.
As usual from Nicholas, 0 reactions or expressions. He is locked in. Here's the Iceman. Did say to him if he was to become Esports World Cup champion featuring AFC 24, would he retire? He just laughed and smiled at me. He has joked about it before. If he was to win a major world title, maybe we'd just hang up the controller after the consistency that he's shown. 7 world championships in a row. Kai Havertz, this is Nicholas now, looking to put up for a second. Looking to delay to a decision that...
Good defending.
Must be made from Bonano. You say good decision there, Ryan.
Yeah, he didn't dive in there. Didn't step trying to anticipate a pass or anything. He just sort of jockeyed backwards, waiting for Nicholas to make the move. And Matthias done very, very well there with John Stones. But he's given away possession here.
And this is where it could get dangerous. Left-back's out of action. The centre-back might be just slightly pulled across. Fancy a shot from distance. Cruyff back to Toni Kroos. Couple of ball rolls. Where is that decision? Power shot does eventually come in. We saw a few of those yesterday from MS Darari in particular. Another update there for your bottom side of your screen. Anders Vergang 3-1. He leads against Nathan Essar now. Rivaldo charging on down that byline, getting into that dangerous area. There's the lofted ball. There's Wout Weghorst, who, believe it or not, loses the battle to Kai Havertz.
Wow. I thought when the ball was lofted in, it was destined for Weghorst to win that header. But Havertz challenging in the air, of course. He doesn't have aerial plus, but he's got the stature in game and the regular play style to sort of try and outmuscle Weghorst in the air.
Speak about play styles, and we continue. Will, a new addition to FC 24 this year, which has become so pivotal in terms of decisions of players that directly walk into the starting 11. And the 4 play style pluses at the end of the year. Some of these in-game items are just ridiculously powerful. That's a tackle that will get Rivaldo into the book with a yellow card. So far, Matthias Bonano hasn't really been able to get going.
I always see these type of games as grudge matches. 2 players from the same nation, the leaders in their region as well, and I think it's more so bragging rights. So we've got a replay from another game. Peter's in against Manu Bachorius. Peter's in on the attack here. CR7 shoots across goal, green timed, and just before the 30th minute, Peter's in takes the lead in that game.
Toni Kroos, where's that pass going? Manu Bachorius will be desperate to start today of a win. Current record, 1 win, 2 defeats. Ended yesterday of a really disappointing defeat. By his own standards, a 7-3 defeat to Nathan Essar. Here's Cruyff, nice reverse elastico, nearly finds the animation to get around Rudiger. But again, Bonano just sucking up the pressure. Dealing with the threat from Nicholas. That could be a terrible error there. Can he get his feet right, Haaland? No, he can't. He wasn't really the player he wanted in that moment.
Yeah, he's not the quickest off the mark there. You kind of want someone more nimble, but it was great pressing initially from Nicholas there, just to win the ball high up, force Matthias into a mistake, but...
What a turnaround for goal poacher. This could be an even bigger chance. Bonano, he gets his shirt pulled back. Rudiger has done so well there for Nicholas. Not only to avoid giving away a free kick, but returning possession. Goal poacher, Ryan. Huge result that could be for him. 3-1 leads against Darari.
Massive. I saw in his tweets on a message on social media, and he's just referring to that. He's still not down and out. He's still got time to try and recover and get some points on the board. And against MS Darari, there's no better way to kickstart your day if you can just get that win and points on the board.
Power shot, fires in! And flies into the back of the net. It's the star boy, Bukayo Saka, who has put Nicholas into a 2-goal lead.
That is a screamer. First time. We've seen a few of those so far at the Esports World Cup, but for me, that one might be the best one there. You're going to see the replay coming in there. Johan Cruyff playing it a first time. Green power shot with Bukayo Saka. Keeper doesn't even move. It's just arrowed into the corner just past the legs of Rudiger there. Great goal from Nicholas. I think the special thing with power shots as well, for those who aren't familiar, you have to aim it perfectly. The aiming is manual, so you need to aim that perfectly into the corner, whilst also aiming it, timing the finishing as well perfectly to increase the accuracy and precision. And Nicholas done perfectly well there to score a second goal. He's going to look for a last attack here in this first half. Could look for number 3.
Tell you what, he's down that dangerous area again where decisions have to be made. Cut back, Haaland, Cruyff. That save was massive.
Look at Haaland.
Quick corner to come, and you know where that's going to go. Flies into Haaland, 3-0 on the break. Nicholas. He's running rampant against the only player that has been unbeaten in this Group B. It may have been 3 points. Well, 3 wins from 3, I should say, in day 1, but it doesn't mean anything in the group stages. 3-0 at the halfway point. It's Bonano just looked lost.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great start from Nicholas. I know corners are, we know our opinions of them in FC 24, but I think that the way you can sort of separate your level from taking corners to your position is just having a variety of ways to take them. You can take them quick and whip it to the near post. You can do it just behind the penalty spot there, which exactly what Nicholas done there. He knows that Matthias would expect the front post. He's done that a few times now, and it sort of puts theory into practice. They've been going over that a number of times, and here's the replays of some other games going on. It was Anders, of course, against Nathan SR. Here are some of the goals from that game. Saka, an easy finish there from Haaland as well.
Interesting that as well. It was Alex Matthias that came into the team yesterday for Bukayo Saka. That might have been one change that has been made behind the scenes for Anders Vergang to bring Saka back into that team. That was 3-1 at the halfway point. He didn't stop there though, did he, Anders Vergang? He started the second half with this solo effort from Jude Bellingham.
It's an unbelievable goal. Quick response there though, finesse shot, green time from Nathan SR. Goals galore in that game, and likewise right here as well.
The point I wanted to make, Ryan, it was at the Champions League where we were commentating on that final between these two. We spoke then about how Nicholas used to win games from set pieces.
Yeah.
And how he's one of the few players that could really isolate the set pieces. I know FC 24 has delivered so many set piece goals, but that's a great example of just a player that's always got that extra question mark up his sleeve, which he can throw out late into the game. And what's more impressive, we saw him once on main stage yesterday against Anders Vergang. We didn't see these power shots.
No.
But a few times in that first half, he was teasing it. Once, twice, then I think on the third time, he actually came through and scored.
I think that's what I was saying yesterday about the better players this year. They have different ways to score goals and create chances. And of course, you have to worry about the back post crosses or the knockdown headers. You've got to worry about corners, free kicks. You've got to worry about finesse shots from distance, power shots as well, skill moves in the area. So there's a lot of players, a lot of ways to try and defend and attack this game. And in that first half, I think Nicholas has dominated, in my opinion, from start to finish. But you can never really count out Matthias Bonano. He's got the ability to score quick goals in succession. But against Nicholas, when he's in free flow like this, it's very, very difficult.
If you remember rightly so, yesterday in our last game here in Group B, Nicholas was in front against Anders Vergang by a handful of goals. That game did need extra time. This one might be a bit different, though. Maybe Nicholas heard me and told me just to sit down a second. 4-0, he leads. Disastrous first half, and it's getting worse for Bonano, unfortunately. 3 minutes from the restart. Nicholas 4-0 up.
I'm lost for words, I'll be honest. It's been a special start from Nicholas in this game. Just building up here again. Just choosing the right passes there, and of course the shot cross goal. Doesn't even need to time it. It's an easy finish. Saka. 4-0 is a mountain to climb for anyone. And Matthias Bonano needs to kick into gear as soon as possible if he wants to keep this game alive and try and get something from it.
Updates for you in the other games. Goal poacher 4-1. Such a big result for him in this Group B. He's currently bottom of the group. 0 points, as we said, from his 3 games yesterday. Keep in mind as well the other games that are currently taking place in this group as well. Anders Vergang leading 4-2 up against Nathan SR. And as you can see there, a half-time result as it stands. PH in 4-1 against Manu Bashir. Just in one game, Ryan, the table can start moving. I mean, Manu Bashir is only on 3 points. Goal poacher wins. He's also on 3 points. No goal difference isn't in his favour, but still, the conversation's there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's still a relatively long way to go after this round. Of course, we've got 3 more rounds in the group stages. So, of course, the dynamics and the points tallies from all of the players will change and could have huge implications on who goes through, whether it's top 3 or the 4th to 6th positions to go into the resurrection stage.
Yeah, in case you missed the ending stages to Group A as well, but it's not officially confirmed, the group, although the placements near enough are, especially on the top 3 section. It's Jafonso, Maka, and Young that got themselves straight through to the playoffs, respectively 1st, 2nd and 3rd as they currently sit. Tomorrow there is one more round of group play to play, round 7, which will determine the two players that will be eliminated and the 3 players that will be going into the resurrection stage. They will then join up with the 3 players that finish 4th, 5th and 6th over in this group to battle out for those last 2 spots in the playoffs, where only 8 players can get to, which guarantees you a lot more money. $50,000, I believe, just for getting into those playoff stages. Nicholas. Still controlling this one, down that byline again, where he always seems to get all of the space, which will force a decision out. Bonano does get back in possession, and as a pro in this scenario, Ryan, you're 4-0 down in a group game. You've had such a good day. We used to speak about this all the time about Swiss rounds. Players that would go 3-0 or 4-0 or 5-0 on Swiss round day 1, they'll come back day 2, lose their first game, and it's often just so different. I know Bonano's still got 3 more rounds after this, but how does he pick himself up from this scenario?
It's difficult because the other games he has today are very, very difficult as well. I believe it's Nathan SR and Anders Vergang, so it doesn't really get any easier. It's tough games all round, but I think in this game, it's difficult when you're playing against somebody that isn't just leading in a convincing way. It's just the way they're playing now. You see the last 10 minutes or so, it's pretty surgical from Nicholas. It's not really pushing and probing aggressively. He's forcing Matthias to make mistakes and get frustrated and pull players out.
Play a lot not used, just teased again from Nicholas. Saka, the time green finesse. It's all time green in the box from Nicholas as it stands. Can Haaland turn his man? Elastico is pretty, needs the help of Van Dijk on the line just to clear that one away. Still 4-0, Nicholas in the driving seat. This would actually put Nicholas on 9 points as well. That would be 3 wins, 1 defeat.
I think it puts him top.
You might just be right there, Ryan. Goal difference would certainly be in his favour with a 4-0 lead. It'd be a +6 goal difference. Corner comes in.
Hold that thought.
Maybe not a +6 goal difference. It's just something there for Bonano.
Could give him a lifeline because he hasn't played well at all. He's been completely shut down by Nicholas from, in my opinion, start up until now. And a corner is an easier way to get back into the game. You don't really have to do too much in terms of dissecting your opponent defensively, and Matthias finds himself back into the game.
And there's the replay of the goal again. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Konate doesn't even jump. He just stands there.
Getting his first goal in the tie. Not long left at all. It's a 3-goal cushion, you'd like to say, of a player of his experience, Nicholas, that he wouldn't slip up at this moment. We are slowly but surely as well. We're getting some full-time results coming in from the other matches. As it stands, though, it would be goal poacher Manu Bashir and MS Dasari all on 3 points, respectively 6th, 7th and 8th in this group stage. You'd also have 3 players on 9 points, PH in, Cannot forget, he won his opening game yesterday against Anders Vergang. It was the big rematch that we were speaking about here. It came in the group stage, and he blew him away yesterday.
Yep.
And how about this one? Coming up next on main stage here in Riyadh. In the Kiddie Arena. Nicholas against MS Dasari. A game for the ages. Two of the greats going head-to-head, and yes, believe it or not, only in the group stage. Update for you, a replay, where are we going? Maybe Anders Vergang isn't going to be.
There's time left, you never know.
Home and dry, 3 points to his name. Added time there, that's 89th minute. Nathan SR getting a goal back. We'll keep you up to date if there is to be another update in that. You'd like to think that Anders would be able to see that out with little time left. P8's in. Pulling away, 5-1. I mean, look, yesterday, Ryan, we had so many 4-4s, 5-5, extra time needed. We just saw that with Jafonso in his last matchup. That's a serious statement again there from P8's in.
Yeah, absolutely is. I think for him, it was key to start well today. I expected him yesterday, after seeing the first game against Anders, I thought he'd go 3 for 3, but of course dropping a game against Matthias. But that's a huge statement against Manu Bachore as well.
Another 10 in-game minutes gone into the final 20 now. Nicholas can just hold on to possession, watch the clock go down. Or if he fancies, will he go and get another one? He's got incredible respect for his national teammate in Matthias Bonano. Power shot comes in, it's check that stops it for a corner. Oh, it looked like it was going to loop into the box.
It's a strange choice. Goes short and then tries to fake shot while running as well, giving possession straight to Matthias. 15 minutes left in this game. I think if he needs to get a goal back, it needs to come soon. He's giving it straight away.
This might be a huge gift, Ryan. It will be.
Yeah, that's done.
Game, set, match. Nicholas will run away with 3 points against his fellow countryman. Then Matthias Bonano, you cannot argue the performance he's delivered. Dominant in the first half, was leading 3-0 at the break, kicked off the second half with a 4th goal in 3 minutes. And unfortunately for Bonano, it's one of them, if you're not chasing the game, if you're not scoring goals, time ticking away, you've got to naturally go and press for the game. Gaps will appear, and he can just pick you off.
Yeah, absolutely. I know he'll be frustrated with that just because he had possession there with De Bruyne, and the pass just seemed quite rushed, and the lane was already cut there by Nicholas. He just sort of passed it into a player, and of course, conceding from that as well is a dagger. And so late on against Nicholas, for me, 4 goals in 15 minutes, I would say it's impossible. I don't think it's possible.
Can confirm as well. Just had it confirmed. Full-time result coming in from goal poacher against MS Dasari, 6-3. Also, Anders Vergang did win that game, 4 goals to 3. He was just about able to hang on against Nathan SR, who did score a 3rd in the 89th minute. He wins 4-3 in that matchup for Anders. Nicholas, as he made his traditional subs he has. Look who he's brought on again, Ryan.
Yep, I see him.
Peter Crouch. Me and Mike were speaking about it yesterday in commentary. He's clearly offering what Nicholas needs. Just an outlet, but not just that, a goal scorer as we saw yesterday. It's a very different Peter Crouch to his normal hero and first few promo items in the game. It's the best version of Peter Crouch I think we'll ever see. Nice step overs, brilliant goal from Bonano, unfortunately. 3 goals in 9 minutes. I just don't see it happening.
It's quite rash there from Nicholas. Defended well initially to try and track the run with Theo Hernandez, and then sort of committed down the line, and Matthias done well to get the speed boost inside with Weghorst, and then the pass to CR7 into Mbappe, and then great move, as you said, around the goalkeeper. But for me, I think it's too little too late.
I'm not sure if we can get a few replays if possible. Speaking of replays, they have arrived. Superb. Right. The reason I asked for the replay there's about 25 in-game minutes left in that game. Manu Bashore was 5-1 down. He actually just pulled back 2 goals there. I was crediting PH for pulling away with a 5-1 lead and thinking that he was going to go on through and pick up another 3 points, which would put him on 9 in the group standings in Group B. But he's still got 25 in-game minutes there. Let's see how that one plays out. This one will conclude before that. As it currently stands, as we said, it would be the South American players that are dominating this group. Matias Bonano on 9 points, Nicholas on 9 points. And if PH holds out, he'll be on 9 points as well. Alongside that, you would have 2 players on 6 and 3 on 3 points. What's happened here is PH tried to pull away. Yes, he has. Only 13 in-game minutes or so left in that game. It's a 3-goal cushion. There's Peter Crouch.
Oh,
with his timing. He shot green, Ryan.
Should have gone for another one, doesn't. Keeper collects it. Last moments in this game, I think Nicholas, of course, deserved win. I think he's performed extremely well, especially in that first half. I think that's where he sort of put the game to bed. Creating a lot of chances, kept Matias to an arm's length away at least. I think it was 1 shot to 9 in the first half.
Tried to nutmeg the goalkeeper, didn't he? Into corner, will that be rushed into the box? And that should do us for our opening group game here in day 2 of the competition. Nicholas will pull away with a massive 3 points there against fellow Argentine Matias Bonano. He has really sent out a message to the rest of the group. He's on 9 points, he's top of the group, and he's looking dangerous.
He really is. Special performance from Nicholas in this game, bringing him to 9 points in the group. The group's starting to take shape, of course. 4 rounds played now, 3 remaining. But for Nicholas, pretty much flawless, Brandon, I'd say, in that game against Matias.
All came from that first half, didn't it? Dominant display in the first half, scored 3 goals, and just was in control.
Yep.
It was so impressive. A great start today, 2 for him, but he's not left the main stage yet. Do you know why? He's playing against MS Darari, which will be coming up soon. I can't wait to see what that crowd's going to be like, Ryan.
Yeah, that's going to be a magical game. MS Darari, though, of course, losing his game against Goal Poacher, so he'll be wanting to bounce back because currently he's at risk of potentially being eliminated from the group stage, sitting only on 3 points. So for him, I'm sure he'll want to do well.
Well, that's one game done in Group B. For now, let's go to Rachel and Mike, who are down there on the main stage. What a game.
Well, 5-2 in the end. It was a very one-sided affair, I was going to say. I don't think we particularly expected that, especially when I was chatting to Boras legend pre this match. He said Nicholas really doesn't like competing against his fellow countryman, Matias Bonano. He never really gets the best out of himself. Well, I've seen it before. I've seen it E-Champions League a couple of years ago, that bracket reset, and now here on the big stage, Mike.
Well, I was going to say, you've seen a mixed bag of results. Maybe that's why Nicholas doesn't like it. Up against most oppositions, he's got a positive record, and by a severe margin, and that hasn't necessarily been the case. Matias kind of being the young blood, if you will, from Argentina, and it got to be said, Nicholas came out and he set the tone. Scored early on, and it never felt as if Matias got comfortable, got in the game, and it kind of builds or sets us up. I know I'm getting ahead of ourselves, but we've got Nicholas next up against MS Darari, and the fans are ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he came out here as well, this was his first time out on this big stage. I know it shouldn't affect him. He is the biggest stage performer, his 7th World Cup. We're never going to let you forget that one. So he's used to these environments, but when he's not particularly comfortable here this time out, and hasn't, you know, he's been building, hasn't he, yet to come through qualifying, Mike?
Well, at the end of the day, you would prefer to peak late, not to get it done early. I know that sounds funny, but it's just part of the reality when you're looking at FC and esports, is that you kind of want to be building in momentum and confidence and being able to be clinical in those key moments and then getting used to a crowd. I know we talk about the Iceman time and time again, but this is still new. We haven't had 500 plus people here yelling and screaming, celebrating, chants, a little bit of everything in the arena.
I know we're seeing some highlights running across now. What really impressed you about Nicholas's game up there?
I'm glad that you asked. I thought it felt like another day in the office, and that's what was so impressive. He made Matias Bonano seem very normal in that game. There was never a no, exactly. There was never a momentum shift. Matias Bonano was the best in the group yesterday, and this is also what we talk about. Between days, you sometimes don't get the same results. You don't come out with the same package.
That's exactly the same in Group A as well. Young was the best in the group yesterday, only got 1 win today. So it's a similar narrative running through there. I want to just pick up as well. It was pretty muted in here. They weren't really, I guess, cheering for either of the players. They were just respectfully clapping everything that was happening.
But that's credit to Nicholas. I'm saying he took him out of the game. He had to play at his speed, his rhythm. He's known for a slow, structured build-up. Super impressive.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we spoke about, I guess, a broad range of what Nicholas was doing there, but Gorilla is going to break it down in more detail for you now back in the studio.
So I wanted to break down that first goal because it's 2 minutes in. Nicholas is on the ball, on his defense, and you think nothing's going to happen from this, but this goal is very simple. It's a ball roll, it's just passing, and the finish at the end. So he gets the ball with Rudiger, he gives it to John Stone, who is his right back. Now, you're probably thinking there's not really much on here, but all it takes is for one switch over to the left-hand side. So Havertz has the ball. Now, he's going to keep running down the line. However, if I just highlight Haaland there, you can just see he's triggered him, which will push the defense of Bonano back, which allows the space in midfield. If I just click play there, see how the defense is pushed back. This allows Saka inside for a pass, because if Nicholas just keeps on running, he has 2 defenders to get by. It's just not going to happen. So what he does, he has the ball with Havertz, and simple, it's an L1X pass inside, and then you'll see Havertz now has his hand out. This basically says he's triggered him, he's going to keep on running until he's offside, and then he'll reset his position. So instead of just running in a straight line, he's an L1 pass with Havertz, and all this space in midfield has just been created by a simple trigger of Haaland. Now he has a 2-on-1. Matthias has a decision to make. Does he mark Haaland or does he mark the wing with Havertz? He decides to mark inside, which now allows Nicholas all this space down here, because simple trigger of a pass and he's down left-hand side. So if I click play now, he's in the corner with Havertz. Haaland's in midfield. There's so many options. You've got Saka here, you've got Haaland here. And then if they get the ball inside, he also has Cruyff, you got back post runner. There is so many options. So it just all he does, simple ball roll, nothing complicated. Now, instead of giving it to Haaland inside here, which is there, which a lot of players would do, I would probably do the same. What he does instead, he drags it back with a little ball roll, and then plays it back to Saka, and then straight away, he's going to play it into Haaland, because the chance has been created just by a simple trigger. If I play this, simple pass into Haaland, one more into Cruyff there, and that is the goal. But simple, nothing complicated, but make sure you stick around for more games after the break.
set, go.
it's the EWC and you want to play like a pro, well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the secondary stage here at the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC 24. Group B matches, the first round just finished, and as always, I have some updates for you. We do need to know what Goal Poacher had for breakfast because whatever he had worked. He finished yesterday with 0 points, but came back with a vengeance with a 6-3 win over hometown hero MS Dasari. I might have to have whatever he had tomorrow for breakfast. Anders also drank the juice as he came back strong, starting his day with a 4-1 win over Nathan SR99. PH Sin also starting strong with a victory over Manu Bachore, 6-3. As always, we have more Group B matches coming up next, but first, let's hear from Rachel and the boys.
Well, we know exactly what Goal Poacher had for breakfast. He had a bit of LeBron James inspiration on social media. Follow him, you'll know what I mean. Okay, player arrivals here. Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. The Iceman, Nicholas 99 FC is taking on the King of the Jungle, MS Dasari. There he is. Sorry, I'm not a stage host. That's my best impression there. The crowd is going to love that. He's got Enzo next to him, legendary coach as well. Someone else who actually has coached MS Dasari. I think he's on stage with me right now. Gorilla, how is he to coach the King of the Jungle? Is it pretty tricky?
As a coach, he's so good at the games. Like, what can I tell him? But we got to the final, unfortunately lost, but he's easy.
What did you used to tell him then? What did you used to say to him?
Score more than the opponent and you'll win.
Come on, you had more in your back pocket than that, surely.
No, I just tried to simplify it, you know, just the build-up. I can't tell him how to play in the final third, so just keeping it simple and getting to the final third and then do what he does best.
Yeah, Mike, we haven't seen you from Group A. We're just having some time with you now. You've been kind of watching as a fan this afternoon. Who has impressed you? Who has disappointed you? Can I say disappointed, or is that too harsh? Well,
that's okay. I'll run with it. I think most impressive, probably Jafonso and Mark, who lead Group A, and they rightly deserve to lead Group A. There's no if, and, or buts about it. Maybe the biggest surprise is also in that group where no one else has really claimed positions like that. Young was good in day one, not so good today. I don't know what's going on with Team Liquid. I've never seen them this not prepared or unprepared in terms of, typically you see the Hullet boys and the Liquid boys come together as a collective and they always perform.
And even Johnny bouncing back as well from his poor performances yesterday.
And then I expected Anders to kind of get things going. He won his opener. I'm kind of expecting more of the same. I guess it leads into our next matchup, but is MS Dasari going to get the job done?
Well,
he needs it. He needs it.
Should we just pause on that thought? Because I saw something on EWC social media, which I thought I just couldn't not share with you. You might recognize this shot, this legendary shot. Do you remember who it used to be? It used to be Louis Vuitton, Ronaldo, Messi in the shot. Now it is the trophy, EWC, it's the Iceman and the King of the Jungle. That is going to live long, isn't it, in EA FC history, that picture. How much do you like that, guys?
I love to see it. I mean, I've been around for the entirety of both these gentlemen's careers, two of the most iconic and successful players in our community. And the fact that we get to see them face off at the big finale, and in this case, I think for MS Dasari, it's probably a decider if he's actually going to get himself into the conversation of going on to Saturday and then potentially Sunday. And then for Nicholas, I don't know if we've seen a more dominant or impressive win on stage. He just looked like he was in control. That Matias Bonano game, there was no emotion. The crowd didn't get up and down.
He does look confident.
Start to finish, it was another day in the office. That's how I felt. We talked about it. They had no pressure, no sense of urgency, and Bonano yesterday was the best player in that group.
But this is against MS Dasari with the crowd, so it's going to be a different game.
Do you think this changes things dramatically then?
Especially if Dasari gets the first goal, I think it could be an interesting game.
And he's coming off so many losses, though. He's only got 3 points, MS Dasari. Surely, does that not... You know him personally. Does that not play into his mindset? He's not that kind of player.
I don't think he overthinks it too much, especially with the crowd. I've said it before, even with Abu Maka. Even if you're not playing your A game, you can just get the first goal. You've got the crowd on your side. It can definitely help. So we'll see. He's not been playing the best, but I think he can do it.
Okay, well, we like to get predictions from these guys in the studio and you guys at home. Firstly, though, predictions, I've got them to write it down, so there's no conferring here.
Blindly write it down. I don't know what he has. He doesn't know what I have.
Reveal Mike LaBelle. Who's going to win this one?
I put a score line.
Nicholas
so I don't know
or MS Dasari?
I got the DOS.
Can you see that?
I don't know if the camera can get the zoom. It's in green. I went strong. I'm like Team Falcons the whole way here.
There we go. MS Dasari 4-3.
I have him back in Dasari. However, my prediction is Nicholas.
Ooh, show it to the camera.
1.
Okay, so we're split here, guys. At home, what are you thinking? stcplay.gg. Are you going to join Mike Labelle with Team MS Dossery? I'm thinking they probably will. Or Gorilla, he's a world champion before. Remember, he knows what he's talking about.
He's not loyal. He went against me.
Dossery, and he went against him.
I don't like what I'm seeing here. There must be some beef behind the scenes.
Every prediction, I've been wrong.
Pause for thought because we're going to that matchup. MS Dossery taking on Nicholas. Let's go to it.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, lots of goals across the board there from the Group B games. And we saw a few on stage here, didn't we? Mainly from Nicholas. I mean, a brilliant performance, right? A statement performance from him.
5-2. That is definitely the statement you're looking for if you want to advance. Of course, we just entered into Group B and gone through Game 1. So all the setup is to get past tomorrow and maybe be able to steer far away from the resurrection stage.
And speaking of Nicholas, he's ready to come back on the stage. So let's bring him out. Representing Cloud9, it's Nicholas 99 FC. He is going to find it tough with the crowd in here. They are loud, but we just witnessed a brilliant performance from Nicholas. He is known for his goal-scoring ability, and that is exactly what we just saw. His experience is clear for all to see. How is he going to do here again on the big stage?
He's going to need every bit of it because this crowd is definitely not backing him. So please welcome, representing Team Falcons, it's MS Dossery! The legend Musa'id has had a rough time when not playing on the Gadia Arena stage with the home crowd. You hear him loud and clear cheering for him and on. Can he hold on to his spot in the top 6? Every point and every single goal at this point, Nicole, matters more than anything else.
It does, and the atmosphere in here, once again, is incredible. Casters, over to you.
Well, where do we start with a game of this magnitude? We have had to wait 5 years, more than 5 years, for these two to be sat next to each other, playing in a tournament of this stage, this prize money, this level. This is a treat, Ryan. This isn't an everyday thing. Nicholas 99 against MS Dossery at the Esports World Cup. Where on earth do we start on just previewing this tie?
Honestly, this is a real Clash of the Titans situation here. MS Dossery, for me, the greatest of all time. Nicholas in contention, but I can't put him above Dos because Dos has won a world championship before.
There's a world, Ryan, we never see this game again.
Yeah, potentially.
Which is horrible to say, but it's just the truth of how long that these two have been in the scene for. They were on opposite consoles for such a long time. They only used to meet in cross-console finals, did these two. That's why we've had to wait so long. They've both had different careers that have taken swings and gone up and down. Dossery's been based out in the Middle East. He's been so involved with his own organisation, Team Falcons. Nicholas has always been at the World Championships, but Dossery in recent years has not really come through there. Yesterday, you sat on this commentary desk, Ryan, and you said that MS Dossery's the GOAT of this scene. I say that Nicholas is.
The thing is, I understand your rebuttal there. I get it. Nicholas, for me, is the most consistent player we've ever seen. I agree on that part.
I know what you're going to say.
But he hasn't won a world championship.
He hasn't. You are right.
And I know it's harsh because only one person can win it every year, but Dos won it.
And he lost in a penalty shootout as well, Nicholas.
It's so the margins are so narrow. But if you said Nicholas, I wouldn't. I will disagree, but I understand it. I do understand it. But for me, MS Dossery, there's just something about him, you know. I just love watching him play every single time. I don't think he's at his peak performance. I don't, but I think Nicholas is. And this is where I'm going to give a prediction. You don't even need to ask me. This is why I believe Nicholas takes it. And the crowd, we talk about Nicholas being the Iceman for a reason. I don't know if you remember years ago, there was that, you might have been commentating on this, right? I was thinking there was a tournament where Nicholas had it was like a heart monitor on him. Yeah. And they were checking his beats per minute and it was just steady.
Bell was speaking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
We used to have heartbeat monitors on our players in previous FC tournaments. Nicholas's, I think, went down.
Yeah.
It didn't go up.
Literally went down.
It went down.
It's ridiculous. He's a crazy competitor.
Since 2017, Ryan, he's never missed a World Championship final. To be that consistent across the different game every single year where the meta changes, the player base changes, new names come through, and you can argue the same of Darari as well on the opposite side. Still, this deep into their careers, between the two of them, both have earned over $700,000 in prize earning. This is a real treat. It might be in the group stages. We might not ever get to see it again. Sit back, relax, and just enjoy it, whatever the result is. This, we can only hope, is going to be one to remember. It's officially underway. The Iceman against the King of the Jungle. Nicholas 99 against MS Darari. And I have to kick off straight away, Ryan, and say, with the form that we're seeing from Nicholas, depending on what Darari we get, this could maybe get ugly.
It depends. It genuinely does depend, because we didn't get to see his previous game, but he seems to be conceding a few more chances than MS Darari would like, of course. And Nicholas, for me, is at peak performance. It's probably the best we've seen him this season. And we saw him run riot in the Spanish domestic league as well. But MS Darari, for me, has to be on top form to win this game.
And look, there was question marks on him yesterday. Finesse from distance, and Mbappe stinks down to Courtois early doors. There was question marks on Darari yesterday. The way I come into this conversation is, look, we've seen Darari in a couple of the Esports World Cup qualifications in both Dallas and Sweden, Jönköping, but we haven't been able to see him in normal European competitions.
Yep.
We saw him at the FC Pro Open qualification back in November. He didn't qualify there. He just hasn't been having those same regular matchups that maybe Nicholas has had this year in other players.
Agreed. I think that's why. It's just the experience competing this year at the biggest level, I think, sometimes makes that difference, albeit you can be extremely good at the fundamentals, the basics of the game and football in general. Here we go, MS Darari.
What a tackle, Konato. Still is alive for Darari. Those fans are on their feet. They'll be egging and pushing him on to provide one of his best performances ever.
I'm so surprised, Brandon, he didn't go for goal there with R9 Ronaldo. In that position, normally a lot of players try to green it across goal. He tried to look for the extra pass across there. And as you said, well blocked there from Nicholas.
Every game, of course, is massive in the Esports World Cup, featuring FC24, but even more so for Darari here. He's only on 3 points in the group stage. We know how difficult this group is compared to Nicholas's 9 points. He started this so well, though. First 10 minutes, Darari's looked dangerous. Can he find a breakthrough here with R9? Konaté again, 2 times for Nicholas, has been superb.
Yep, last ditch tackle there from Nicholas there. MS Darari, though, it's key to mention, not only representing Team Falcons, the chairman as well, and in the club championship, they've been pretty much flawless. They're top by some distance. And he had an interview yesterday. What a story it would be if he was the person to sort of solidify them to win the whole thing, and what an accomplishment and prideful moment it would be for him as well.
Well, yesterday he gave us an absolute barnstorm of the game. 6-6 penalty win against Manu Bashir, the player who won the World Championship last year here in Saudi Arabia. At the moment, it has all been Darari. What's he got this time for us? Can he outsmart Rudiger? No, he can't. Konaté again, just double up in at the back there. So make sure it's perfect for Nicholas. So far, he's weathered the storm that's come his way. That could be a clever ball over the top. If Haaland can try and pull away, has he got the legs? He does to just about keep possession there. That 99 rated footies Haaland, which might just be one of the most popular footies items there is in the game at the moment. Back to Bellingham. We saw a few power shots from Nicholas in that last game. We could see a few more.
Well defended.
Here.
So compact there from Darari. He can build an attack straight away here. Counter-attack, bodies flooding forward. Look at the space here. Havertz.
Look at the space for Havertz. Can he go on his own? Is there a cutback available? Crossbar and in! Darari leads by a goal to 0.
Wow. I thought once it ricocheted off the bar there, maybe it would have gone out, but it just about crossed the line, finished. It looked brilliant, to be honest, but the goalkeeper movement from Nicholas sort of made up the mind for Darari. He saw the keeper movement early on there. The space was there at the near post to shoot, and that's exactly what he'd done to take the lead.
Well, this might be the loudest we've had our crowd here in the Qiddiya Arena in day 2. We're only in the group stages, and they are spearing on. MS Darari, look at this again, Ryan. We have to speak about it. How well Darari did it, just stretching the defensive line of Nicholas.
Just so much space there for Havertz, and I think Nicholas is obviously worried about a shot across goal, a shot potentially at the near post, which did happen. Then he's got to worry about Erling Haaland at the back post, where we've seen a few goals go in just from not even headers. It could be just an acrobatic finish at the back post there. So it just gave Nicholas a lot to think about. Too many things in that situation, and it was the right choice for Dosser. Hold on.
Oh my.
Doesn't bring it down.
The amount of pros as well, Ryan. I'm sure you'll enjoy this as an Arsenal fan, that have said that Kai Havertz item has been their MVP.
Yes, it's the best, for me, the best left back on the game.
What on earth just happened there, by the way? I'm not able to catch a replay on that. Update over here. Anders Vergang leading Mani Bashor by a goal to nil. Remember last time they played was in the FC Pro Open and they didn't shake hands between them two.
I remember. How can I forget that? Yeah, that was a
big
game
chance for revenge there for Manu.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Manu will be waiting for vengeance. He's been looking to cook up something there, but a start from Anders. And we've spoken behind the scenes and on camera as well about Anders Vergang. If he starts to develop and be more accustomed to scoring from corners or other meta tactics in the game, he's a tough opponent to play against.
Dasari looking for a second, 22 minutes in. He's down that byline, lofted in. You know where that's going to end up. Haaland for two. Dasari.
Oh.
He's looking so dangerous here in Riyadh. I can't believe the start he's had.
It's been unbelievable.
He's just come off the back of a defeat.
Yeah.
He's just lost to goal poacher, who is a superb player, do not get me wrong, but he's not had a great tournament up to this point, has not won a single game. Different player today, don't get me wrong, he's been so good, but to come off the back of that into this, and then to start this well on the main stage, when there is so much pressure on you.
Yeah, we spoke about Havertz being an MVP for some players. He got severely dunked on there at the back post. Haaland just leaping above him easily to score that goal there. Fantastic start from the side. Nicholas, pretty similar in the way roles reversed for his game against Matthias, where he started off so well, gave Matthias no chance, and Dasari's done the same thing here.
Nicholas, not looking like Nicholas at all, which you don't often see. Dasari's played this game so well. Goal poacher, 2-0 down against PH-In. PH-In, potentially, with this result, could actually top the group, depending on how Matthias Bonano gets on. It would be 12 points on the board for the FC Pro Open winner. That's a clever pass. Is he onside? Mbappe fakes a play along, back across!
Fair enough.
MS Dasari! 3-0 in under 30 minutes!
Oh, my goodness.
When I said this could get ugly, I didn't imagine this scenario. I thought it might have been on the other side for Nicholas.
Yeah, I might have a...
I'll hold my hands up.
I said Nicholas would win. I put my neck on the line straight away. I gave my prediction. I might be firing a complete blank today in terms of predictions there. MS Dasari, the fake player look there, just to make Nicholas think about trying to cut the lane and opted for the pass slightly later there was perfect. What a start from MS Dasari. You see the replay coming in as well in all its glory. Great first time pass at Mbappe. Just that little play. You see that there was a slight stutter from Nicholas because he had to think about what he could do, and he looks to his coach. What can they do there?
Do you know what this is like, Ron? It's like, because he's on main stage and because of the fans here, they obviously can't be in the backstage where the Stream B matches are and the other 3 matches are being played. It's like he gets a +10 bonus of just how good he has been. He's given an unbelievable performance here. So is Matthias Bonano in that all-South American clash. He leads by a goal to nil against Nathan SR. You can just hear the crowd. They can't ask for much more. In case you missed it, 5 years and 4 months ago, these two played in London in a grand final. We said it could deliver, and at the moment it is for the King of the Jungle. Under 30 minutes gone, and he's 3-0 up. We've seen dominant displays from Dasari in our time, Ryan, but this one might be the pick of the bunch.
Replay here in this game. PH-In was 2-0 up, made it goal number 3, green timed across goal. It's a blistering start against goal poacher. I think that's just offside there. Yeah, it was. Nicholas needs to sort of regain control in this game. We're so used to seeing him dictate the tempo and be very strategical when building up. But just look, just the way it feels as if Dasari's forcing him into unforced errors. As weird as that may sound, it's just very unlike Nicholas.
Just counting there as well. PAG, that's his 20th goal he scored. I think that's a +10 goal difference as it currently stands for him. If he was to win that game, 12 points, depending on Bonano's result. Speaking of Bonano, just conceded. He's at 1-1 now. He wouldn't just go clear on points. He could go clear on goal difference too. Again, remember, 7 rounds all the players will play. We'll play 6 today. And then we kick off tomorrow's action here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. With one last group game, which for some players could be their last kick of the ball here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. MS Tasari looking for a 4 before half-time. There's that power shot that we saw a few times yesterday from Vitinha. Just tease, corner comes in, front post, flick on! What are we witnessing? We might not have seen much of him in the last few years because he's been a bit busy. But you cannot argue with the level that he's showing against the Iceman, who looks like he's melting slowly but surely here in Riyadh.
I can't believe what we're seeing here. No, it's from a corner, but just everything from the build-up play, the defending, the pressing, the passing, first time, the power shots, everything is sublime from MS Dasari, and the corner there is just taken so quickly. And for Nicholas, he's completely stunned. Completely stunned, and it's amounting to climb in this game against someone that's in full flow, playing so well.
Well, this is the difficult situation now. Nicholas isn't happy with something clearly. We'll speak to the admins. Dasari leading by 4 goals to 0. You're 4-0 down this early into a game. It is so hard, Ryan, to keep the mental there. Bonano, 2-1 he leads, 7 minutes away from the half-time interval there. Bit of goalkeeper movement wasn't enough to stop him in his tracks. Both players just having a word with the admin team here on our main stage at the Qiddiya Arena here at the Esports World Cup. In case you aren't aware of the situation, Dasari's 4-0 up. Let's see how this ends up being resolved. Updates in our other matches, or highlights we should say. PH in, we mentioned he's been on goal scoring form. That's another mistake from goal poacher that made him concede his second. We saw the third of PH in, we'll see it again. Coming in from Bukayo Saka.
It's a horrible mistake though from the second goal. It wasn't even a 4th goal against Saka, green time. 35 minutes in, PH in cruising up until a response from goal poacher. 4-1 in that game, goals galore.
Some of the results, though, in this Group B, Ryan, are so topsy-turvy.
Yeah, really are, genuinely.
You lose against a player that's not in form. You go and beat a player that's been so good and dominant.
He's loving it.
I mean, if you've got a break in play, Ryan, why not get the fans on their feet?
Yeah.
It's been so one-sided from MS Dasari. So much more than expected. After such a good display we saw from Nicholas in his last game on the main stage. Updates in our other games while we wait to re-kick off the action there. Ooh, that's a through ball and a half, isn't it, Ryan?
Oh, what a ball that is. 2-2 in that game between Matthias and Nathan SR. End-to-end stuff, it seems like.
The only other game that we haven't really been able to speak too much to you about is the Anders Vergang game, which is still live as it currently stands. The last update we had from it was that Anders was leading by a goal to 0. We'll try and get you a replay from that as soon as we can. It's the only game we haven't really spoken to you too much about. That would be worrying for Manu Bashir if he was to lose that, Ryan. There's a pool of players that are sort of on 3 points at the moment.
Absolutely. I think
if Dasari wins this as well, Ryan, and gets that goal difference sort of bonus behind him, it looks frightening for goal poacher.
And Manu, if he loses, it's a tough one for them because, of course, they'll be rooting for for themselves and hoping they can kick into gear, but they're also relying on other games and results to fall in their favor, which is a tough thing in a group stage, because you're not only focusing on yourself but others and all the implications and variables. It's a tough one. It's very difficult to focus on just yourself when you're not playing well.
How difficult is this break in play as well, regardless of what the issue potentially could be? Just to stop in your flow. You're in your flow. It does favour Nicholas.
Absolutely favours Nicholas, because MS Dasari's flying. You don't want to stop. You're playing like this. Why would you stop? You're playing against one of the best players, the most informed players in this competition, and you're flying. You're 4-0 up in however many minutes. You don't want to stop. But for Nicholas, maybe this might be the thing to push him on and just to reset and go again, because it's been all Dasari so far in this game.
Well, they have been superb, haven't they? The local fans that have come in their numbers to support both Abu Maka and MS Dasari. They're both competing here in the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, both in different groups. Bonano makes it 3-2 there. Potentially might be restarting the match lobby. Remember, the scoreline is still 4-0 to MS Dasari. We aren't even at half-time yet. Why do you think Dasari has been able just to control the game so well, Ryan?
I think initially, just from his pressing, and it was a quick start. Just that first goal was incredible with the passing sequences, the play in and around the area. And I think maybe it could catch Nicholas, or definitely did catch Nicholas off guard with how quick and intense Dasari played. Because I would say, for me, what puts Dasari as one of the best we've ever seen is just his play and defensively, the way he presses. Not even just defense, it's in defensive areas as well. In the middle of the park, he's perfect at it and forcing you into errors. And Nicholas is very calm and composed a lot of the time. And maybe the factor of the crowd, the person he's playing against, maybe that's come into effect as well. Because it's not a Nicholas that's off form.
Well, could you see there on the outside of the screen, we are restarting the match lobby. The access the pros have in the game now, they can just basically rejoin the game from the same scoreline, the same minute. As the game code is shared, we are going to jump back into it as soon as we can. You are right, though. The amount of times in this esport, Ryan, I'm sure you, from you playing and me watching and commentating, the amount of times someone's been absolutely dominated, they've been out of a game. A 10, 15, 5 in-game minute break happens. It just changes the game.
We used to see that a lot when it was best of 2. Even then, it's a big difference. Of course, this one,
you played 2 legs, and in between the breaks, someone runs to the loo and not come back for about 15 minutes, wouldn't they?
Yep.
Well then,
Nicholas needs this. I think the break genuinely done him. Will do him a world of good. But my predictions have always been wrong. I don't know what will happen, what will unfold in terms of what the score will end up as, but I think that break definitely, in my opinion, favours Nicholas.
If there was a player that could turn around a result like this, he's staring at him right now in possession. Nicholas back off the restart, looking for a goal back into this tie. Mbappe, 2 minutes back. After that lengthy pause in play, and suddenly, the confidence might start building again.
Yeah, we'll be thinking now, look, see, there was a reason why I told you I've got technical difficulties. I need to restart the game. Nicholas has worked in his favour. It gets a goal straight away. Does really well here with Haaland. You see, the knockdown is pretty simple, but just here, he can see who does his controlling, plays the pass perfectly, does slide tackling as well. Pretty rash in that situation when there wasn't really much he could have done from there, and Nicholas made it count.
Update for you in another game. What a game this has been, by the way. We're actually seeing a player potentially pull away from the game now. Maybe we are. 13 game minutes left there. Bonano still leading 4-2. Back over here now. Dasari has so much success down this left-hand side of the pitch. Could be a killer pass, just offside is R9. We'll go back for a free kick there. Another goal has gone in. Anders Vergang 2-0 up now. He leads. It is the goal We haven't seen much from this game. He's been quietly going about his business. We're in the backstage area. But for Manu Bashir, it starts to get a little bit worrying now.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Manu to bounce back because, as I said, the games don't get any easier. He loses this game, and next game, for me, is a must-win. It's between him and Goal Poacher. They play each other. Whoever loses that, for me, I think that's them pretty much done in terms of trying to get through the group there.
Half-time, MS Dasari 4-1 up against Nicholas. And as much as it's been a half to forget about, at least there's a goal back in the favour of Nicholas that came not long before the half-time whistle.
Yeah, absolutely. The little break worked in Nicholas's favour, but there's still a long way to go in this game. A replay coming the way of Anders Vergang. Again, very similar finish. Javella, green time this time. Mbappe, 57 minutes in. 3 goals to the good against Manu.
He won't be on mainstream today, Anders Vergang, but at the moment he is on his way to have an unbeaten day 2. A 4-3 win in his opening game against Nathan SR. And as it currently stands, it looks like it's going to be a clean sweep, you could argue, on the previous world champion of last year. It's 2 world champions going toe-to-toe. Anders Vergang, of course, was a winner in Berlin a few weeks ago. And it was that penalty shootout where Manu Bashir became world champion here at Gamers 8 last year. Both are involved in the first ever Esports World Cup featuring FC24. Manu Bashir was actually one of the first players to book his ticket in the top 16 back in DreamHack Dallas earlier on this year. Him and his teammate, Emre Yilmaz, got the job done early. Another goal. We said that he was pulling away in the tie, Ryan. He's Bonano 5-2.
That's a big goal for Matthias there. I think that gives him the breathing room he needed in that game against Nathan.
So much joy from Kai Havertz. Is he going to have even more joy now, Dasari? Not on that occasion. John Stones just taking a sting out of the attack. This result would put MS Dasari on 6 points, Nicholas on 9, and P8 Zin would be on 12. Matthias Bonano would also be on 12 points as well. Goal difference, I believe, would just slightly swing in the favour of P8 Zin, because he hasn't conceded as many as Bonano. Both have scored the exact same goals. 22, I believe, up to this point. Nicholas building, cooking, delaying, maybe waiting for that pass. It just didn't open up there for Haaland. Quick corner comes in. There's Haaland in the air. Petacek does enough. Another corner. Comes straight back in again.
Too much that time. A little bit too much power from Nicholas from the corner.
And pretty unuseful touch there from Haaland. We'll give possession back. That was a dangerous pass. Sorry, able to do enough. He can find another goal, Dasari. Just allow him to get back into that flow that was paused in about the 30th minute. He's down that dangerous byline area again. That's a monstrous tackle there from Stones. That could have went very wrong.
Oh, absolutely. That's a huge challenge. I thought the back post cross would have been the option to go for, but maybe, so I thought it was maybe too obvious to do it.
It's a clever pass. Can Haaland get there? Yes, he can. Can he just get a toe on it? Into Cruyff, takes his time. There's Nicholas' extra pass that makes all the difference. We have a game on our hands.
We do. It's back in it. Nicholas needed those 2 goals without conceding as well, just to give him that boost of confidence. The shot cancel was beautiful there. The pass, Mbappe just toe pokes it past the keeper.
I wasn't quite sure what animation we were going to get there from Mbappe. It worked out though, didn't it?
Yeah, because MS Dasari was moving the goalkeeper to the far post, anticipated maybe a finesse shot. If you take a look at the replay, just gets there, Haaland. Cruyff, you can see the keeper movement just stepping in there. Yeah, it's a weird one, but finds the back of the net for Nicholas.
Desperately needs a goal now, Ryan. I know we've still got a 2-goal cushion, but the momentum is now swing back the way of Nicholas. And as we said, it all comes from a big break in play. And Darari turned the tables. Restore at least a 3-goal cushion, because look, you can see where the traffic's coming from. It's all coming the way of the Argentine. Running race there between Cruyff and Saliba. Did say a few days ago, Darari was questioned maybe Virgil van Dijk being in the team. Didn't get a sniff by the looks of it.
It's probably miles offside. Yeah, I was going to say. Seems to be in a lot of space there, but I think people opt for Van Dijk for the Anticipate Plus, and in game, Van Dijk is just unbelievable. I think in the air, though, you would prefer Rudiger, Konate, Saliba, just because they have aerial plus play style.
No Alexis Mateus in the team. He does prove for Vitinha instead, who does have a power shot play style, which can cause some problems. Nicholas, surely not. 4-3.
Hold on a minute.
It was 4-0 down. We said this would be a match to remember. It might just be that. And you can't hear a peep from that crowd that was spearing Darari on earlier.
I'm telling you, that break there has done him the world of good. Just technical dribbling there, the controlled sprint into Saka, the pass, and then the shot at the near post. Erling Haaland. What a comeback this would be.
Cold celebrations there as well. Doesn't even look where his coach is. Fist bump comes flying. Surely not Nicholas.
I'm seeing Dosh just giving away needless passes now. I can tell he's feeling the pressure. You never want to be in a situation when you're 4-0 up and to give it away.
That's the hard thing about 9.5, Ryan, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, you'd be upset giving away a 4-0 lead, and
I agree, but there's just so much more time, isn't there?
I know, but it's still, you think, for me, I know 9.5 is different. Hold on a minute, though. That's onside.
Nicholas looking for a 4-4. Bellingham, Haaland dives him round the tackle. 4-4. The Iceman strikes back. You never count him out. From 4-0 down. We thought it was game over. Nicholas did it.
I don't even know what to. I don't know what to say. It was extremely composed from Nicholas. A slide tackle, I believe it was Konate for MS Darari. Just worked his way around it. I would say I could sense the panic from the way MS Darari lost possession. You can just see it as a player myself. You just know, when you're not feeling it. And it's a weird one because it's not even a. I don't even know what it is. It's not even a capitulation, but it still would be seen as you're 4-0 up. I know 9-minute halves. Yeah, I get it. 4-0 though. Obviously you're not clearly safe, but
he's not done.
Look at Havertz again. Oh no, he's going to play it in.
He's not done yet. He has been perfect in this final third.
Wins a free kick as well. It's fortunate there. Very fortunate. Dos ain't happy either. I'm with you.
Darari's asking for anything. Surely not from there.
Scores here, I'm going home.
No way.
Going home if he scores.
Nicholas.
I'm telling you now, Brandon, you're on your own. If this goes in.
Don't you dare. Tony Kroos over it. Inside foot curl. He's going to go for it. Going to win himself a corner.
Maybe that's the play, because look how quick he's taking it.
Quick corner comes in. Haaland. Falls down to Rudiger. He tries to get a toe on it, and that would have so easily been a fifth. Chance to counter-attack. A massive switch of play, John Stones.
Wow, that's a key interception there. The ball, I understand it, is audacious. Almost went through.
Quick update. We'll jump away for a split second. I think it's going to be nothing more than the consolation there for Nathan SR. 5-4. Too late. Bonano will be getting 12 points from 15 here in the group stages. Saka, Haaland. Well played, Darari.
Yeah, that was composed there from both players. That was well done, Darari, defensively. Offensively, Nicholas done the right thing as well, in my opinion. Sort of thinking, those would predict his movement like he done from his previous attack.
You could just feel the momentum though, Ryan, couldn't you, as the goal started flying in. But Darari was under all this pressure. Far-hand side, it could be there if he's got the legs. Kai Havertz in a running race with John Stones. Haaland can break in between the lines. Havertz.
Keep moving. It's nice.
Asking a lot there.
I think for me, moving the keeper in those situations, it has to be a given. Just because of how dangerous a lot of players from the edge of the box are. They've got the play style plus. You trust most players to time it perfectly. Could have been an attack there for Dost that could have worked in his favor. I can't believe we're in this position.
Did say a 4-0 down. If there was one player...
Look at it. I'm with that guy. I'm with him, man.
That just shows the pressure that these fans are feeling in the nerves. They're experiencing. Darari to go back in front. Seems out of ideas in moments there. Mbappe just looked a bit desperate.
Yeah. Thing is with Darari, it's not the first time this tournament where we've seen where he's been in a comfortable position and...
Yesterday, Ryan, it was 4-2 up against 10 players.
Yeah, exactly, against Manu.
Last 4.5 minutes now. It's Nicholas. Going to snatch a late goal. Petr stops him in his tracks.
I feel like he had more time. I don't think he realised as well. He was sort of thinking surely Darari's going to end up cutting the lane there, but he could have gone maybe slightly...
Oh, that's a massive win. Can Darari deal with another wave of pressure from Nicholas? That's a horrible deflection. Falls back to Bellingham. Step overs are pretty! Nicholas! With potentially a match winner! Will silence everybody inside the Kidia Arena here in the Esports World Cup. It's what he does. Ice cold Nicholas 99 FC.
I can't believe it. The little step over. Oh my goodness. Do you know what's irritating as well? Seriously, he's not even like celebrating. He's just come back from 4-0. And it's just a little fist bump to the coach. Yeah, move on, next game. I don't know what's going on. You could hear a pin drop in the arena. I can't believe it. MS Darari 4-0 up. That little break in play, I said it though. I did say it's gonna cause so much trouble for MS Darari. Nicholas. Wow, I can't believe it.
It's ridiculous how much that can alter a game.
Yeah.
Just a massive break in play like that.
I feel sick for this. I honestly, I feel it's a sickly feeling because I've been in position. I've played. I've been winning. You commented the game while I was 4-0 down. I came back, but it's different. This is a bigger stage. This is so important. Esports World Cup. He's in his home nation. The crowd are behind him. It's so tough to take a loss like that if it ends up being the goal that seals the deal.
Well, suddenly, Nicholas would be on 12 points as well. Nicholas on 12, Bonano on 12, PAG on 12.
Was it Anders on 9?
And Anders Vergang.
He's coming.
Slowly but surely, climbing his way up.
Actually, as I spoke about
as well.
Anders.
Full-time result. I wonder if they shake hands there. 3-1 lead. Or full-time result, I should say.
Darari in his favour here.
Extra time. Added time of 3 minutes. We haven't seen anything from him in this second half. It's a time to show. Let's see it now.
Oh, the composure.
You can just see Nicholas. See this one like that. Should go for a goal. Can keep it in play. Yes, he can. Mbappe finds Cruyff. Ducks around one or two tackles. Vitinha's there. Still in possession is Darari. Tries to squeeze it through to Cruyff. And I think Nicholas may just be over the line. What a game. What a showcase between these two giants in our scene. We waited 5 years to see them go toe-to-toe again. They go toe-to-toe in Saudi Arabia. And from 4-0 down to a 5-4 win, Nicholas just shows why he's still one of the very best in this scene. Who else does that, Ryan?
No one. He's done it in such a calm and respectful way as well. I think that's what makes it worse for MS Darari there.
I think one respect between the two that he's not going to celebrate.
Yeah.
But still inside you must be ready to explode.
Elation, surely.
Just come back from 4-0 down.
You can see the look on Darari's face and Enzo, his coach, behind him. As I said, it's a feeling I can't even explain to people. It's a sickly feeling. It's a very, very tough pill to swallow. But for Nicholas and Cloud9, they'll be delighted.
Well, we said we had some great games here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. How about that one? That's got to go down as one of the best games we've seen across these 2 days already. And still, Ryan, we're only in the group stages.
I'm seriously lost for words, Brandon. I know I said a comeback was possible when the technical pause happened. Did I truly believe it? Not in that way, without MSSR even scoring. Because you have to remember, those first 35 minutes, one-way traffic completely. MSSR dominating start to finish. And the game just completely flipped. Nicholas was in complete control.
Well, look, you're lost for words. I'll give you a break, mate, all right? We've still got one more round to go today here in day 2. For now, let's pass it back over to the studio with Rachel and the guys. What do you make of that? What a game.
Never lost for words, are we, Brandon? Are we right? Especially this man, Mike Labelle. I mean, that lived up to all the expectation we put on it. MS Dasari, though, what on earth happened in that pause? 4-0. I'll repeat it again. 4-0 up, guys.
Gorilla and I were just chatting about it. We've seen comebacks like that happen, not often, but the likes of MS Dasari being on the back end of a 4-0 lead, and it didn't even get to extra time. I couldn't believe it. I still can't really believe it. That was basically our reaction. You're going to see the highlights now, but I mean, he starts out picture perfect, goals galore, in control, a little bit of everything, a lot of funk.
The only thing I can think of is when there was a big pause, did Nicholas do any tactical changes? Because as soon as that pause happened, Dasari didn't look the same, and Nicholas was just all over him.
Yeah, the crowd involved. I love this goal. We're actually going to talk about it in the future. We've seen a lot of corner kicks. We know what those kind of look like. Very effective way. Nicholas not happy. He says, what do I do next? Whatever they decided to do, it worked. He came out, tactical shift, tactical change, new players on the pitch, extra passes, cut inside, cancellation. That is gorgeous. It's got to be said, a lot of good quality in this.
It was in with about 38 minutes as well. If you were just coming in and that pause, you'd probably thought, oh, it's half time. You know, he's got 4 goals in that first 45 minutes. It was about 38 minutes. That's how quickly he came out firing.
There was a lot of time left for Nicholas to come back, but honestly, it was looking like Dasari could have got a 5th, a 6th, but it just changed. After that pause, I don't know what happened, but yeah, completely different game.
Well, this is how the standings looks then with just one more match to play in Group B. Well, Nicholas, that worked in his favour. 12 points, as is Bonano and PH Zin. 9 points, then Vergan after that win there against Manu Bashor. 3-1, that was. Nathan on 6, and then it's all to play for. Goal Poacher, MS Dasari and Manu Bashore. Can you believe the Team Hullet Liquid player is sitting at the bottom there? This Group B is very much not done at all.
And we've touched on it, but none of the Liquid Hullet collective has done well this far. I mean, Yilmaz, he struggled. We've seen Manu Bashor that you just talked about. He struggled. Levy, he struggled. There's not really an upward trajectory story. They're all going to need tomorrow.
It's not even that. The 7th and 8th spot in Group B, both world champions as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Next level EAFC. Guys, I believe you've got something that you want to show everyone, and that means I can step out on the stage. What have you got, Mike?
Sure, I'm going to go that way. We're going to throw it up. We've got a Telestrator, one of my favorite goals. That matchup had a lot of goods. All right, so it's going to start, as we've seen as a familiar theme in these. We got a big switch. So Vitinha switches it out wide. Here you go, Stones, delivers the goods. Havertz going to have that first touch. And at this point, you're now going to start evaluating, well, who's going to get open for me? You've got your 3 attacking players. You're triggering runs where they're coming towards you, often in behind, and you're trying to pull out any of the defenders or even the midfielders out of position, and you go from there. So we've got Havertz. He's identified, and we have a big mistake here. And you're going to see Rudiger. He kind of goes for a bit of a 50-50, and we talk about this a lot. You don't want to overcommit, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, that's the problem with Rudiger here. As you can see, Mbappe is so open, and he's also onside. So instead of committing with the centre-back, all he has to do is something simple. Just bring the midfield back, and then Rudiger's marking Mbappe, and what Mike is about to show you wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I'm basically showcasing all the space that's been unlocked here with Mbappe. He's going to hit a triangle pass, and it works out perfectly. But anytime you get space, you have more time. And when you have time, you can work with that. And it's kind of a nice positioning here. You've got more of a 2-on-1, almost a game of cat and mouse that we talk about a lot, but something that I love, and it's next level, and only the pros really do this at this level, in this moment. You see the player lock.
So as you can see with R9, this symbol above his head is different to Konate. This is a play lock. So Dasari has activated it, and basically it allows him to pass it to R9 with just a simple X pass, or he can cancel it, which Mbappe is about to do. And then as a defender, you can't actually stop it. It's a 50-50. Do I mark R9 or do I go and be aggressive to Mbappe?
It's typically used in real estate, but I call it a bait and switch because once you zoom out of here, he's going to regain possession with Mbappe, and that easy tap-in goal that we love to talk about, that you're like, I would finish that at home. No, you wouldn't because you couldn't set it up. R9's in that position, but look how much it took to get there against the defense of Nicholas, and it really got Yilmaz off to a fantastic start. We see the tap-in. Of course, Nicholas went on to make an incredible comeback, which kind of leads us into not only a break, but one more match that is going to decide so much in this group, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the secondary stage here at the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC 24. If you're just joining us, I want to give you a little update on how the format works. 7 players in each group, top 3, after the final group stage match, make it all the way through to Championship Sunday. Second 3, 4th, 5th, and 6th play tomorrow in what we call a resurrection stage. Unfortunately, the bottom 2, their tournament ends technically tomorrow after the final group stage match. With that said, that means that in Group A, we have 3 players already through to Championship Sunday, Mark 11, Jafonso, and Young. But today, in the last Group B match, PH Sin with a convincing performance against Goal Poacher, the poor guy, I probably jinxed him after talking about his breakfast. Matthias Bonano took to the secondary stage for the first time today, beating his fellow South American Nathan SR99 5 goals to 4 rather. And Manu Bachori with a slow day 2 start, dropping points to Anders 3 goals to 1. And as always, you guys, Rachel and the boys in the studio will have updates for the next Group B matches.
We do indeed. Thank you so much, Leah. But first, we have this, the player walk-ins with Jamil Motorsport for one final time this evening. And it is that man back again for redemption, MS Darari. He's on the big arena, the Giddy Arena, and he is taking on Nathan. There he is. I haven't seen Nathan on the big stage yet. This is a new experience for that man. He's a big stage performer though. Elia, you were there. You saw what he did, Michael Bell.
Absolutely.
What did he do? Tell everybody.
He got the result.
He got the win, a big W. I'm nervous though. Got to be a little bit nervous. Walking in there, first time when you're playing Darari. Fans that do Darari, I don't know why he's laughing at me. He's going, what do you do? Tell everyone they don't always follow all the South American results. Quick one, predictions on this one.
I thought you wanted flicks or tricks or something. I need Darari to get the result. This is a decider for this group. For both these competitors, they need to win.
I agree. It's a 6-point game, in my opinion.
Here,
I'm going for
cover
Darari.
the scoreline. Darari.
So you're going with your man?
Yes.
You're being nice?
Yes,
okay,
going for
they're
Darari.
both being nice. They're both going with Darari.
I'm not being nice. I root for Darari.
STCplay.gg, you know what to do. Vote as well. Are you going to join these two? They know what they're talking about most of the time. Let's see, 10 seconds until we go into the Giddy Arena for the final time. Nathan taking on MS Darari, our final match.
Thank you, guys. Wow, that was an incredible comeback from the Iceman, from Nicholas. I mean, that was so exciting, wasn't it? And I'm not going to lie, we weren't expecting that, were we, Milos?
I mean, at some point, Darari had it completely in his hands.
Yeah.
Dropping the ball there, King of the Jungle, it was all burned to ashes on the stage. But the hope is that there is still one more shot on the stage, at least for today.
Yes, because this is the final game right here this evening. So shall we get it started? Yes, thank you. Okay. Representing Team Falcons, it is MS Darari. You can hear the crowd. They absolutely love him. He needs little introduction here in Riyadh. He's got the experience, he's got the skill, but he needs a big win here tonight. Can he get the job done?
He's gonna have to do it against his opponent, representing Team Furia, Nathan SR99. The rising star Brazil looks to silence the Saudi crowd and crack into the top 3 of Group B. The final match of day 2 will, if anything, shuffle the entire board around in Group B and set things up for eliminations tomorrow.
I think it's going to be all about keeping their composure in front of this very loud crowd. Okay.
Breathing technique.
Yeah,
all
right.
about that.
Let's do it for the last time this evening. Casters, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nicole and Milos. And look, this is a massive game in the group stage. It is round 6. There is another round to be played tomorrow. Myself, Brown and Smith, and Ryan Pessoa will be taking you through this huge round for so many reasons, Ryan, because there's other matches that are taking place not on the main stage here in the Giddy Arena that could really determine where this group is going, more on the bottom side of things. By the end of this, there could be 2 players already eliminated.
Yep, exactly. And I think for MS Darari, it really is a must-win. Gorilla mentioned how it's a 6-pointer really and truly, because MS Ansari knows that previous game, you can just see how subdued he looked. He looked deflated, and understandably so. Giving away a 4-0 lead against Nicholas was definitely a tough thing for him to comprehend, and he knows now that his future in this tournament hangs in the balance. And it's up against Nathan SR, who also is on 6 points. MSR, on 3 points. If he wins, he'd be on 6. But as you mentioned, the implications fall in another game as well. Goal Poacher up against Manu Bashori, both on 3 points. Whoever wins that, or loses that, I should say, for me, I think that's tournament done.
Well, the interesting thing is today, Ryan, neither of these two have won a game.
Yeah.
They both come off the back of 2 defeats, so mentally they're going to be feeling really frustrated at the moment, especially more for Darari after, in case you just missed it, he was 4-0 up in 13 game minutes, lost 5-4 to Nicholas, and then has to come straight back on to this stage where he's very fortunate there's a very loud crowd that are supporting him and really sort of pushing him on. But how does he just reset himself, Ryan? Because it's difficult.
It's genuinely, it's a mission impossible type of thing. This is where I would say MSR's personality and professionalism comes into play, because for a lot of players it's not easy to bounce back after just a simple loss. For that loss is, for MS Dasari, is relatively unheard of. I don't think he's ever been in that position where he's given away a lead so comfortable. It's unknown territory for him, and I'm very interested to see how the first sort of 20-30 minutes in game goes for him. I want to see if he sort of starts it as he did in the game against Nicholas, or does he continue his form from the second half, where he just felt nothing clicked offensively, defensively. It looked open, it gave away a lot of chances. And Nathan Asari, he'll not smell blood in the water against MS Asari.
Well, as it stands in this group stage table, this is how it looks. You have got PH in, Nicholas and Matthias Bonano all on 3 points. There's head-to-head that comes into play. There's goal difference that comes into play between those three. Anders Vergang sits on 9 points just below them. He hasn't lost a game on day 2, Anders. He's 2 out of 2 so far. Could be looking to go 3 from 3. Just beat Manu Bashor in his last game. Nathan SR, as you can see in action in this game, is on 6 points. And then, as you said, it gets really interesting here at the bottom of the bottom 3 spots in this table. Goal Poacher on only 3 points. He's playing against Manu Bashor, who's also on 3 points backstage. And MS Dasari, desperate for a win here. Couple of last changes being made to the settings, camera settings, controller settings, and then we will be jumping in to our final game here in day 2.
Other games going on. Already mentioned Goal Poacher up against Manu Bashore. Nicholas up against P8 Zin.
You said it perfectly, Ryan. Whoever loses that game, that Goal Poacher Manu game is...
I think they're done, yeah.
They're done.
I think
they're out.
Mathematically, they can't... Well, they can equal the points of 6 in their last game, but I think based on the head-to-head or the tiebreakers, I don't think it's enough.
And I'm looking now, Ryan. -11 goal difference for Goal Poacher.
Yeah.
-8 for Dasari. -8 for Manu Bashor.
Oh, it's a massive game, actually. Oh.
There's a lot of goals swinging against them.
Yeah, and of course at the top of the group as well, you've got Matthias Bonano up against Anders. That's a massive one. Anders winning that game will put him on 12. For Matti, it'll put him on 15.
If there's a time to turn up and perform again, Dasari, this is it. Home favourite, home crowd. So many fans have come out here to the Esports World Cup featuring FC24 to really spear their player on forward. He's onside, Kai Havertz, just on the overlap now. What can he do from here? Mbappe got 2 or 3 white shirts around him, able just to duck and dive those tackles. For Nathan SR, it's the first time he's been on this main stage, and it's not an easy atmosphere to play in, is it?
No, not at all. But again, I feel like the crowd were slightly toned down a little bit after that game.
Maybe what taught not to get too ahead of themselves.
Not to get too excited. Yeah, don't get 4-0's not safe. Oh, poor pass. Just about rectifies it though there.
Yeah, it's just about recovered well enough. Well, there they are. They're on their feet, supporting the king of the jungle, known as MS Dasari. Previous world champion. One of the biggest names in this scene that we've been so fortunate to watch, and even so many years down the line, still back in an Esports World Cup. Havertz finds I9. Is there a pass? Does he need it? Went to the time green finish. Petr Cech does enough. Nathan SR, a shaky 10 in-game minutes here.
Swarmed completely by MS Dasari here.
There's the overlap. There's a one more pass. Back post. Surely take it. No, doesn't go for it. Back to Haaland. Still just about in possession is Dasari, who will look to recycle and restart the attack. Clever pass gets it round to Kai Havertz. The angle's odd. That was a time green finish, but blocked on the defensive side by Nathan SR. Where was that pass, Ryan, at the back post?
I'm very surprised there. I think maybe he thought maybe the defender would have got there ahead of his attacker, but for me, that has to be played across.
Nathan SR yet to get in the box off Dasari. Still can't find a way in there. Saka. All Dasari so far in this game. Surely only a matter of time before he can crack down Nathan SR's defence. Punched into R9. Can't find a way past 99.
Oh.
Great Virgil van Dijk. Chance to break away Haaland. Look at the space. Look at the legs he's got. First shot on target. Stopped by Petr Cech. Have to remember Nathan SR was one of the few lucky players that actually got an auto invite into this competition after a dominant display in Brazil earlier on this year. Finesse could be there. Goes for an inside the boot Trivela instead. It's all been time green. 3 shots in about 3 in-game minutes. Suddenly, the Libertadores champion is starting to find his feet.
Yep. Done well there. The player locked to switch to Haaland when he was defending that the lofted ball in the air, just to cut the lane. Dasari sort of fell into the trap. Of course, led to the sequence that resulted in the corner, but yeah, Mr. Dasari started off brightly in this game. Nathan needed to sort of get a foothold into it slightly, and he's done that.
It's all coming through Kai Havertz. He might be the most influential player we've seen. Chance to play around. That's a clever pass. Haaland! And all that pressure from Dasari won't mean anything. Because it's Nathan SR who will break the deadlock just after the 20th minute.
It's nice. It's just that little extra pass first time. It set him up perfectly in Haaland's stride, and then the finesse shot at the near post. It's a well-structured goal there from Nathan.
And although he might only have 6 points to his name before a ball's been kicked in this game, he's actually scored the most goals in this group. 23 in total as the Brazilian scored. His issue's been he's just conceded a handful of them. And that's the table updates. I think we've had a breakthrough in the goal poacher Manabishora game. If we can get you an update as soon as we can on that, we will. So let you know he's pulling away with that one. Heavy touch, just about keeps it in play.
Speed initially with Mbappe, and then the knock forward was great. So the update on the screen, Brandon, the one you were speaking about, goal poacher takes the lead against Manu Bachori. That is a massive, massive goal in that game.
And you have to remember, more than anything there for goal poacher, he had 0 points yesterday. And the fact of the matter is he's coming today, potentially going to pick 6 up from 9, and he remains in the conversation. Especially with this result. And if we start going down to head-to-head scenarios, goal poacher beat Dasari earlier today. And he's also beat potentially Manabishore. There's that goal. Is it a second? No, it's not. It's an equaliser. Let's just hold on for a second there. As that game starts to unfold a bit more. 1-1. Manu back in that game. Havertz, what a pass. This is brilliant build-up from Dasari. Superb goal. You can't argue it was deserved after that incredible passage of play.
No, it's a great build-up there from MS Dasari. The fans are well and truly behind him. They think he needs that little boost of support and morale in this game. It's just a snappy pass and the driven passes, the little layoff there as well. You see it perfect. Havertz driven pass back to Hullet, just pinged into Arna, a little tap to Saka and a shot at the near post.
Anders Vergang, 2-1 he leads against Bonano. Lofted ball, Darari for 2. Just wide there. That win would put Anders on 12 points as well. That would be the same total as Matthias Bonano. For Bonano today, that would be 1 win, 2 defeats. Mbappe just runs it out of play there. And the only other game we've yet to give you an update from is this one. What is happening in the game? It's Nicholas that's leading PH in by a goal to nil, 3.5 minutes in. Nicholas, have to remember, wasn't even qualified for the Esports World Cup featuring FC24 just a few days ago. Now, he isn't only looking to go to the playoffs, but looking to top the group ahead of round 7. Big chance to Darari. Trivella, and it didn't even need to be green.
It's great dribbling there with Erling Haaland as well. In an offensive area, he's not the most nimble, not someone you want to be twisting and turning in the box, but manages to get the pass across, and despite the slight goalkeeper movement, still found its way into the bottom corner. And MS Darari takes the lead in this game. Again, we'll take a look at the replay. Just a little bit of dribbling Haaland into Mbappe.
Probably one of the most influential players in these teams. 98 team of the tournament. Kylian Mbappe.
Great press.
Speaking of Mbappe. Great win there. What's happening? Oh, wow. Massive chance from the spot. Goal poacher. Scoring a penalty on the 11th minute, but it didn't stop there. 2 in-game minutes later, Manu went down the other end to score that one.
4 goals in 13 minutes. Can we see goal number 4 here? Tried an audacious little dink over the top there. Oh, great speed boost.
R9.
Look at the strength.
Just pushed out the way there by Kai Havertz. Such a big game, that one, goal poacher. Manu both on 3 points. They are desperate to keep their tournament alive. What a pass that is.
He loves that ball, Nathan. He loves it. Oh,
is that the right decision?
Yeah, I don't know.
The run looked a bit better from Cristiano Ronaldo. Nicholas doubles his lead against PH in. What a day he's had. Only dropping 1 game. Look at the run he's had today. A win against Bonano. A win against Darari from being 4-0 down. If he carries on there, a win against PH in.
He's looking dangerous. This is final form Nicholas, old school.
Havertz, Mbappe. Last chance and a half for Darari to find another one. Just about keeps it in play as Mbappe went for that La Croqueta, I think was the idea in mind. Nice little Berber spin, opens up a pocket of space for Mbappe. Long ball over the top. Now creates a bit of a running race between Cristiano Ronaldo and Kai Havertz. Nice ball roll scoop. Finds Saka.
So much more time. So much more time there. I don't think he expected it. It just opened up completely. Defense separated. Saka could have driven a bit more forward, but that is the end of the first half. MS Darari up 2-1 against Nathan SR. As we say, the implications for this group, this is a must-win game. If Nathan wins this, it solidifies his spot in the resurrection stage at least. And for MS Darari, if he wins this, it still keeps him in a battle at the bottom, but it puts him in a strong position and keeps the fate of his tournament in his own hands. An update again, Anders Vergang, a finesse at the near post, green time, 3-1 in 18 minutes in that game.
4 goals in 19 minutes in that one. 4 goals in 14 minutes in the other game between Manu and... Some crazy scorelines here as we move into the late hours here in Riyadh. Keep in mind, this is only day 2 of the tournament. Tomorrow we're back for round 7 of the groups in the resurrection stage, and then it's all eyes on Sunday's final 8. Someone will be winning $300,000, picking up those hugely important club championship points in the Esports World Cup. Only one esports club can be the ultimate Esports World Cup champions across all the titles here. Shot comes in, that one time Greed, Darari.
Great keeper movement, to be honest. There were so many options. Could have done a little drag back pass into R9, played it into him initially, intendedly anyway.
What a ball, that one
Great
comes
ball.
off. Haaland can hold it up for an extra second, then play the through ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. Nathan up. Taking his time, step overs to move this attack on a little bit more. Nice little 1-2. Is he onside, Kai Havertz? He is, but couldn't get the angle for a shot. Well, update as soon as we've got it for you. Manu against goal poacher. Another goal's got in there. The points are swinging between the two. Whoever loses that game, unfortunately, it will be the end of the road for them. And it is Manu that has just scored from a penalty that's come back his way.
Wow.
Maybe it's a bit of karma. He gave away a penalty down one end, gets given one. Down the opposite end, Manu 3-2, he leads against goal poacher. Match still in the first half. Cristiano Ronaldo, what a through ball that is. Mbappe should have the legs on Saliba. Wins it once, twice, does William Saliba, superb at the back. Not a choice for everyone in their teams, but he makes the cut over Virgil van Dijk for MS Darari.
Look at the switch he's got on as well. There's so many options. Look at the triggered runs. MS Darari in behind.
Looking for a third. Haaland, all the space in the world. Did he wait too long? Was he waiting for a pass?
Again, he could have gone for the switch. Going to take the corner. Saliba couldn't get on the end of it.
Just saw an update come through there. Nicholas, 3-0 he leads against PH. He would be amongst a group of just 3 players that have been good enough to accumulate 15 points in the group stages, joining Jafonso, mark 11 in Group A. Have a possible 18, picking up 15 points from these 2 days. There are still 3 more points to be claimed tomorrow as well. Nathan SR, it's Paul, goes out for a pause in place. Game's just waiting, Ryan, for someone to really just sort of make their mark and get a second. Darari even to pull away and start taking control. Needs the support of those fans.
It's a few times where Nathan tried to break forward in this half. I say 2 or 3 times where he's either ran off the pitch or tried to run down the line. I remember with Saka. He seems lost of ideas a little bit. I think he just needs to revert back to how he was playing in that first half, creating chances.
Coach Enzo having a few words there on one side of your screen. We open them with these chances that Darari is continuously making. He can just put one away and start to put this game to bed. Half-time, Nicholas, 3-0. What a half he's had. What a day he's had, Ryan.
It's flawless, literally. And then that first half against MSSI, he was 4-0 down. I still can't get over it. Oh, no.
Oh, my. Fortunate not to be punished for that.
Very direct again.
Can R9 just arc his run? Neymar comes onto the pitch now. That's footies. 99 Neymar. That's an absolute gift for R9. Pet check somehow does enough.
Just about corner though.
Quick corner, front post, flick on, off the woodwork. Nathan SR is knocking on the door of Darari. With the help of Petr, he's just keeping that door slammed shut. But for how much longer as the Brazilians' pressure just keeps on building? Saka, Petr again does enough, corner.
Wonder if he's going to go a little bit deeper from the corner this time. I think that one was a little bit too far forward, and he does.
He's got the space! And Erling Haaland will bring us all square again.
I just felt as if that initial corner, the first one he had, was just a bit too far forward in the near post. I know he was controlling Haaland and got the power perfect onto him, but from here, you're directly in front of goal. All you need to do is just aim it on target without having to worry about any angles, really. It's just get it on target, and more often than not, you're going to score from corners, and it's a big goal back in this game for Nathan. Gives them 20 minutes now to see if potentially we can get a winner in normal time, or will we be going to extra time? Replay and update. It's breathing space for Manu, and it's another corner, green time. 4-2 just after half-time. Goal poacher has a mission on his hands now.
He had such a good run, didn't he? And John Coppin, including a win on a penalty shootout against Anders Vergang on his approach to qualifying for the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. Unfortunately, it might be the end of his tournament. De Bruyne finds Haaland on a play for Neymar! Who else would it be than the Brazilian super sub?
Criticised him at the start of the second half. I felt like Nathan was sort of running into a dead end a lot of the time, but that direct play has worked for him on 2 goals now. Kevin De Bruyne just running down the line, plays it off, triggers himself as well, gets him behind, and then still drag back, cancel pass here into Haaland. And a first time ball, Neymar, then it's just down to you to make the right choice. You see the goalkeeper moving towards the near post, and obviously it's got enough time to react and aim it into the far corner there. And MS Darari again, Brandon.
Must be sitting there thinking those chances he had, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. It felt as if he needed to make them count. And when you're on the ascendancy in games like this in competitive FC, you kind of know that when you're on top, you need to make it count. You have to score those goals, because little shifts in the game, and you can't dominate from start to finish in a 9-minute half game against someone as good as Nathan. You know he's going to have chances, and we're seeing it now.
Said that this game needed someone to step up and take control. Speaking about taking control of a win, Anders Vergang 5-1, he leads against Bonano. Hasn't lost a game today as Anders Vergang.
People are counting him out. It's too good, I'm telling you.
R9 can't find his fellow Brazilian in Neymar.
Wow. 5-0.
Nicholas just providing a different level of performance for us here. I'll say it again in case you didn't hear me. Nicholas's games today: 5-2 win against Matías Bonano, 5-4 win against Darari after being 4-0 down, as it looks to be a 5-0 win against PH Zin. Nicholas is looking dangerous.
Yep. Extremely dangerous. Thought there was going to be a goal there from Nathan, the way the ball was ricocheting around the area, falling fortunately. MS Darari comes on the attack here. He needs a goal.
That post could be available as there's a bit of an overload happening. Hosselu does well there, a slight drag back. Possession given away. Second man presses on the cards to try and get the side back in possession, but Nathan SR deals with the pressure well. Saka in acres of space, tries to squeeze it through the legs of Petr.
Oh, I saw the idea there. But look at the space for Nathan SR to try and exploit. Gonna try and be a bit risk averse, but it's dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Fortunately, the ball for him goes back to the keeper. Permutations in this group for MS Dasari. If he loses this, he'll be on 3 points. Last game tomorrow for him is against Anders.
Who does Goal Poacher play?
Goal Poacher tomorrow plays Nicholas. And Manu will be playing against Matthias Bonano. So for the people that are struggling and trying to get the points to get into the resurrection stage, at least that's 4th, 5th, and 6th. Extremely, extremely tough games to score as it stands there.
I don't see this table moving. If it stays like it is now, I see Nicholas running away top in the group. Bonano, P8's in. Or Anders Vergang, depending on that order. 2 of those 3 going into the top 3. Nathan SR will be in the resurrection stage for sure.
Yep.
And I think Manu Bashore, unless that game changes, it could all turn. Nathan SR, full-time result there. You can just see a bit of an outpour of emotion from him. It was a slow start for him, but he knows how important that is. It just gets him out of the conversation, Ryan, of being in the bottom 2.
Yeah.
Speaking about maybe dropping out, maybe not making it to the top 6, the resurrection stage, that's not going to be the case. He will be going through to the next round, at least here in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's an important win for him, but on the other side of things, MS Dasari and Enzo in despair. And as a competitor myself in years gone by, it's so hard to explain, but sometimes all it takes is one game that can lead you to lose the rest. Do you know what I'm saying? That game against it's just the way you lose a game is so important for your mental approach going into the next game. No matter how strong you are mentally, no matter how much experience you've had.
Because in your mind, you're thinking,
you're
always, how have I lost that?
Yeah, the 15-minute gap between the game is not enough. Doss will be, even if you had a week gap, he'll be thinking, how on earth have I lost that game in that manner against Nicholas? And it's a tough one for Team Falcons to take for MS Dasari because he needs results to fall in his favor. And of course, he has a tough game against Anders tomorrow.
He doesn't need us to say it, but that Nicholas game shapes how his tournament ends, unfortunately. 100%. It really does. But for him, it's a real difficult pill to swallow. He will play against Anders Vergang tomorrow, who hasn't lost a game here in day 2. I know on the main stage, he gave us different performances yesterday, but Anders looks strong. Personally, don't see this table changing. I think it's pretty much done, even because Manu Bashore, Goal Poacher, the head-to-head there. Even if Goal Poacher goes and gets a result tomorrow, I think the table's pretty much done in terms of the bottom half.
Yeah.
The top half, of course, can still change, but Group B, no one's been safe in it. We teased you in it. I've got to say, that still, game of the tournament so far. Nicholas MS Dasari, 4-0 down, wins 5-4. Nicholas, what a day he has had. People waiting for a full-time result on it, but was leading 5-0 against PH Zin.
Yeah, no better person to end the day for Nicholas. I think for him, he's sort of just asserting his dominance across all the competitors because he's beating players that you'd argue are some people's favourites for the tournament. People would have said Peter Zin could go the distance. Matthias Bonano, no Richard predicted he could win the tournament, but Nicholas is taking over and defeating players that I know it's just the group stage. Nicholas has said that himself, but it's still just adding to the fear factor, just the strength of Nicholas as he progresses further on in the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, look, Ryan, we're going to take a break for the evening here in Riyadh. We're going to get some rest. We're back tomorrow for round 7, then the resurrection stage. So for now, it's over to Rachel and the rest of the team to break down what we've seen here in day 2 of the Esports World Cup.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Rai. Yeah, they were just talking about Nicholas being the man in form there. Well, he is 5-0 over PH in his last match as well, after just getting the job done over Doster on the main stage. He is really gaining momentum, isn't he, boys?
I think the real takeaway is a couple of his games look so routine. You just talked about that result with PH Zin, Matthias Bonano. That was another day in the office. And then you do have that in-between maybe outlier with Dasari, where Dasari was up 4-0. I can't believe it. They teased it. They talked about it. Rewatch it. Epic comeback, 5-4 in regular time. Incredible.
Boys there said that was maybe the best game of the tournament. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. But this was the match we just ended on the big stage there. Nathan, again, coming out on top here.
But maybe the story still, Dasari was ahead. He got the comeback here. He's able to push on from that. We're not used to seeing him not be able to close out.
Yeah, why is this then? What are we lacking?
I'm not sure, because against Nicholas, that first half was the best I've seen from Dossry. But as Mike said, closing out the game,
But I don't think it's just a Darari problem, though. We're seeing it across the competition, so I don't want to like put that on one individual because it's been a reoccurring theme today, yesterday. I'm sure it'll happen tomorrow and even on the finals for Sunday when the guys are playing for the big money. I just think some of the game allows for you to get back into it.
Yeah, like the corners, the headers.
Even the tactical changes because it impacts how players press, the angles that are open. You can't get out of the back easily. You can't hold the ball easily.
And I saw a lot of the guys actually putting out on socials as well. We're playing very differently because we're not going for a draw now. We're having to fight all the way. This is how things look. Apparently 2 of the games are still running, so this might not be completely accurate. We're coming into the latter stages of the matches, though. I'm sure that the clocks are ticking down. So Nicholas, though, he has finished 15 points. Wow, what a day for him. Bonano, PH in 12 each, and then 9 points for Vergan and Nathan, and that's one I think hasn't finished just yet. Goal poacher, Manu, Darari, 3 points each. That is going to be pretty tricky. I'm just seeing here, I think Manu is in the driving seat over goal poacher, so that will probably change a little bit there. But I think as it stands, goal poacher and Darari, we can just see him behind you guys now as well, will be the 2 heading into the final match tomorrow. Michael, if you can just stand back a little bit so they can see it behind you. There we go. They'll be the 2 in the driving seat. Manu then, I have confirmation, he is just 1, so he'll jump up from 3 there, just second from the bottom to 6 points, so that's massive for him. So it is goal poacher and Darari, unless something magical happens tomorrow. And who are they playing? Goal poacher
it's into permutations,
taking on Nicholas.
Goal difference, what's going to happen, who's got this,
the
who's got that.
head-to-head.
It could. There's a lot of hypotheticals we can play here. I don't think it's a sheer cut elimination, but it you know, it's wavering.
It's a bit different, isn't it, to Group A when they're so close.
It's a lot more clear cut. You win, you're going to go on. You lose, you're out. At least it looks that way when you see everyone on 6. You already have the front 3. It's been decided.
Yeah, for Group A, like Johnny's at the bottom, but tomorrow he could easily be 4th, depending on results and stuff like that.
He's up. You just win or you go home, basically, is going to be your takeaway.
And as well here, 8-2 over Bonano at the moment. That's still in play as well. Anders, so far when he's come back, he has been dominant. We saw him waver a little bit yesterday. We're going to say he's found a new gear today, hasn't he? Which we kind of expected.
Yeah, I think yesterday I wasn't too impressed, especially with his attacking play. I haven't seen too much of his actual games today, but you can tell he's bounced back. He's 4th in the group, but he has MS Darari tomorrow for the final game.
But he hasn't had easy games today either. He's had Nathan up first. Then he had Manu. He beat him 3-1. And he's currently 8-2 up against Bonano.
I think it's simple. Yesterday he was on the big stage. Today he hasn't been.
Do you really think
I don't think he handled the crowd that well.
I think he's getting used to it.
He interacted with them. He enjoyed it. It was for me, on a neutral perspective, I loved it. We had all sorts of different back and forth, shushing, celebrating, emotions, but I don't think he played better.
But I think as well, because of yesterday, it's probably gave him an extra gear to go into as well. So we'll see tomorrow, and yeah, he's bounced back well.
Will he be on the big stage? He has Darari. So I'm thinking probably yes. Well, I doubt Anders is going to be in our plays of the day, but here are our Gidea plays of the day for you to enjoy. I think we've picked 3, guys, have we?
Yeah, so the first one is Mark versus Webb Nasri, and this was just so clean. The step over with Ruud Hullet, the composure, send the goalkeeper to the ground and slots it in the back of the net.
That extra sprint touch from Ruud Hullet is what makes
so
it nice. We talked about this one together. You got the big switch from Stones. Havertz always looking for some options. Can you assess? You find it. Saka looking for the drop-off. Is there a drop-off? Indeed it is. 1-2 to Havertz. You see the ball roll, a lot of intricacy. Great passing. You tap it home, but it's the build-up. It's not the goal that makes it special. It's the build-up to the goal.
Fluidness.
Everyone's getting a little bit of something.
And then the final one here is Nicholas against MS Darari. Vitinha on the ball, gives it to John Stones, switches the ball to the other side of the field, but he has a decision to make. Does he come inside? Does he go down the line? He does a 1-2 into Mbappe, and now the play lock cancel, and then a great finish. Open goal, R9 Ronaldo.
There you go. Darari liked that. He didn't like how the results ended for him today. But sometimes it is one of those days. He's left an absolute legacy, as we know. He might not be down and out just yet. Still one more final chance tomorrow. Overall, final thoughts, guys, from what you've seen today. I'll go Group A, to you, Gorilla, because you were part of the entire broadcast today. Thank you for keeping company all day.
It's okay. I think Johnny, honestly, even though he's at the bottom of the leaderboard, there's a lot of players on 6 points, and I think from yesterday, I've seen a big improvement. So I think Johnny from Group A has impressed me.
Group A is the most unexpected. If you talk to the people, you looked at social media, I don't know if anyone took the front three. The first 3 players, I'm not sure anyone had them even on their list to be in that type of position. So
who did you predict for the whole thing?
It's not looking good for me. He knows that it's not looking good for me. That's why she's doing it. All right, I had Levy. Levy's been struggling. So has everyone from the
also, Web Nasri getting some big results, which, you know, a lot of people probably didn't think of.
Group B. Impressive. We've spoken about Nicholas. Anyone else that surprised you?
I think it's gone more how we maybe expected. We knew that would be, for lack of a better term, a sweat fest between these individuals. You have 6 world champions or former world champions in action. There's got to be interchangeability.
I think the Manu, Bashore, and Dosri being at the bottom of the group is pretty bit of a surprise, I'd say.
Who's going to be there? Yeah, it's a difficult one. I would always say that Goal Poacher was looked at as someone that maybe would be in that category. He is also at the bottom of that, but there's got to be some give and take. If anything, we should probably credit Nicholas, who's been able to get the results. He's sitting at the top.
15 points.
How do people look at tomorrow, depending on where you're sitting? If you're at the top on 15 points, how do you view tomorrow, one more round only to play?
I still think you go for the win because you want to get that confidence and you want to get that win against a player because you might face him in a knockout, so you don't want to give your opponent an easy win and then have confidence against yourself. So I think they'll go for the win.
I look at it as a warm-up game, but in a way that I want the result, but I'm saying I win this game, I've already won now on a new day, because remember, this is happening over multiple days. So we talk about it day one, maybe you bring your A game, maybe you don't. The same thing could happen today, and now following, you're about to go into eliminations after that knockout stage. I want to go ahead and get that win, carry that into my confidence, my ego, my cadence. Everything is looking right. I'm feeling spicy, I'm feeling nice. I'm about to chef it up for the people at home.
And you got $50,000 in your back pocket. If you're 4th, 5th and 6th, going possibly into the resurrection stage, how are you feeling?
It's a second chance, you know, it's kind of, you've not had your best group, but everyone in the resurrection stage is in the same situation, so it's a kind of a brand new tournament type of way, if that makes sense. So you got to take it one game at a time.
Either way, I think you should be happy to still be in the competition. The only guys that are going to be upset, 7th and 8th, I know that might sound, we're not on the fence, or maybe we are riding the fence, I don't know. But either way, you're still in the competition, you got a chance, you got something to believe in.
You have, and someone who has got a chance, something to believe in, still in the competition, as Mike Labelle said, is Nathan, and he is having a chat with Milos.
Hello, everybody. A long day that we've had here on the main stage at the Gadia Arena, but we're joined for an interview here by Nathan. Thank you so much for being with us. First of all, how is it like to play against a crowd like this? Because this is not too different than how it is in Brazil. How do you fight that crowd that's constantly booing you as well?
Primeiro de tudo, como é jogar numa galera assim, que não é diferente do Brasil, mas eles estão contra? Como você se sente?
Me sinto muito realizado, poder jogar parecendo que eu estou num estádio de futebol, ver a galera toda torcendo, então é um sonho que eu estou realizando e espero conseguir continuar assim.
I feel fulfilled. This is a dream come true. I feel like I've been on the stadium with all this crowd cheering, and I hope to carry on with this dream.
Well, let's carry on with that dream into tomorrow, because to get into the top 3 and secure that spot beyond Resurrection stage, you need to play and beat PH Zin tomorrow. Of course, another Brazilian player that you know quite well. How do you see that game going for you tomorrow?
Para você chegar no top 3, você vai precisar ganhar o jogo de amanhã e você vai jogar contra o PHzinho, que é alguém que você conhece muito bem. Como que você se sente?
O PHzinho, além de ser um grandíssimo jogador, é um amigo meu que eu tenho, então tomara que seja um grande jogo. Eu sei que vai ser um grande confronto. Independente se eu passar pela ressurreição ou top 3, eu quero estar nos playoffs, então não importa como. Então eu espero conseguir ir bem e vencer meu jogo amanhã.
PHzinho is a very good player, is a great player, is a friend of mine, and no matter if I go through resurrection or top 3, I just want to get there. It doesn't matter how.
Oh, very much looking forward to it. Thank you for the incredible performance today. Muito obrigado. Hope to see more of it. And we will tomorrow in our game against PH Zin. This is Nathan from Furia. Thanks so much for joining us. Back to the studio.
Love that. Thanks so much, Milos. Okay, well, let's turn our attention to tomorrow's schedule. Day 3 already. That's going pretty fast. Okay, first up, Abu Maka, Emre Yilmaz. Then you got Vergang, MS Dosri. That is the one I think we've all waited for. I know Dosri is a little bit kind of down and out in terms of the ranking, but that's still going to be a massive bragging rights match. Then, obviously, we go to the resurrection stage. I cannot wait to see how these matches will play out as well. So much still to play for tomorrow. In terms of format, remember, top 3, they just jumped straight to Sunday. 4, 5 and 6, resurrection stage. 7 and 8, I'm afraid we say goodbye after the next round of round robin. That's round 7. That's first up, as we just saw, tomorrow. Plenty more matches. There was 56 in total, guys, across these 4 days. I don't even know how many we've had. I've lost count at this stage, but we've had quite a lot. Okay, right. One final time tonight, I'm going to say hello to Leah Ravel and probably good night as well. Leah, what have you got for us?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the secondary stage for the final time today. All of the Group B games for the day have concluded, but all players from Group A and Group B will play one final match tomorrow. With that said, let me give you the updates from this last round. PH Sin having a very promising performance all day today up until this match against Nicholas 99 FC, losing a whopping 5-0. Anders having a perfect day today as well after his not-so-perfect day on day 1, winning his round 8-2 against Matthias Bonano. You wait to see it. Too soon? Anyway, okay, so end-to-end for Goal Poacher and Manu Pachori, but Manu did end up coming out on top, taking that match and the 3 points, meaning this, unfortunately, is the end of the road for Goal Poacher. Unlike Group A, we don't have a surefire 3 people going through to Championship Sunday, but that will be determined after tomorrow's match. That's it for me tonight, you guys, but let's throw it back to Rachel and the boys in the studio for another update.
Nothing is surefire. It's EA FC. What do you expect? All still to play for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be fabulous once again. One more stage of round robin, boys. Give us a booyah.
What did you, a booyah?
Booyah! One more big stage. Yeah, see, come on.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Where's that reference from? I'm not sure.
Booyah!
There we go. Energy, guys.
Sorry.
What are you most looking forward to tomorrow? Resurrection or final group?
Resurrection. I like those elimination games. I want emotion. I like the idea of sending someone home, crush the key, put it in your trophy later on. I like all of it.
We're losing 4 players tomorrow, guys, in the round robin, and then we do the resurrection stage. Who is going to come out of the embers and get themselves a spot on Sunday's broadcast? Come back and join us. Can't wait for this one. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?